what you do. What's it? ATM for what?
Are you on?
You want that? What? You want that?
Oh, okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Oh, now we've had breakfast. Good morning. There we go. I mean, I know it's dirty December. People are still waking up in their souls and their spirits. It's fine. But it's a good morning, isn't it? And a great morning for us to have some diaspora conversations. Would you agree? Would you agree? There. See, I'm a very selfish MC. I like engagement. I want to know that you're hearing me and you're feeling the vibe in the room. So if I ask you to repeat a few things, I'm saying clap your hands, respond. Please give me the energy. So are we ready? There we go. Now, we'll be starting officially very shortly. We are if you can, just to move forward. Let's leave this front row here. That's where the minister and his party will be. Are we remembering our university days? Like, come forward. There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And then while we're doing that, I think that this is a perfect place to network. How many of you came here because you knew you'd meet people you can do business with? Just be honest and raise your hand. We all did, right? Super. And so let's kickstart. There's a mic. Just introduce yourself if you feel so inclined. Tell us your name, what you do, and who knows, your next business deal could be landed today in the next 10 minutes. So you can put your hand up. We have a mic going around. There's a beautiful lady in a Guba Diaspora Network t-shirt who's carrying it. Anyone want to start? Okay, round of applause for the lady.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Dara Sanderson. I'm from the US, but I relocated here in August with my daughter who's attending school here. So we're very happy to be here. So I work in the digital media industry. I've been in that industry for 25 years. I've been everything from an engineer to a CEO of a digital media company. Right now I do some consulting work, both in the digital end and somewhat in media. So I'm thrilled to be here. Happy to meet anyone and talk about all things technology.
All righty, thank you. Oh, the applause. She said she just moved here in August. It means that she hasn't even done a proper 6 months. No, that deserves a round of applause. All right, so she is everything digital, everything tech. You have a woman in her that you can deal with if that's your space or your interest. Who's going next? I saw a hand. Okay, there's a hand here. Okay, there are a couple more. I see you. Yes, right here. You don't have to stand.
Anyways, hi everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Abby. I was born in Ghana, but I'm currently living in Spain. I'm doing my master's in financial advisory. And I'm also currently doing an internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm interested in everything finance for when I'm finally done with my master's. So anyone in that industry, please approach me, or when I do find out that you are in that industry and approach you, please be welcoming. Thank you.
All right. Money matters.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
My name is Yvonne. I am the CEO of Africa's Premium Concierge Group. This is my team, Isaac and Joshua. And what we do is a lot. We're like the bridge too between the diaspora and Ghana, helping people relocate. We also have a luxury concierge as well. And we are looking to partner with companies, individuals for services or for if you own luxury apartments or vehicles, we're looking to partner with you or any type of service that you provide.
All right, thank you. The applause, the applause. So concierge, anyone who has some kind of service that they feel people would need as they move here, as they integrate, Yvonne is your woman. One-stop shop.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Mavis, and I'm here with my colleague Farida from Fairmont Travel and Tour. I'm a visa consultant. We do anything visa. We are also into ticketing. And if you want a tour package, a travel package, you see us, we will help you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Globetrotters, that's your person over there. Anyone else? Maybe we take a couple more. Okay, there's a hand at the back. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Patricia with Come Home to Africa. So we offer freight services, property sale, land sales, and rentals, short stay. We also provide those services. So if you are looking for a property to buy, property to sell, we provide those with experts in our company where we have lawyers, surveyors to give you proper valuation of the properties. Then again, we provide domestic services. So if you're looking for nannies, looking for cleaners, cooks, we have people with good records. Yes, and then we ensure that all our service providers have no illegal records in transactions yet. So that's Come Home to Africa. Not just home, but a place for you to live and then a place to stay, not just in Africa or in Ghana, anywhere around the world. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. The applause, the applause, the applause.
Good morning. And
Good morning.
Happy New Year to everyone here. My name is Jerry Biscoff, and I am the founder of Silver Grade Collectibles. Silver Grade, we are into arts and collectibles. We have these art pieces here. You can see them. We are seeing your president. These beautiful art pieces. We have a program for real estate developers as well, bespoke program that supply art to real estate developers as investment grade, right? We know that real estate developers put art pieces in their spaces and they don't carry the sort of value that art carries. And so we have a special program for them. And so if you're into development, you can see me for that. And aside that, we are looking at nurturing collectors community in Ghana. So let's look forward to Silver Grade and the things that we are bringing to Ghanaians. Thank you.
We love to hear it. We love to hear it. There's a hand here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ajua. I relocated from Australia about a year ago. I help people with naturally curly and afro hair, care for it. So I've written a book and I do education, but I also make products so they can nurture their hair. So lovely to meet you all.
Lovely to meet you. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Happy New
Hi.
Year to you guys.
Happy New
My name
Year.
is Priscilla Kofiedi-Yeboah, the founder and lead designer at You Define You. I make really, really, really beautiful pieces. So you can reach out to me, both male and female. If you need anything, red carpet, any event at all, just reach out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My name is Juliana Comey. I'm a co-founder of Stitch Expert. We teach people how to package breast, and we make the plus size go braless. So if you want to develop your skill in dressmaking, you can contact Stitch Expert on all social media networks. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an interesting one. So the fashion industry is here, well represented.
Hello, good morning, everyone,
morning.
and Happy New Year to you. My name is Bella. I'm with Consolidated Bank Diaspora Banking. We bank non-residents Ghanaians. So if you are here from any parts of the world and you want a banking account back home, we are here to engage you. Everything is digital. You don't need to send your account opening pack or anything. We'll do everything for you, from opening accounts online to managing your transactions. And we also have a desk outside. So I'm sure when it's time to network, kindly visit us at our desk. Thank you and enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. The applause is dying, people.
I'm not sure the clap was for me, it was for everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nana Yase. So I work as a social worker. I work with young people. And one of the main things that I have noticed is about the identity of our young Black people in the diaspora. So I created a platform called Black Next Gen. And what we do is we go around our Black countries to show stories, to find people who have left the diaspora and come back home. So what I do is I travel around to look for you who have come back, to tell your stories so that they can hear, they can actually understand that the Africa, the Caribbean that they've been talked about is totally different. So if we are coming back home to spaces like this, we want the young people who go on social media to find us on Black Next Gen, to hear those stories, to hear the success stories. And basically that is why I'm here. So if anybody wants to share their story, people, I'm here for you. It's free. Come. If you've got business, we will do our very best to talk business as well. Thank you.
All right. Black Next Gen. Anyone? Okay.
Hi. My name is Diaspora. Denta is pretty much family, and I'm in the UK. I'm an electrician, domestic and commercial. I've got visibility in Ghana, so I'm not quite moving here. I grew up here a little bit, so I've set up a business there, which is going quite well, and I hope one day soon I'll be working here. I'm building a team, and we're kicking off. So thank you. Good to meet you all.
We hope to see you here soon. Real estate, electrician. Okay, there's a hand here.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Rebecca. I'm a business development manager and founder of Fuvanti Global. So Fuvanti Global is basically your go-to commercialization partner for carbon credits. So if you are a project, a green project, you be just your commercialization partner. We link you with companies in Europe that have the finances to offset the carbon credits. So nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. There's a hand right at the back in the corner.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Abigail, CEO of Abifad Ventures. We are into smoke, male, female smoke fabrics. We have our products out there for exhibition. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Or we don't understand the weight of the smoke. We all know what smokes are, or we don't. Yeah. So another round of applause. She's wearing one. Please, can you just walk to the front? Let everybody see what you're wearing, so they can appreciate the majesty of what you're marketing. There we go. Thank you. 360. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to inform you that we have some key institutions present. Once you're living, working, just making a life of any kind in Ghana, there are key institutions that you must know and have a relationship with if you can. And they're here. We'll have panel sessions with them, but while we wait for the minister, you can talk to them. I'm going to put you on the spot. I see Mr. Anani Nsia here. He's from the Ghana Tourism Authority. So if you're in that space, you need to speak to someone there. You've been looking for them, you can't find them. He's here. The Ghana Police Service is also here, properly represented. We have the Ghana Immigration Service as well, the National Identification Authority, SNIT. So your pension schemes, you're moving here, you're worried about what your retirement will look like if you should repatriate. They're here to take you through that as well. And if you're going to set up a business of any kind, we are expecting the Office of the Registrar of Companies, the ORC, here as well, to let you know the different kinds of businesses that can be registered here in Ghana, legally speaking, of course, and then what it means for you should you choose any of those channels for business. All right. We also have the Lands Commission, and they'll be joining the real estate panel. I know land is a huge conversation, huge, massive, diaspora or not. And so they're here and they're ready to answer some of your questions. We also have the Birth and Deaths Registry. Another very important one. Most of the time when you're doing any kind of identification, even before you get to the NIA, you may need a birth certificate. You're having children, you get married, or you have a partner, you have children with this person. What does that mean for your children? Getting birth certificates. And then, of course, death, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, is a part of life. And if you have to bring a body back, what does that mean? The fortunate situation that someone passes away here, how can you engage that entity? They are all present and they're ready to answer your questions. So a round of applause for them. Our government agencies care about us, and so they're here this morning. Now, like I said, we're expecting our Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. He will be joining us very shortly, and then we kick off. It's important that he starts us off. Why? Because when we talk about the diaspora, you would know a huge part of that conversation, policy speaking, sits with the foreign ministry. Now, he has a lot to share with us. He's also willing to engage us, and that's why he's coming. So when he finishes speaking, we'll take a question or two for him, can speak to him directly. He's also the Honorable Member of Parliament for the North Tongue constituency, one of the most vibrant constituencies we have in the country. He has done a lot of work. This is not his first stint with Parliament, even though he holds this position as minister fairly newly. And so for those of you who want to do work in communities outside of the Greater Accra region, he's also a great person to speak to because he knows how to engage communities, philanthropy, and whatnot. So he's here wearing those two hats, and I know he'll be very, very glad to speak to us when he does come. In the meantime, we have some sponsors, some people who are supporting us. I want to start by acknowledging the conclave, where we are. We haven't paid a dime for it, or a peswa, or a kobo. So a round of applause for them. And these are the kinds of partnerships that we want to see, the kinds of partnerships that the Guba Diaspora Network encourages and celebrates, where not everything has to be about money. There are different kinds of currency, and that's why I felt that was important that we introduce ourselves. You may not be able to afford something in terms of real hard cash, right? But you have a skill. You have, barter trade is very real, especially in Africa. No, we do it and we're very proud of it. Very real. And so you may have something of value that the next person can use, and then they in turn can offer you what you need. And so it's important to, but when we network, that's what we should be thinking about. How our secondary currencies beyond money can also gain us traction, move our businesses and our lives forward. All right. We have some people. Welcome. Round of applause for the ladies who just joined us. You're very welcome. People are still trickling in. So that's the conclave. I also want to thank, of course, you see up here, there's a very nice emblem next to the Guba Diaspora Network one, Diaspora Affairs Office of the Presidency. Now, they have been very supportive in many of the things that you've experienced. How many of you were at the Diaspora Summit in December? Okay, great. So you did hear from the foreign minister. Of course, the president himself was there. And the foreign ministry worked very closely with the Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President to pull that together. Now, they are very interested in what people like us in this room are doing. The diaspora is huge, it's massive. And thankfully, we're beginning to appreciate that, not just as a country, as a continent, as a diaspora people, but also as just individuals, really. Okay, and so on a policy level, when you have an office like that at the presidency, that means that the country takes what we're doing seriously, and it's serious business. So round of applause for them. I mentioned that the Ghana Tourism Authority is here. Many of you, I saw fashion, there's tour operators, many of you work directly within the space that this entity has jurisdiction over. All right, now some of you more indirectly, but the point is that whatever you do with your customer service, the products that you're churning out, the services that you're rendering, in one way, shape, form, or another, you are influencing our tourism footprint. And so the Ghana Tourism Authority is also very interested in what the diaspora needs, what we're interested in doing here, what we are doing already, and how they can support so that the support is relevant. So a round of applause for them as well. Thank you for your support, always, always. We also have Ben Crump, trial lawyer for justice. Do we all know who Ben Crump is? Does anyone not know? Okay, I would entreat you to find out who he is. In terms of Black legal brains, one of the most prolific, one of the most intelligent, and not only is he doing work in the diaspora beyond Africa, he's bringing that work here to the continent as well. And to see his logo up there should tell you that he's also very interested in making sure that the connections, don't forget that legal boundaries don't always go beyond the jurisdiction that you find yourself in. The police are here, the immigration don't tell us. Sometimes you're doing something in Ghana, you want to do business, you have a legal altercation that you need sorted out. Your jurisdiction here, your lawyer here, they can't solve that for you abroad. So it's important for those diaspora connections to happen even in the legal fraternity or sorority. So a round of applause for Ben Crump and his team. Now, there are many others who are supporting us today, and I will be letting you know who they are. You're drinking their drinks, you're seeing them, lots of real estate companies present, some of them also supporting what we're doing today. But the bottom line is that whatever you are here for today, I do hope you find it. I do hope that the second day of January 2026, you find what you need to see you through to the end of the year. Can I get an amen? Or a hey, yay, whatever it is. And then my gentleman who is representing the arts here, can you please just stand up for me? Okay, thank you. So look at him. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but who knows? All your artwork could go. So please have a seat. Thank you for indulging me. We've been having a lot of conversations lately about assets and what that means for Africa and the diaspora. We know that a lot of our assets tend to be cultural and artistic. We haven't really priced them properly. And it's the reason why we're having big conversations globally about reparations, artifacts, and whatnot. If we don't have more African art collectors, in 70 years, we'll still be asking ourselves why we are bringing back artifacts that we are renting. You know those stories. It's because we don't have enough African art collectors. So when you see pieces like this, you may not be an artist, you may not be the person who can create or fabricate, but you may be the person who can sow a seed into the business and the life of the artist, but more importantly, into the cultural arsenal and artifact history and heritage of Ghana and the diaspora. And so it's very important. They're not just here because there are things to be sold or there are things that can pop up on a wall when an entity has finished putting up some kind of building. They are here because they can also be an investment into our cultural heritage for the future. And I hope we're all understanding that some people feel that they need to have millions of certain kinds of currency before they own a piece of art, but that's not necessarily true. And I think that you can engage this gentleman, and he knows his stuff. He'll tell you some more as we go along. All right. Now, we begin. Okay. I want to introduce to you this morning a lady, in every sense of the word, who is a trailblazer. She's pretty much the reason why we're here today, because she has a whole team. She's doing so much for the diaspora space, so much to put Ghana on the map. However, her vision has brought us here this morning. And this is not the first time we're doing this conversation. There's a year attached to it. 2026 is not the first year. We've been here year after year. This year, the theme for the diaspora conversation is bridging continents, investing in Africa's future. Now, we've done the work. Diaspora is coming in. I like to say that Ghana is Africa for beginners. It's a game, it's Africa for beginners. You can branch out. However, beyond the coming, Beyond the partying, we've done a lot of that. Beyond the conversations, what next? How do we now, each and every one of us in our own small way, begin to invest in Africa's future by bridging the continents that we represent? Whether we like it or not, yes, there's a motherland, but we all represent some other continent in some other shape or form. And so I'd like to introduce to you the president and CEO of Guba, Lady Denta Amwating, MBE, to come and give us a welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you all. Happy New Year. Wow, we made it. Yeah, a lot of people didn't make it into 2026. So the fact that we're here, it's a good thing. So on behalf of Guba Diaspora Network, I am delighted to welcome you to the Diaspora Conversation under the theme, Bridging Continents, Investing in Africa's Future. As this is the first gathering of the year, I want to take the opportunity to wish you all a happy and prosperous new year. We pray that 2026 brings growth, clarity, opportunity, and progress for you all, your families, and everything that you have set your hands to do. It is truly powerful to see many of you gathered here today as leaders, professionals, entrepreneurs, creatives, policymakers, and members of the global African family, all in one room with a shared purpose to connect, to learn, and to build. The Diaspora Conversation was created because we recognized a gap between interest and information, between intention and action, and sometimes between the diaspora and the systems on the ground. Many people want to invest in Africa. Many want to relocate, do business, raise families, and build a lasting legacy here. But too often, the processes are unclear, the systems feel complex, and the right guidance is hard to access. And that's why we built this conversation. Today is about clarity. Today is about honest conversation. Today is about equipping you with the practical knowledge that empowers confident decision-making. Africa's future is not something that we wait for. It is about something we actively shape. We shape it ourselves. And the diaspora has a critical role to play in that story. Whether you are here to explore investment opportunities, understand the legal and administrative systems, or build partnerships, or simply learn from those who have walked this path before, and to hold your hand and make sure that you do the right thing. This is a space for dialogue, a space for learning, a space for collaboration. Now, before we officially begin, it is important to acknowledge and appreciate the partners and institutions whose support has made it possible. Thank you to the Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Anane, I see you, to Ben Crump, to the Diaspora Office, Cape May Properties, NIB, the Conclave, a food bank, and to also the government agencies that are here today. Thank you so much for coming. To the Ghana Police, to SNIT, to GTA, to NIA, to the Ghana Immigration Service, to the 24-hour economy, Lands Commission, Birth and Death, and the Registry Office. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for believing in Africa. And thank you for being part of the movement that turns conversation into impact. Once again, thank you so much for attending the Guba Diaspora Conversation. This is a really important event because when you are transitioning into a country, you need to know how the system works. Because sometimes we come in blindly. There's a system in the UK that works for the UK. There's a system in the US that works for the US. But when you come, you have to be patient. It doesn't work like it does in the UK. Please don't compare. You might be waiting for somebody. You might have ordered something. It might not come in what you ordered. But these are all things that you just have to prepare your mind. Otherwise, you will go back. You'll think, what's the point? But have you noticed that there's other cultures here? And they're going through the same thing that you're going through. And they're doing it and making a lot of money. So have patience for Africa. Have patience for the people here. And once you do, and you integrate with them, trust me, everything will go according to plan. We need to make sure that our diaspora come back, just as the Chinese brought their diaspora back, just as Singapore brought their diaspora back. Let's stop complaining, because when you go to the US and the UK, you adapt. You adapt to the code. You adapt to their system. So please adapt to Africa's system and let's grow Africa. Thank you so much.
Let's keep the applause going. And one more time for the president and CEO of Guba, Lady Denta Amwating, MBE. Thank you. Thank you for charging us for the day and indeed for the year and what's beyond. Now, we have some videos that we want you to watch, so please turn your attention to the screen. Should I talk over it? I see a beautiful lady in black. Okay, while we wait for the sound, let's do a little housekeeping. If you need to use the washroom, they're outside. So this is to your right, far corner. There are people around who can direct you as well. So there's a door hiding behind one of the curtains, and then they will usher you out. Okay, see this lady? Can you raise your hand? Yes, she's standing near the exit that leads to the washrooms. So you can ask anyone to help you if you have to use them. All right. Our video's ready? Is our sound ready? Or we are not sure yet? We're not sure yet. Okay. All right. So then in that case, is there anyone who didn't get to introduce themselves earlier who might like to? Not yet? Okay. Let's just hear from you. She's bringing it to you. Round of applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. Efishiapa.
So you're ready. Let's hear from her and then we'll go to the video. Go on.
Hello, everybody. Efishiapa.
I think I'm better here.
Okay. My name is Angelina Jimakwatin, and I'm bringing in to Ghana a good quality medical system. Our company name is Triple P Medical Solutions.
Triple P Medical Solutions. Okay.
So we do everything to journey with anyone, whatever you're going through, to bring the best outcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so our videos are ready. Sound is ready. Let's go.
As CPA properties, we understand that real estate investing is about more than just acquiring property. It's about maximizing value, minimizing risk, and achieving consistent return. Don't get nervous when investing in a property with gaming properties. If you're a diaspora and you're concerned with how you manage your property while living outside of Ghana, we as gaming properties understand how you feel. And so our full management options allow you to invest in a property and leave the rest of us to enjoy a peace of mind. Our business services include sales, full service property management, including tenant screening and leasing, rent collection and financial reporting, maintenance coordination, compliance with landlord-tenant laws. With KPA Properties, you now have a single partner to help you purchase, manage, and grow your real estate portfolio seamlessly. So if you're ready, take the hands of our push control or performance Our experienced team is here to help. Let's talk about how we can manage your investment properties and help you scale or enhance free property management. Hello,
my name is Dr. Michelle Lee. I'm the Director of Partnerships and Collection for Economic Secretary. And for Economic Initiative, it's about unlocking the vast potential inherent in Ghana economy, creating jobs, creating a very highly productive economy, an economy that capitalizes entrepreneurship and job creation. But for this ambitious program to succeed and truly scale, the diaspora has to be an integral part of the conversation. And do that, that's the conversations. We explore the different economic needs in terms of business opportunity, investment opportunities, the various components of the different variety of sectors that the opportunities in business, opportunities for job creation, and opportunities to really harness capacity, the full range of abilities that it does make to make it a success.
All right, round of applause for our partners and sponsors. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us this morning. Now we're going to have an address from a very special person. You know, there are a number of people who literally represent this bridge that we're talking about between continents. And the woman I'm about to introduce is one of them. Help me welcome to the stage with a resounding applause, the member of the British Parliament representing Clapham and Brixton Hill, Belle Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. I'm extremely pleased to be here at today's Guba Diaspora conversation and conference. I think it's very important that we firstly acknowledge the consistency of this particular event, and I think that's key. As somebody that works in the field that I do, I'm invited on a number of occasions to go to different things and speak at different events and speak at different launches, but Lady Denta and her team have been working hard on this for well over a decade, and they keep coming back and they keep driving the idea and the importance of the diaspora. So I think it's very, very important that we acknowledge how significant that is and the organizations that are keeping this particular bridge. I also acknowledge that we actually are on, I think, and I do believe it came down, GY Udwa grandfather. And I mention that because I think about the UK, the Ghana's past, and the way in which Ghana came to have independence and the struggles that occurred, and actually the local heroes that were involved. So when the renaming of all the streets happened, they decided that they would rename some of the streets after the local heroes. My grandfather, Nosuboi himself, had this road named after him, as somebody who was involved in the CPP and following Kwame Nkrumah's expulsion from the country, was arrested for a period of time. And I make that point because I think about Ghana independence. I think about actually how well the diaspora in the UK celebrate Ghana independence. And I think about how far Ghana has come, but also how far Ghana has to go and should have been able to go if it hadn't been exploited in the way that it has. Now, this year's theme, bringing continents together and investing in Africa's future, couldn't be more relevant. And that's because I believe the future isn't something that's distant or abstract. It's something that we are shaping right now. I think it's about the choices that we are making and the partnerships that we are building and all of the things that people are committing to invest in. Now, we talk a lot about the future, technology, innovation, and growth. And I say everywhere I go, speaking in my capacity, that Africa isn't actually waiting for the future. Africa is already building it. Africa is the future, and it's making all the waves that it needs to. Now, across the continent, we're seeing this type of innovation every day in our businesses, in our communities, and a lot of the sectors that many of you are involved in. They're delivering real economic value, but they're doing it against a very, very difficult backdrop where countries are still being extracted from and exploited in a way that is holding them back. Now, in spite of all of this, and we've seen that in Ghana's own economy, Africa is one of the most dynamic, the African continent overall is one of the most dynamic economic regions in the world today, and a number of people are acknowledging that. And this is something that I've seen firsthand in my role as the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Ghana, and looking at different ways in which the UK and Ghana can partner. Now, I've met entrepreneurs who are not waiting for solutions and who are also not waiting for the world to be more equal before they push forward. They are not waiting for these solutions to be imported to the continent, and they're not waiting for permission to innovate. And I see the diaspora wanting to get involved. And I see at times the diaspora struggling. You know, Lady Denta talked about a lot of the differences that we have between us. And it's very hard at times when you come as a diaspora, and especially when you are so rooted in your culture. So I first came to Ghana when I was 5. And when I came, I had believed very much that I was a Ghanaian, and that was it. And when I arrived, I realized that I was not really a Ghanaian. And on my various visits after that, people made a point of pushing that to me. And I've seen when people go and live outside of the country and come back, people treat them very differently also. And I think this is something that we need to acknowledge, and we need to think about in the way in which we operate. I very much embrace my dual identity as a British Ghanaian, but I also have to understand that it's not everything that I know about this country. Just because I may eat fufu in Brixton, that doesn't mean that I understand every single thing about Ghanaian culture. And just because I can take my pepper hotter than some of you here, doesn't mean that I understand the way in which your systems work. And I have to acknowledge that shortcoming. And as I said, over the years, coming back and forth and actually being able to travel more frequently back and forth, I realized that things have changed. And one of the major things that I've realized is a large number of people who have gone and worked abroad actually coming back into the country, wanting to work, wanting to invest, but also perhaps having a slightly different perspective around doing it. And they didn't have the infrastructure that they have now, and they certainly didn't have something like Guba to support them, but they pushed ahead anyway. And now we are so fortunate to have the Office of the President taking very seriously diaspora affairs, institutions like Guba working on these issues, and actually a number of different opportunities. You would have heard about the 24-hour economy and all the opportunity for investment in many different things like logistics and energy supply, the opportunity to support businesses that trade globally, and to create decent jobs and unlock growth. And I think about the way in which a lot of the diaspora are coming back, and I think about the vital role in which they play. And you've heard that phrase, the diaspora being that bridge. And I think that is extremely key, rooted in some ways in both worlds. And even when we are there very strongly clinging to our heritage, it's important that we acknowledge how we may understand the expectations of global markets, for example, here and wherever they're coming from, and understanding the realities of the potential of actually being uniquely placed to connect capital with opportunity. But my main message is this is something that has to be done in a way that is ethical, informed, and sustainable. Because how we engage as a diaspora, it matters as much as how we invest. A lot of talk is based around bringing money into the country or investing in X, Y, or Z. And yes, that is important, but we have to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past when we do it. And I touched on not necessarily understanding all things Ghanaian, because I think that's really important, because it can't mean extraction, that we're dressing up as opportunity, and it can't mean buying cheap or underpaying labor or stripping value out of local economies. We can't, as people criticize colonialism and then reproduce it in our own practices because we've come from somewhere that in some ways we are told is better. That is absolutely not right. And, you know, we see it here sometimes. People are here enjoying Christmas in Ghana. Not the other phrase that has been used to describe it. They're enjoying Christmas in Ghana, and they're going about, and you'll see it at occasion. Yes, sometimes people may try and charge you more because they hear your accent, but at the same time, because you're coming from where you're coming from, you're trying to get the price less, even though you know that at home you wouldn't pay that. And I think people go about those practices, and in some ways they think it's fair. They've come to Ghana. Things are meant to be cheap, so they're going to get them as cheap as possible without understanding the value of the work and perhaps the creativity and the industry that is here. So in that mindset, yes, things may be cheaper here, but understand that you are just as bad as your average colonialist if you come and you demand to get things at a price which you know is not fair and not in line with the cost of living here. So all investment has to be fair, and it has to be transparent. Not necessarily having certain regulatory systems doesn't mean that you should be trying to cut any corners. And it has to be rooted actually in partnership. It has to be rooted in partnership, you know, backing African-led businesses, paying fair value, trying your best to build local capacity, and committing in the end for the long term. And again, understanding that very, very key point that Lady Denta touched on earlier, and that is patience. Now, if you know me, you'll know that I'm a lovely person and I have many qualities, but patience is not one of them. But I recognize, God forgive me, that this is a very, very bad thing. Unfortunately, I also recognize that it's something that has been instilled in me because of where I was born and the rate and the speed at which we get things. And yes, I think it has to be said on both sides that whilst we coming from the diaspora have to exercise some patience, on the other side as well, we have to see a situation where systems improve so that these issues are not a problem and not necessarily make excuses in that way. But again, just understanding fully that we are not coming here to import something. Nobody coming from abroad is better than anybody in this country. Now, we're looking at all of the different ways in which you might potentially invest and get involved in the range of different opportunities that are being made available. And I pointed to the 24-hour economy. And that investment in creative and cultural industries are already connecting Africa to the global audiences. And that's why this conversation really matters, because the bringing together of continents isn't necessarily just about geography. It's about building up that trust, dialogue, shared ambition. And I think it's important now that we change the way that we're thinking, because for far too long, Africa has been viewed through the wrong lens. People are looking at it as a place of risk rather than return. And when we're thinking about coming to invest here, in some ways, people always use that phrase, oh, I want to come back and help. I always say that nobody here needs your help. Your partnership perhaps would be useful, but nobody here needs your help. So it's not looking at it as aid and looking at it more as support and investment. Because the reality is that economies on this continent are growing faster than economies at home. Coming from the UK, in let's say about 30, 40 years, 1 in 4 people in my country are going to be over 65. And then on this continent, we're going to see 50% of the world's young people. So as the populations here are young, demand is rising and innovation is already shaping this global country. And just other countries are seeing this, other major investors are seeing this, and nobody can afford to stand still. We are at a pivotal time as the diaspora. At the moment, the remittances that we are sending back are eclipse completely foreign direct investment and aid combined, but they are not being strategically placed. They are being, I'm not sure exactly how they're being spent, but they are not being spent necessarily directly in investing in this country. And that's going to make a massive difference if we can do that. So that, I would say, is your charge. If we get this right, we have the opportunity to unlock growth and build resilience. And we, the diaspora, are that bridge. Having that understanding of two different cultures makes such a massive difference in how we can innovate here. And bringing continents together is not just about words, it's about action. So I think it's important that we, as well as look at what we are doing and what we want to invest in and where we want to engage, that we actually invite everybody as well on the global stage. I've always said that Ghanaians are the best advertisement for Ghana. Everybody knows and loves a Ghanaian in the UK. Many of them think that we may all know each other. That's definitely not the case. But I think we are that best advertisement, making the point that it is possible to invest here. And actually, when you do that, you actually help grow an ecosystem. I'm not one for gatekeeping. I think it's very, very important that you explain to everybody when you are talking about these things, how possible it is to do business here. And I think that only supports everybody in the long run. So I would say that diaspora has a responsibility. The diaspora has a keen opportunity to help shape that future. But as I said, the main way in which we have to do that is make sure that it's fair, not just ambitious, and also make sure that it's shared, because the future belongs to all of us, whether we were born within Africa or outside of it. And I believe that, through these conversations and through this dialogue, there is so much that can be built. And I'm looking forward to hearing all of the different ways in which we can do that today. Thank you.
Let's keep the applause going for Belle Ribeiro Addy. And she is once again the member of the British Parliament representing Clapham and Brixton Hill. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for that inspiring address. Was it inspiring? Yeah, round of applause one more time. All right, we are going to get into our first panel, where we will have the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, and the Ghana Tourism Authority. We're going to have a conversation. And of course, they're here to answer your questions as well. Before we do that, I want to remind you that if you do need to use the washrooms at the back to your far right in the corner, there are some people there who can direct you. You have to go outside a door. They will sort you out in that regard. Now, let me officially introduce myself. My name is Apioko Seyira Mashong Abe. Apioko will suffice, as I like to say. Apioko is a Ghana name, but it means money and gold in the Futu language. So be nice to me, and money and gold will come to you. All right, I am a poet, an author, a media practitioner. My media home is Channel 1 TV, City FM, where I'm the head of programs, and I'm also a cultural curator. Now, may I invite some very important people to the stage so that we begin our conversation. First on my list, DCOI Edith Penelope Ahin from the Ghana Immigration Service. Round of applause for her. DCOI, please, your uniform is too nice. I want one. Please have a seat. One more round of applause. Next up, the applause, the next time I ask for it, it's becoming weak. Next up, we have DCOP, Mr. Darko Ofe Lomote. And he, of course, is from the Ghana Police Service, Director General for Research and Planning. He's the Director General for Research and Planning. Thank you, DCOP, for joining us. And last but definitely not the least, he's no stranger to this space, Mr. Ben Ananensia. He's the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Authority. Please, one more round of applause. We can do better than that. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but why do you look nervous?
Hello.
We are just coming to have a conversation, So let me start from here. And I'll ask the audience first, and you can just show by hand. When you think of institutions like the Ghana Police Service, Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Tourism Authority, are these institutions that you believe you need to know more about personally? If you are, by show of hand. Okay. All right. So you can Google Ghana Police Service, Ghana Immigration Service, GTA. What will pop up will pop up. But we're here today to find out how we should be engaging them. Because a lot of the time, and I'm not going to be very diplomatic here, the friction comes because there's ignorance on our part, but then also maybe how we engage each other and we're not doing it the right way. So we want to talk about how to engage these institutions. So I'm going to start from DCOP, Lomote. Please just tell us, we're in the diaspora space, we're here, we're in Ghana. We know that the Ghana Police Service is for law and order, right? But beyond that, why is it important for us to engage the service?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As you have introduced myself, I'm Deputy Commissioner of Police, Neo Fred Lomote. I'm from Osuye. And I wanted in Africa, when you are given a microphone, you have two ways to find out whether it's working: to tap it on the head or to play hot air.
DCOP, sorry, we're able to hear his initial words because of the plane. Okay, yes. I'm sorry.
I was running it through because of it. Yes, the Ghana Police Service. I was very happy to hear everybody talk about what they are doing, what they intend to do, and what they will be doing. So beautiful. All that will be done and become successful if we create the enabling environment, that is security. So security is assured for all the intentions that you have and all the plans that you have. Therefore, the Ghana Police Service comes in as the one who would protect life, protect property, prevent crime, investigate crime, and prosecute if they need be. So within all the steps, we fit in everywhere. And that is the basic thing police will be doing for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. DCOI, please let me come to you. Now, the Ghana Immigration Service is very popular in the diaspora space for many reasons. But again, how can we engage you? At some point, we'll speak to the National Identification Authority, NIA. Beyond the Ghana card, as people are coming here from the diaspora, want to make a life here, how do we engage the Ghana Immigration Service?
Thank you. Good morning and Happy New Year to you all. Ghana Immigration Service is mandated to regulate the entry and exit of all persons, including foreigners or the diaspora. Aside that, we are also in to deal with your visas and resident permits. So right from the word go, the engagement starts with the acquisition of your visas and your entry at the airport. We are there. So I think most of the time we engage our passengers to know what they are in for. And right there, we start giving advices. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DC. A round of applause. We'll come back to you. I know we have some questions. Ms. Anna Nancy, the Ghana Tourism Authority. Now, this is your season. The Christmas in Ghana, and the other name that Belle didn't want to mention. But beyond all of this, the Ghana Tourism Authority does play a very critical role in how we experience Ghana. So maybe you want to shed a little light on that. What's your role and why should we be interested in engaging the Ghana Tourism Authority?
Okay, thank you very much. Happy New Year, all of you. And honorable, pleasure listening to you. There's some good water in Brixton. I'll show you where to find it. When you come up with the tube station, about 200 meters on the left there. Anyway, like she rightly said, December in GH is a big period for us, and immigration police, they haven't been They've deployed people from outside the region because we deliberately and intentionally wanted to create an enclave in Ghana where everybody has fun for this particular period. The rest of the year is important, but this year, this period, it was done deliberately to fill our hotel rooms, to boost the numbers and get all the benefits from people here. Now, the people who come, some are what you probably call pure visitors. They are, they are Americans or Caribbeans or whatever. And there are others who are also people like Honorable, Ghanaians, second, third generation Ghanaians who are visiting family, people coming from Nigeria. We like all of that. But beyond the fun, you realize that people sometimes then want to invest in the tourism space. They want to, when people were calling what they do, people are event organizers, tour operators, building hotels, and all of those things. And the law requires that to operate a tourism business, you must be registered and licensed by the tourism authority. So that's when the engagement with us becomes a little more concrete, and then we can help you along the road to make sure that you achieve your dreams in the best, least stressful way. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Round of applause for Mr. Anna and Isia. Okay, so let's get into the conversation. I'm going to start with you, DCOI, because like you rightly said, once people come into the country, the first thing is, are you here legally? And so for many of us and many people who would like to come to Ghana, their very first interaction with any kind of institution would be the Ghana Immigration Service. But what are the different kinds beyond the visa? So somebody comes, how long does your visa last? Now you want to work here. What do you have to do? You know, how does it all work? If you can break it down for us.
Thank you. With the visas, we have different types of visas that you can apply for from the mission. If you are a tourist, we have the tourist visa. If you are coming here for a short business or some business engagement, we have the business visas in the form of the B2. And mind you, even when you are given 5 years visa to enter Ghana with, when you arrive, we condition your stay by giving you 60 days to stay. If you are not staying that long and you leave before that time, fine, we are okay. But if after the 60 days you are still in the country, you are not yet done with your engagement or your business, whatever you wanted to embark on, you are advised to come to immigration office. Now we have immigration office at your doorstep. We have it in our communities. We have it in the regions, the districts, and everywhere. You go there and then you apply for extension of stay. You apply to extend your stay. And we do all these to ensure that you are in the country legally, because our enforcement team, they are always around. They go around the hotels and everywhere, the companies or whatever, they are there. So if you are in this category, the best thing for you to do is to approach the immigration office close to you and then apply for extension of your visa so that you can stay. And going forward, if you have come in, you have done your engagement, now you want to establish a business, you come further with your business documentation, and we work hand in hand with GIPC and all those companies. We work with registrar generals and everything. So if you are able to get all your documentations right, then you can come to immigration. And now we have a diasporan desk at the presidency. And
I think that deserves a round of applause.
yeah. So all the diasporans, if you truly want to live legally and do your business in an enabling and comfortable environment, I advise you go to the office of the president, to the diasporan office, and then you see them, they will engage you. And all the documentations you need, they will tell you, because we work hand in hand with them. And when all your documents are right, they will give you the introductory letter to be accompanying all your documents. And then they will bring all your documents to us for processing of your work permit or your residence permit. The permit, we have it in various forms. We have the work permit, the residence permit, and then we have the dependent permit, depending on what you are in to do. Thank you.
Thank you. DCI, I'm going to stay with you just a little longer. There are many members of the diaspora, especially those who know their roots, that, I'm from Ghana. My grandfather was Ghanaian, just as Honorable Ribera Adi mentioned, or I feel I've done my tests, my DNA ancestry test, and it's traced back to Ghana. Or when I come here, I know in my spirit that this is home. Or I just like Ghanaians and I want to live here. I want to do business here. I've fallen in love here. I want to marry someone here. All these are reasons that make people say, beyond the business, beyond working for a company for a couple of years, I want to live here permanently. How do you begin to move beyond that residence permit phase where you can now say, okay, I want to be a Ghanaian citizen?
Very well. Yes, for you to be a Ghanaian citizen in your business and everything, when you have set up, there's a number of years you have to spend in Ghana before you can progress to that stage. Everything is by process. Once you are investing in Ghana, it used to be, I think, 8 years. You have to work in the country for about 8 years. That's your establishment of your business with all your investment and everything. And they have a certain number of amount you must invest before you can progress to the Ghanaian citizenship. And if you want to start that process, we start from the Ministry of the Interior. That is where all the forms are and the requirements. So you pick and then they will direct you to immigration. Then all the necessary checks. Please, when you come, it isn't the same day that you will get everything done. It is a process. We also need to go through the documentation to ascertain the genuinity of all the documents you have presented and all the necessary security checks we have to do, we do it. That is why when you bring your documents for the citizenship, it takes some time. It takes some time because it's back and forth. When we have done our initial investigations about you to ascertain that you are indeed, you enter the country rightfully or legally through maybe acquiring a visa or visa on arrival or whatever. We do all those small checks and the places that you have been to when you enter the country, the people you have encountered with, we will do all those checks and do a report about you and then send it back to the Minister of the Interior. Then he will also gather his team, the legal team, to work on it. And then after that, we proceed. And it's finally awarded by the government or the president. Yes. And it's a process. Yeah, that is why. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DC. A round of applause. Does that answer some questions so far? Okay, great. Let's go to DCOP, Lomate. Now, there are lots of, and I dare say, misconceptions about security in Ghana. Lots of them. And I'm saying misconceptions because I'm working in the media. People say all sorts of things. And we know that many of them are not true. And indeed, we do work very closely with you. However, people also have their encounters with the police. And when people's encounters are negative, you can't take away from what they've experienced. That's their experience. But I want to start with you, and specifically by asking, when diasporans come here, some people may face extortion, some people encounter, unfortunately, even some officers, the experience is not so pleasant. How do we even begin to work together? Because I know now you're doing a lot of sensitization for the force, because specifically we have diasporans coming in, and it's a different demographic, let's be honest. They are not, you don't engage the same way you engage Ghanaians. We don't always understand each other. So how has it been, and what are some of the processes that we should also be aware of from the Ghana Police Service?
Thank you very much. With the police, we have to provide security. And as I said, there's a need for us to give the 24 hours security to all diasporans and all Ghanaians. Of course, there will be movement here and there. They are bound to meet the police on the way, at their homes and at their workplaces and wherever they may find themselves. Of course, there are some few ones that are not up to what we expect. Our motto says service with integrity. And that is the hallmark and the basis on which they hold us to see account. If it comes to the attention of the administration, action is taken. I remember there was one that ran the social media for a long time. Somebody who had come, had a complaint. In fact, they followed up to the US. And finally, the one who made the allegation refused to show up and said he has visited somebody here. That person was contacted, and the person also showed that she's not ready to assist. And the only thing that you can do is to get information. And once it comes to the preview of the police administration, action is taken. And we have a whole directorate that deals with accountability to make sure that our people are held to account. And that's what we call the PPSB. That's the Professional Policing Standards Bureau. In fact, it's headed by a commissioner of police. And once it comes up,
please take note of that. The PPSB. PPSB
is the organ charged to see to accountability when it comes to policing. If getting the information is the most important thing, once we get it, we work at it. We also appeal to them that it takes time to investigate. It's something that you must ask, you must cross-check, you must find out, taking into cognizance the person's human rights and the rest. It might take a little longer, but please be patient with us. And once the allegation is made, investigation is immediately started, and we expect an input from the person making the allegation. It is not sufficient to say this person has done that, and then you say you will not talk again. Therefore, we will not be able to actually get what is the truth. And that is where I will urge your patience. And action will be taken so far as it comes to the hearing of the police administration. Thank you.
Thank you, DCOP. But let me ask, so how do we, so one may say, okay, there's a police station in pretty much every community. And so if you have an issue, you approach the station and you lodge your complaint. But sometimes we don't get the results we need there. So how do we even lodge our complaints or raise our concerns with the police service for them to even go through the process of investigation or for us to get the support we need from you?
Thank you. The one that you just mentioned, to report to the nearest police station or the nearest senior person. But now we also monitor the social media 24/7. And some of the one that I talked about actually was picked out from
very active accounts.
Yes. So there are people who it's their duty to monitor the social media. And if such allegations come up, we follow up. In fact, we do not even wait for you to come, but we'll start the process. So just get the information there. If it's through the social media, it will be picked up and we worked on. While I was here, I was monitoring what was going on about something that has come up and action has been taken. The Public Affairs Directorate is tasked to get all the needed information pertaining to the whole country, anyone who is in it. So please feel free to give your information to all the bodies that you have. The Ghana Tourist Board, if it comes to their attention, they can give to us, Guba, wherever. Once the information is put outside there, police will get it and then we'll act on it. Thank you.
DCOP, please let me stay with you a little while longer. So you mentioned the PPSB. Now, the Ghana Police Service has many other divisions for specific cases. For example, I mean, I always talk about dove soup because I'm a woman and I deal with a lot of those cases. But what are some of those key institutions within the service or units within the service that we should know about and pay attention to?
The CID is available for investigations. We also have a whole directory set for the embassies and people who would use them. And then we have the foreign police units that do community engagement. If you come up, we go to the communities, we interact with them. And of course, social media is an area that we work at very well. And therefore, wherever it comes up, it will be referred to the appropriate person to act on it. And it depends on how the story generates. But these are the key things that are likely to receive it. And the 24-hour economy secretariat, we have police representation there. And so if it comes up there, it will surely be brought up for action. And that part is under my directorate, which is transformation. So it comes there, we work at it. Therefore, the information is very important. And there are several ones when it comes, as and when, and what they want to, we'll get solutions to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for DCOP. No, and the Ghana Police Service social media accounts are extremely active. All you have to do is mention them on X, tag them on Facebook, tag them on Instagram, and straight away they are on the case. We experienced it over and over and over and over. Sometimes even more quickly than when you go to the police station. But and they follow through, and a lot of important updates on cases of public interest are also given via those channels. So if you're on social media, you can take your phones out, go and look for Ghana Police Service, follow them. Very important cases, high profile cases, things that the community needs to know about safety-wise, they put all the updates there. Now, Ghana Tourism Authority,
Yes.
Now, you mentioned something very important in your opening submission about the fact that many of the businesses that have even been introduced here today, at some point, will have to deal with the GTA. So I want you to clarify the sort of the synergy between Office of the Registrar of Companies and then the Ghana Tourism Authority and how all of that works.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Tourism businesses are businesses just like any other business. So they have to go through the normal registration that businesses have to do. But if for you to get a license from the tourism authority, there are certain mandatory documentation you must present. It includes evidence that it's registered as a business, so you must have dealt with them. For example, if it's a hotel, there must be evidence of ownership of the hotel or rent or tenancy or something. We can't just license a place where we are not even sure that the person who says is the owner or where he has a lease with the landlord or something like that. Then we need to be sure that it has a building permit. Reason is that we are not engineers. So if you have built a structure that does not conform to the standards, if we license it and the thing collapses, we are liable. I mean, we have been negligent. And the appropriate people to tell us that this building meets the standards, is safe, is the building permit people that has to come from the district assembly where they are. They have a unit for that, you know. And if, for example, it's a hotel, let me use a hotel because the usual one, and it's more than 40 rooms, then you must have environmental protection. It's not a permit like an approval, you know, because, or if it's even a small size hotel and it's an environmentally sensitive area, like on a lagoon or something, there has to be evidence that you're not going to mess up the ecosystem, you know. And then fire. The fire service should have inspected the building and given a report that it is safe. And then the police must have conducted a security assessment to tell us that everything is fine. And then also the background check on the owner of the property. I mean, if you are a Mexican drug lord, you can't come and hide here and build a hotel somewhere in Pram Pram and think that's fine. We have to be sure that you're not whoever is behind it, you know, and so those things come together. And of course, we go and do the physical inspection of the place so that we can grade it and issue the licenses. But those are, it's in the law actually. We don't have the liberty to ignore those things. It's prescribed in our act that to issue alliances, these mandatory requirements must have been satisfied. So that when we say that Apioko Hotel is a 5-star, then and the tourist board says you can go there, it means all those things have been taken care of. All the necessary agencies have satisfied that this business is okay, and then we can go. And these licenses are renewed every year. Every year, yeah, we do an inspection. It can be upgraded, it can be downgraded, it can be closed down, it can be shut down, and all of those things. So it's the law, and we should try and follow it. Yeah,
It's the law, but I'll stay with you. It's a little bit more obvious when it's a hotel. The examples that you've used: a hotel, a tourism operator, travel and tours. But what kinds of businesses, typically beyond what we would expect or what's obvious, also qualify for these licenses and must engage the authority?
Okay, the accommodation space, hotels, guest houses, motels, all of that. Then the catering places, restaurants. We like to call the chobas informal catering establishment. There are too many fancy people in the tourism. Okay, they like to but those are different kinds of accommodation facilities. They are there. Then there are the travel trade ones, the tour operators, the tour guides, the car rentals, the cruise ship, operators, and all of that. And then there are also tourism sites proper. For example, if you went to Salaga, where the big trees, the site itself is licensed as a tourist site, and they are just like for hotels. There are things that must be in place for you to get a license. Handicap access, decent washrooms, carrying capacity constraints, and all of those things are.
So in this case, in some cases, you're working very closely with the Ghana Museums and Monuments.
Definitely. In fact, the law says that even the museum, like the castles, have to be designated as tourism sites and also issued an appropriate licenses. Of course, with them, because it's a public institution, there's certain things we waive. But then the intention of the law is to make sure that when visitors go to any site, there's enough consideration of safety, their welfare, and all of that, and that they will have a fairly decent experience. Now these days, you also have what they call online travel agencies, Airbnb operators. All of them, they all fall into the tourism space, and appropriately, they have to be issued with licenses. Yeah.
Do we all understand this? We get it. Okay. So I'm going to open up the floor for questions now. I think the three, between the two gentlemen and the lady, they've laid the foundation. So do you have specific questions, issues that you'd like addressed while they're here for a little bit longer on the stage? Okay, there's a hand here. There's one there as well. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Is it a bit high for you?
You can have a mic.
Tex, can we please help? Okay,
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a wonderful panel. My question is actually for immigration. So you explained the process for citizenship, and I was wondering, for someone who used to be a Ghanaian that acquired another nationality and therefore sort of like renegated their Ghanaian nationality, is it the same process or is it a different one for that case? Thank you very much.
All right, so let's take a couple more. There's a hand here as well. Yes, you can come. Please come to the middle. Okay, so you'd like us to bring, okay, so we'll bring the mic to him. She's bringing it to you. Are you, okay, it's fine. Any other hands? Okay, so you can join up next.
Thank you. My question, it's not a question at the same time, it's just a comment. When I came this morning, the police the person from the press was already here in the morning, and he waited till this time. And as a diaspora, time starting on time is a problem. And as we don't have patience to wait for that long. So my question is, what is your advice for us?
That's an interesting one. Thank you.
Hello. My question is, like, how is what you're saying, the information, is it online? And how can these process and procedures be more efficient? Because sometimes it takes days or weeks to get stuff done. But if there's a checklist of things that need to be done, it just makes it easier. So my question is, how efficient and is the information readily available online?
Wonderful. Let's take one more, okay? And then we can do that round.
Okay, my name is Patrick, and my question goes to the police boss. So I want to know, assuming I want to do business in Ghana, are you able to profile the whole country and give us maybe crime-prone areas or where we need to be very cautious or where not to go? Is it a detailed one? Is there a way we can have it? Maybe online or anywhere we can have it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's answer the questions. The first one went to DCOI.
Thank you. The laws of Ghana allow for dual citizenship. So, and now I know that some countries that did not allow for dual citizenship, they are now allowing it. So if for one reason or the other, you want to denounce one of the nationality, maybe you have some presidential ambitions or whatever, then you also have to go through the same process. It's a legal process, and legal processes usually take some time because it's back and forth. So that one day you will not come and tell the whole nation that you compelled me to denounce the other nationality. So it's a process you have to go through before the denunciation is acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that clear? Does that answer your question? Wonderful. Yes, let's take yours, Ms. Ananias.
Yes. What's the lady who asked the question? Yes, it's these processes are online. If you go to our Ghana.travel, you click it, all the information is available. You send your information via email, and we take it on from there. Payment of license fees and all, it's all online. But there's a need for a physical inspection of the property because then the inspectors must determine the grade. So at that point, then they come, they arrange with you and they come around. All the documents we are asking for, you just upload them online. Your business registration certificate and all of that. So it's online. Yeah.
Good. That's wonderful. Ms. Ananisia, could you please repeat the website one more time so people can take notes of it?
www.ghana.travel. Okay, that's the
www.ghana.travel.
Yeah.
Ghana.travel. Okay. DCOP. Yes. You can take them in any order.
Thank you very much. My brother wants to know, in this world, you will never have time unless you create time. If you create time, you will always be on time. So that is why right from our training, we train people to be able to work at any time, at any place, during any occasion. So it's one of the standards that we put into police training, and therefore we go by time. We are trained to be at the place, at the duty place, at least 30 minutes to the time. At least. That means you are late. So you personally have to make time to be here. Once I am aware it's 9 o'clock, I needed to be here to see the facility, to know and look at it from the security point of view, what is needed. If somebody is to come up, I have to update that person. So in the world, and I also urge all of us Those from the diaspora, they do they go by it. That you can never have time unless you make time. So we also appeal to all. It's a Ghanaian thing that we also inculcate into our own children to learn to go by time. Thank you for the point. The other one is about crime. Oh yes, as a service, we have what we call hotspots. And fortunately for Ghana, the whole of the West African sub-region, even Africa, we're the most peaceful. It's because we are in it, you don't see it. But once you get out of the country, you get to see that Ghana is very peaceful. So we have mapped out strategies that involves patrols on vehicles, on foot. We are in the air. We are in the seas. We are everywhere, making sure that we gather sufficient information to fight and combat crime. Very recently, if you are observant, you have seen that we took delivery of 40 armored vehicles that was provided to us to use in fighting highway robberies. So those vehicles have since been allocated to places where we consider are, robbery-prone areas, particularly with our mothers who go to, the markets. We want to give them, the best security by making sure that those roads. So we have now been able to make sure that the roads are safe, and diasporans will always like to move around, and therefore you don't have to fear because we are taking care of the roads. And not only the 40 that we have, others, a lot more is on the way. And when they arrive, they'll be adored as we did with the 40. So Ghana, I can assure everyone, is very peaceful. Ghanaians will talk freely about the things that bothers them. You address them and you are okay. And we also encourage community engagement. And when we go, we listen to the community and they tell us exactly what is, they see as a security challenge, and we work at it. So we update ourselves. And whilst I'm here, even when my sister was talking, you saw me writing, I'm updating. And we'll add it to our briefing for them to go to work. I can assure you that Ghana is very peaceful. We'll come, invest, get your returns, and we'll protect you. I remember one day I was watching Sky. I like watching Sky. And I saw my sister talking, and she was, by the end of her delivery, I identified this person is a Ghanaian and should come from Osu. We have no problem so far as crime combat is concerned. We have the hotspots, we have identified them, we have created the necessary strategies that we are working at. And a lot of the things, so security-wise, you might not be able to tell everything outside there, but I can assure you, and it's yielding positively. You can see since your entry into the country, how we have managed the security situation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, DCOP. So I want us to wrap this up. Oh, okay.
It's really important that we ask the questions, because if the police are here, they're taking everything that we're saying, it can change the way in which they behave. It could change the way in which they do things. One of the questions that I get a lot is about the stoppage. When the police stops you, some of them do ask you for money, let's be real. And what is the process? Sometimes they tell you, they get in your car, which is sometimes very uncomfortable. And they want to get in your car to go to the police station. What is the process? If I don't have my driver license, what happens? Are they supposed to take, I thought you have, I think 24 hours to produce your driver license, but sometimes they'd say, no, you have to go to the police station. What is the process of us diasporans who are here when we see the police. Sometimes they stop, they just put the light on and then we drive off. How do you know who's a criminal? Like, yeah. Is that some of the questions you wanted to ask? Please
So in
be
other
vocal.
words, people are being
It's
diplomatic.
hard to get all of the government agencies here. Please ask your questions. This is why we do this event. There's no event like this, that government agencies come and you have open questions to them. Ask the questions, please, before they go. I know we're running out of time, but these are very, very, very important questions so that you know how and what to do in those situations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And she's already started telling you what to do. Your license can temporarily be taken just for 24 hours. But we have our hotlines that you can call. You can call 191. You can call 18555. That one for all the networks. And then send your message. And action will be taken. 191 18555. And that is toll free for all the networks. So if you're on MTN, Telecel, AT, take that number, call, and the police will respond. So that's the quickest way of reporting it. And as I said, you can also go to the nearest police station and report, and that will come to the desk of the PPSB, because that is where any unprofessional conduct by a policeman or a policewoman is handled, so that that person will be identified. Several of them have been identified and action has been taken. Maybe we'll need to add it that after action has been taken, we'll let the public know what is happening. But you will be hearing of interdiction. That interdiction is simply to let you make yourself available for further investigations. And once it comes to the attention of the administration, action will be taken. And we encourage all to report. We have this Methuselah, thing about bribery and corruption. Maybe we might have been tackling only two, but I think the giver, the taker, the one who facilitated it, the one who knows about it. If you get these four, that canker can be taken away. We are using human beings, and they would not all be upright. So when the bad nuts are identified, action is taken. In fact, some of them after investigations are referred for service inquiry, which is internal, after which punishment is given, if indeed what is said is so. So feel free to get the information out. I gave you the American woman's example. Social media, we picked it up. We followed, even through the embassy. And the person says, he's not ready to come and talk. And we ask, who can help? The friend that she says she has visited, we also visited the friend. The friend also declined further activity. So any other means, apart from the numbers that I've mentioned, social media is vibrant. It does not sleep, and the police is monitoring. And if we get it, we call. In fact, we call several of our men to come and answer to. After we have gotten some footages for us, it helps in the investigations. I don't know whether I'm making sense to you. But of course, I should say, if any of you have suffered that, we apologize for that unprofessional conduct on you. But that should not be used as in a generic form to mean that all of us are doing so. There are several good ones who are doing the right thing. And the reason why we have the checkpoints is to fight crime, to make sure that you go home, you come out of your home, you get back, you have a sound sleep without criminals worrying you. And to check for arms. And sometimes we are supposed to do random check. Once a while you check and then you search. to let the person go. But human as we are, some might be going beyond that and do what you have just mentioned. But it is not an acceptable behavior by the police service. And if we find them, we take action against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DCOP.
Thank you very much for that. My question is quite simple. I do have some diasporans who want to often visit our farms, which are in very remote locations. Some locations you don't even have cellular network, and safety becomes a concern. I wanted to find out, is there any process to ensure that if we are taking people who are not Ghanaians to such remote locations where we operate, they can have some form of security? Or, I mean, I know Ghana is safe. I mean, I go to those places all the time, but is there a need for that? Or if we do want to have such a thing, what's the process and what's the cost involved? If something should happen that had borders on security in such locations, what would we have to do so that we can preempt some of these things and prepare? Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
please.
That's a very good question. We encourage organizers to write officially to the nearest police station. It will be taken from there, and you will provide their security, a vehicle, and then but there must be an escort to wherever you are going and back. And before I came here, I was in the Upper West region as the regional commander. People applied, and we brought them here to do whatever they will do and send them back. And I always organize one at the Y Airport that goes to Jirapa, Dubai, Kuzi Hotel, and it is efficient. So once the police is aware, we would provide security. But if the police is not aware, I think you pardon us that we didn't follow you. So all are encouraged to get the nearest police station informed by way of official writing. When you write, it's better. Some of you might have friends and then you decide to call a friend and say, do this. It's difficult to manage it. But if you write officially, this thing will be provided, security will be provided to wherever you are going and back. That is one way to look at it. No. Cost in terms of movement to the place, when you write, that will sort it out. But there's no cost because we'll take it as part of the patrols that will send you the income. Send you the income.
And on the last one, if you have a security incident in such a remote location, what's the process to follow?
Once the escort is with you,
When there's no escort, you have a security
are going forward. We're talking about going forward now. Yes.
So DCOP, there's the one on the one hand going to a remote location, an organizer coming to the police to get the needed security escort, but then you're in a remote location. Remember earlier he mentioned that many of these locations don't even have cell service, no network. So in the incident where they are there, there's no police station where you can walk to. How do you deal with such a problem?
Our expectation is that you report it to the nearest police station. If in the remote area you don't have one, if you come to town, report is there. It will pick that and work. So wherever you find a police facility, it could be a police post, it could be a police station, it could be a district headquarters, a divisional headquarters, or the regional headquarters, and even the national headquarters. Just report to the police, the nearest one to you, wherever it happens, and actually, originated from there. In fact, there's some of the if it happens, somebody can walk to me in Accra here, we'll make an entry in one of our station diaries, give you an extract to go to where it's happened. Because some people are not able to know the geography, the policing, this thing, like what they call demarcations. We, as a service, we have 25 regions, but politically we have 16. So it happens, for example, Kaswa. Things may, crime might take place in Wija, and the person moves to Kaswa to report. Wija is in Greater Accra region for us. So the entry is made there, the extract is prepared and sent to Wija to work on, because that's their jurisdiction. So wherever you report, they will sort you out.
Okay.
And I encourage all, when it happens at a remote place, go to the nearest police station or police facility, or on the way, the police, we have some checkpoints, report it to them, and it will come up for action.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay, there's one last hand. Please. Yes.
I think if I speak up a bit for the police, there's a culture here that because they do the job, they are out in the rain and whatever. There's a certain expectation for you to appreciate the job they're doing. So you can't have it both ways. The checkpoints are everywhere. For example, if that's the closest to the remote place you're asking about, that's where you're gonna go report the crime. And that's where you're gonna meet your police. Now, in a light-hearted way, I get that, Rasta, I get that a lot. They will ask, and if I say there's nothing today, I don't have a problem, by and large. So the thing I wanted to say is stand up for the police because the job is hard, it's hot out there. And if they do ask, they have the confidence to speak up man to man or woman to woman and say, not today. Because a lot of the times the point is, can you show your appreciation for the job that we're out here doing? Not if you don't give me money, you can't go. I think that has to be, there's a difference. It's not that it doesn't happen, but there's a difference in between the two. And I don't know how you stand with that, the police asking for that. Maybe it's better they don't ask, but that's just, it needs to be said. Now, there's a thing in America, it's happening a lot this year where people record interactions with police and they then put it on social media or whatever. If I'm being recorded, I'm less likely to be doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. Where is the law here in that if I'm stopped and something is happening I'm a bit nervous about, I get my phone out and I make sure the whole thing is on video. Are they allowed to stop me doing that? And if they're not allowed, then that would be a good way for me to make sure that I am safe. Because sometimes, when I first started coming here, you don't always feel safe. It's just you and two guys. And if they tell you you are gonna give us money, you feel like there's not a lot you can do. As a younger man, you get nervous. Not anymore, but I can appreciate when people come over the diaspora, they're not in the same position. So the question is, can you video the interaction? And is that legal, or can they order you to stop recording them?
Thank you. In fact, we also encourage them to video their work as they do, so that when your video comes, we will match the two. And therefore, and because it's a cat and this is a fry fish thing. This one says that, this one, how do you match them? It happens, quote unquote, at the blind side. So we also encourage them. In fact, there's the program to give more body cams to the police personnel to be using, so that whatever is going on there, we also get the feed. And then we are able to work on it. And if you put up this on the social media, in fact, we pick it up. I think one of the things that we need to do, which I think that gives you more information, what action is taken after that this thing has been put on the social media. It doesn't just go anyhow. It goes up, action is taken, but we have to add the bit of informing the citizens of action taken and the outcome. So record, put it there, send to us, we take action. If you see something, say something, and we will do what? Do something.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Address your concerns. Okay, there's one last hand. Okay, one last one. Her hand has been up for a while.
My question is there any way to do background checkups on people? I mean, that's the way to avoid certain repetition of crimes. So that's one. My second thing is,
sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't get that.
She wants to know if there's a way to do background checks on people to avoid certain issues recurring.
Yes. And then the second one is everything on social media, criminals works in groups. So if I go and blast you and show the video, how will I be protected? Because I'm showing myself and I'm reporting incident. And meanwhile, they are also in other vicinities. They also communicate. So how can you be protected? If people are being slaughtered, the police are not around. So I think we need to also put some measures there to prevent.
Okay, thank you. DCOV, last two for you. No, we are done. So they can engage you after. I know you'll be on for a
Thank
few
you very
minutes.
much. Yes, we do background check. In fact, if you are to employ, legally, you are expected to let the yet to be employed personnel to have their fingerprints taken, and we'll check with the criminal database and to see the background of the person and advise you that this person has got some criminal records before. So it's one of the things that we encourage diasporans to do. That if you create your employment, yes, it is your right to employ whoever you want to employ, but do the background check, which is done by the CID. It's a whole unit under the CID that handles that. We'll clear the person and tell you, yes, this person you can work with. Yeah, if there's anything the person has done in the past, we can also inform you. The second one, protection for informants. Yes, police is doing all that it has to do to create trust. Because if you don't trust somebody, you may not give information to. But I also urge diasporians and all of you here that sometimes you give the information to the wrong person. You meet somebody in uniform, that person might be a constable who is starting, who is just young in the service. He's also learning. If you give that information to a person, he might misuse it. But there's always a supervisor. The district commander is there, the station officer is there, the divisional commander is there. And if it's up that way, it is easy for the person to handle it. For example, if you give me information, I can handle that information without even the person getting to know. And we also notice that sometimes people even tell the person, I will report you to the police. You have informed the person already. So the person is already aware that you are coming to report. So whatever we are doing, it was seen as you reporting. But confidentiality is one of the things that we keep on talking on anytime we have our briefing. We do briefings before work, and then after work, we do debriefing. We look at what has gone right, how do we go about other things that they have done, how do we improve what they have done, and the way forward. So give the information, I urge all of you, give the information to those who are the immediate supervisors, and they will handle it with the confidentiality it deserves. But where the confidentiality is not adhered to, PPSB will be there to handle it because it becomes an unprofessional conduct. And we swear an oath to keep secret and get it to us, particularly from the rank of assistant superintendent up, and we'll keep it and work at it for you. And then to also, in fact, that information for people who report to us, but that helps us to know what is happening in the community and to prevent similar crimes from taking place. I hope I have attempted to answer you.
So DCOP, just quick clarification. She had a particular concern about social media. So are we saying that when people are using social media as a channel to report or to relay concerns to the police service, then we send messages? Should we do it as a post? Because she's concerned if I go and put my video out there, I go and put up a post, everybody will see it and I may not be protected. Just to clarify that.
And we have laws, social media law that is there. If someone misuses their information, the law also allows us to take action against that person. But we are saying some of the things that can come out not because you want it to be so, but because the wrong person had the right information and used it for a wrong purpose. And if it's found out that a police officer is behind that, action will be taken against that police officer. And if anyone uses it for another negative purpose, action will also be brought to bear on that person. So we are still learning and we are improving. And with the information that you are giving me, I will pass it on and then we'll work at it and improve upon it so that every time it's a learning curve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for our panelists here. We've heard from the Ghana Immigration Service, DCOI, Edith Penelope Ahin. Round of applause for her, please. From the Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Ben Ananensia. He's the Deputy CEO of the GTA. Round of applause for him as well. And the man in the hot seat, DCOP, Mr. Dako Ofe Lomote, DCOP Lomote. He's the Director General for Research and Planning with the Ghana Police Service. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. And if you do have any more questions for them, I believe you'll be around for a little while longer. They are open to engaging you, but we are wrapping up this panel. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so next we're going into our second panel. Maybe you can just stand for a couple of minutes and stretch. It's been a long one. Oh, yeah, okay. If you're okay, you can sit, it's fine. Let's stretch a bit while we prepare for our next panel. Now, before we move on to our second panel, our panelists from the first session, can we just have you in the front so we can take a group picture? So DCOI Ahin, DCOP Lomote, and then Mr. Ananensia. We want to take a group picture with you. Now, our next panel, while we prepare for it, from code to culture, Diaspora innovators in tech, fintech, and digital enterprise. From code to culture, Diaspora innovators in fintech, tech, digital enterprise. So that's the panel that we're going into. Are we stretched enough? Are we okay? Is everybody all right? Hey, people, are you okay? I'm trying to feel. Oh, you're not okay. Oh, my lady in red. No, now I'm worried. What can I do for you? Should I lie on the floor for you? Should I carry you on my back? Do you need a massage? What should I do for you? A spa treatment. All right, so I want us to just zoom into our next panel. I've given you the title already, From Code to Culture. We're looking at diaspora innovators who are in tech, fintech, and digital enterprise. And very first person I'm calling up to the stage is Akosia Anobil. She's the founder of Tech in Ghana. A round of applause for her. Yes, fine. That's fine. All right, yes. One more round of applause for Akosia. I also have Eric Osiakwan, and he's from Ganzo Capital. He's the founder. And so let's give him a round of applause as he comes up here. Oh, we can do better than that. The applause is very weak. Thank you. Or you're hungry. Are you hungry? I can't promise you food, but are you hungry? All right. And then we have Eugene Teria, who is the co-founder and CEO of Second Stacks. Round of applause for Eugene as he takes the stage. Hello. All right. Good afternoon, lady and it's okay. It's you and I, two ladies here.
We'll be fine.
No, we love the gentlemen too, but I'm just saying. So, lady and gentlemen, good afternoon. You're welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon.
All right. So we're going to have this conversation. I'm going to start with this. Tech in Ghana, as with any industry, cannot work the way it works in Silicon Valley. Right. And so I want to understand, just the first time you speak, before we start this conversation, what are the things that led you to come and do tech in Ghana? I mean, you could have done agric, you could have come into the food industry, you could have been a tour operator, but why tech and why Ghana? So I'll start with you, Eugene.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eugene Teria. I'm co-founder and CEO of Second Stacks. My background really was the catalyst. I think in another world, I thought I was going to be an architect. I went to university, ended up doing computer science and math, and landed in a job on Wall Street. I started out in a career that was more sort of in compliance, and then sort of worked my way through product and facing off to business. And for me, doing what I'm doing here was really a function of trying to take what I had learned professionally and being able to give back. At the core, I think that's really what led to this journey. I was having a conversation very interestingly when I was on holiday, and I recognized a gap in a space that I thought I knew very much about. In global capital markets, we are always looking for diversification. You put everything in one basket. If the basket falls, all the eggs are gone. But we are in a situation here where everything from our pensions to our own pocketbooks only invest in the country that you are in. And so in a situation like we've seen over the last few years, where there's economic shocks, there is repricing of risk, then you are, especially on the continent, dealing with the FX erasure because the currency is moving, and then the assets themselves, because a lot of the time when there is economic shock, there's a lot of capital that is taken out of the ecosystem. So the assets themselves will lose some of their value. So my thesis was, if you took the whole continent and spread your $100 or 100 CDs or whatever it is that you were investing, then you had a better chance to say one ecosystem will support your portfolio versus the other one that is home for you. So that's sort of the journey. And fast forward to today, we are in 3 different countries, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. And we continue to expand both on the institutional side, the part that most people don't necessarily know and understand and want to engage with, as well as sort of the public-facing retail side as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I need your elevator pitch. What is Second Stacks?
Second Stacks develops infrastructure to make it easier for you to invest across the continent. At the core, our clients are your regulated entities, the broker dealers, the asset managers, the pensions that are taking your money however it gets to them and deploying them so that you can get the returns and get them in a consistent and more diversified way. So that is what we do.
Wonderful. Round of applause for Eugene. We'll come back to him. Akosia, over to you. Why tech? Why what you do?
It's a bit of a loaded question, but I'll start by saying that I am not a techie. I always start by saying that, even though people are like, she's the tech guru. I'm just like, no, I'm not. So my background was in journalism, communications, PR in the UK for over 15 years. I was in the showbiz industry, living my best life. 2012 came along, shocked me completely when my mum suddenly passed away and had me thinking about what do I want to do for the rest of my life, because suddenly interviewing celebrities didn't really feel impactful to me. Fast forward, I ended up starting a communications it was a newsletter really initially, just writing about what was happening in sort of Ghana's scene, investment, entrepreneurship. There was quite a few back then entrepreneurs from the UK that were doing business here. So I used to just write about them and still stayed in my journalism mode. And then after a little while, people were asking me to do a few business missions to Ghana. So I started doing that around 2015, 2016. And then at that time, every event I was going to started speaking about technology across Africa. And it just sort of caught my attention. But what I noticed was that the conversations that were being had were focused on South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, even Rwanda at that time started creeping in a little bit. I started coming across people like, Eric, who was really talking about what was happening in tech, but I could not hear much about what was going on in Ghana's tech ecosystem. So I just took the skills that I knew that I had before. So aside from being a journalist, I'd also done events. I mean, the first couple of Gubas, I was a co-producer on that. So I had event experience. But what I did was decide that I wanted to launch a tech event that was focused on Ghana only. And I launched it in London. I did my research and found some techies who were willing to come to London. And I also partnered with, it just so happened that the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce also was launched in that same year. And so February 2017, we hosted Tech in Ghana in London. And it was with the voices of the Ghana community alongside people like the Bank of Ghana and Telecel, and well, it wasn't Telecel, it was Vodafone at the time, and others. And it was really, really good. And so the feedback I got was, you should actually do this in Ghana because we don't really get together as an ecosystem. Remember, back in 2017, tech wasn't as big as a conversation as it is today. So in the same year, I launched Tech in Ghana in Accra, and we've been hosting the event every year, twice a year since then, in London and Accra. We've done, 15 events. And now this year for the last year now, in December, we hosted our very first one in Kumasi under Atumfo. You invited us to Mensha Palace to host Tech in Ghana there. And so, over the past, 8-9 years, we've hosted probably almost 1,000 of Ghana's best tech entrepreneurs, including people like Eugene, Nana in the audience, and brought the stakeholders in the ecosystem together as well. So that was my journey, and it was more about how did I use the skill sets that I already had to find a gap and then sort of execute something at just so happened to be the sweet spot at the right time. And here we are today.
Round of applause for Akusia. And you really found the sweet spot. You really did. You really did. Eric, let me come to you. So same question. Why tech? In your case, fintech as well. So why? And why Ghana? Why Africa? Because you have played around the world, so why here?
Well, thank you very much. And I want to congratulate Denta and the team for putting together such a great event. I think it's been phenomenal so far. For me, it was 1994. I was going to Accra Academy, and my dad wanted me to be a mechanical engineer. And then I had an experience of the computer at the computer lab, and it was love at first sight, and I knew that it was going to be the rest of my life. So unfortunately, I kind of betrayed my dad a little bit, but he came to terms with it when he later on realized the exploits that I was able to do as a computer scientist. So fast forward, I was part of the team that built Busy Internet, which was the first large-scale computer lab on Ring Road. And so that led to we hosting the first ICANN meeting. ICANN is the body that coordinates the internet. Got me a fellowship to Harvard. So whilst I was at Harvard, I was building companies here. A long way of saying that my diaspora story is quite interesting. I still live in California and Ghana. I live between America and Africa, and I've done this the last 30 plus years. So I've never lived there fully and then moved here. I still go back and forth. And so I have seen technology evolve from, cyber cafes, and today, actually before cyber cafes, when my dad first went to, my dad's brother went to Canada to study, I used to go to the general post office to book a call. If my dad wants to talk to his brother, I have to go and book an international call. And then 3 months later, I'll go stand the queue for my dad to come and make the call and talk to his brother, who is my uncle. Today, I can dial him anytime, anywhere. Yeah. So it's a lot has changed. A long way of saying that technology has facilitated our lives. Today, we can communicate, we can do a lot of things in real time. And so I say, why not? On the personal side, I was involved in building a couple of technology connectivity businesses, so Busy Internet. In Kenya, I helped build a company called ISP Kenya. We sold it. I helped bring iBest to Ghana from South Africa. I did this across multiple countries on the continent. And I was lucky to be, successfully exiting some of those businesses. And I felt the need to be a shoulder for the next generation. So I transitioned from being an entrepreneur to starting Chanzo Capital, which is one of the first, investment firms on the continent focusing on technology. So this is 2010. And today we have 35 portfolio companies across 10 different countries, 10 different sectors. We have an office here in Accra, we have an office in Nairobi and Johannesburg. So those are 3 cities that I live in addition to California. And we really believe that technology is the key enabler for Africa's future. Why do I say that? So if you take the circular economy, pretty much Africa doesn't own its circular economy. The economy today, if you look at most countries in Africa, between anything from 60 to 90% of the economy is not owned by the locals. Take mining, resources, and all that stuff. It's unfortunate, but all the resources belong to us. But we don't own the businesses that derive the value or take out the resources. Now, the digital economy presents an opportunity for us to own these companies and therefore own this economy. And so my little contribution was to start by investing in some of these entrepreneurs. And so by me taking a position, I own a stake, I help the entrepreneurs succeed, and if they succeed, they own those companies, and hopefully more and more Africans will own the digital economy, and therefore you minimize capital flight. People talk about corruption, and I'm not condoning corruption, but I think the biggest challenge is capital flight. Think about it. Most of the companies are all owned by Africans, and so when the companies make money, the money leaves the countries, leaves the continent. In my view, that is the problem, is the capital flight. Think about it. If mining companies in Africa were owned by Africans, when they make money, where would the money sit? In the banking system, in the economy. So create fluidity. And so more SMEs, more people can get access to capital, and therefore the economies will run. It's the repatriation of capital, in my view, that is the biggest challenge that we have on the continent. We create value, but that value leaves the continent. And so hopefully with the digital economy, we can bring that back. And this is where the diaspora plays a big role. By coming in and investing in these companies, you're playing a role in asserting ownership on the continent. And by asserting ownership, you unlock value that stays on the continent. And by doing that, you can expand the wealth net over time.
Wonderful. Round of applause for Eric. So I'm going to come back to you, Eugene. I'm going to come back to you. What are some of the challenges and these challenges may be unique to you and the way you're experiencing business in the tech space, but they can also be more widespread. So they can be things that perhaps Akosia has picked up on as she's doing her storytelling journey. It could be things that Eric may have encountered since 1994, telling us his age in the room, but we love it. But what are some of those challenges that are peculiar to our terrain? And I'm talking Ghana, but also Africa, right? And don't forget the diaspora, we are the 6th region. And so this is something that would really pertain to us as well.
How much time do we have? Because the challenges Plenty.
Give me the short version.
So I think, and I'm not being facetious or anything, like the challenges are there. We've had some conversations already between police, immigration, and I was having a very good conversation there about the process of people getting in. It's information. At the core of it, everybody wants to understand what it is that they want to do and who can help them get there. I've been here doing the work that I'm doing and probably spent upwards of 75% of my time speaking with regulators. I'm regulated by the exchanges themselves. I'm regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And I have added the central bank to my list of people I need to engage with. So you are spending a lot of time helping your regulator understand the vision versus necessarily in sort of the more developed markets where the infrastructure is there, where information is accessible, just going and following a checklist and getting out whatever your product needs to do. And so some of that, I think, makes everything necessarily take longer. And for an entrepreneur, your most limited resource is capital, to what he just said. So I think for us, it's this cycle of figuring out how you can extend your runway whilst these conversations that are necessary, that are important, can happen. So at some point, the talking to, dealing with, understanding the information, and then innovating on top of it, meet in a place where you can start to actually generate some modicum of sustained revenue to allow you to grow. And I think at the core for me, that's the biggest challenge. Information is not readily available. You have to know somebody who works somewhere, and sort of stitching all of that together takes time. You're building relationships sometimes from zero to be able to get to a point where somebody will pick up your phone call and say, hey, I know who to help you with. So I think that presents sort of the challenge, but I was also having a conversation very interestingly with one of my co-tech entrepreneurs. And if everybody is coming and wants to build a business, who is helping the regulator to catch up with everything that we're doing? And for me, it was a very, very interesting way to look at it, right? If everybody who is regulating me doesn't understand what I'm trying to do, maybe I should be carving out some time or having peers, rather than coming to join me to be entrepreneurs, say, I'm going to work at the Bank of Ghana or the SEC. Because again, the power of the diaspora, as we see it, is you've got an experience in other areas outside the continent that operate in a certain way, optimize for speed. There are efficiencies in what they do. We need all of that here, in addition to the companies that need to be run. So how do we create the opportunity for people to shift that knowledge into sort of the service and policy space to necessarily make it easy for everybody else who comes on after them to also be there? So some of those for me come top of mind. I mean, building a business in Ghana is hard. Building a Pan-African business is orders of magnitude harder. You have Francophone Africa, you have the Anglophone space, the North has the Arabic influence there, and you are sort of going through this, and every single one of these countries is different. So if you have to solve for each one on its own, then you can imagine how much more you have to tack on to just, I want to build a product so people can do X, Y, Z easier. So that for me would be the thing that's been most educating as I've gone through this journey.
I like that. And you're also describing the journey of the visionary. Yeah, unfortunately, from top to bottom, north, south, east, west, the visionary is going to have to be teaching people what the vision needs to breathe. And I'll come to each of you because, and I'm coming right to you, Akosia. You are a storyteller and a convener. And I can imagine that initially, who's going to go to a tech event? Because you're talking 2017, 2018, and like you said, tech was not really understood. It's not that it wasn't cool, it just wasn't understood. So, how have you managed to take these stories, take these experiences, and make them relatable so that people are tapping into them and then you're also creating the impact that you felt you needed to create when you sat down in 2012 and said you needed to do something different?
I think it was never about trying to create something cool or to become the founder of Tech in Ghana. I think there was a genuine need at that time among the people that it was relative to. So if there was only 100 people in the room, 50 people in the room, it was relative to them. I didn't care if there wasn't a million people watching. And I think that's where my authenticity kind of worked in my favor. That was, I think, the root of Tech in Ghana even till today, because as the minute I made that decision to say, this is what I'm focusing on, then that's what I did. And we're talking about challenges. One of the challenges are, they're relative. Yours are going to be related to regulators, right? Mine was more about how do I stay focused? How do I make money now? Do you see what I mean? How do I manage not having my friends around when I've got this vision that nobody else can really see or understand? When I came from a world of celebrities and Brit parties and flying to Hollywood, and now you're focusing on what like broke entrepreneurs in Africa. What do you mean? So, and I had to stay focused. And I think I was so passionate about the fact that those stories weren't being told and understanding that it wasn't just about showcasing entrepreneurs. These were entrepreneurs, or these are entrepreneurs building like world-class technology, making massive impact. So to me, it was like, I have to make sure that we provide more visibility, more opportunity, and more access for this ecosystem, because I can see that it's going to have a bigger effect and a bigger picture. And I think the people that understood that and got that, like gravitated to me and were able to support me as I went along in the journey. So, what did I do? I think I was just authentic to the cause that I had at the time. And then slowly but surely, other people saw that, gravitated to it, and more importantly, the ecosystem itself embraced me. Funny enough, one of the things that I got told early on is, as much as I'm a Ghanaian, I was brought up in London, in East London, of all places, the furthest away from Africa that you could possibly be. But they said that actually worked in my benefit, because I sort of embraced everybody equally. I wasn't like, I went to school with these people, I support this party. I knew the affiliations that were obviously around me and in my family. But, the thing is, going in objectively was also a bonus, because what I was doing is bringing people who wouldn't ordinarily be in the same room together, in a room together, and then seeing them collaborate and make impact. And I think that was fundamentally what helped to then drive Tech in Ghana forward.
So, because I'm going to stay with you now, expanding Tech in Ghana, and thank you for sharing how the seed was sown. Now it's growing, and you need people to help you take it to the next stage. A lot of people have talked about difficulties. We've spoken about getting people to see the vision, even your own family and friends. You highlighted that. But now people who have to work with you, translating that vision into actionable steps that they can pick up, and you're leading them. What were the difficulties there?
I think in the early days, it was difficult to get, because the first event or two, people were really excited. You'll get a bit of sponsorship. I had, these high-level partnerships that I thought were going to last forever. And what you realize, it goes from, yes, we will support you and give you some money, to we will come and open and give a keynote, but not give you a penny, right? So it's like, oh, now I have to learn how to raise money, and obviously over time I've managed to raise probably almost $1 million for Tech in Ghana, almost single-handedly. But, if you break that up into 15 events, it's not that much. But the thing is, convincing people that there's a platform worth investing in. Also, you're asking, for exhibitors or sponsors who come from the scene, who themselves have to consider their own cash flow. So it took a while before the likes of, the telesales of the world, or the Banks of Ghana of the world, or the bigger brands to come on board and actually put their money where their mouth is to support the ecosystem. And it's something that we still have a challenge with now, right? It's not easy to raise funds. So I think that's one of the things. You can get the support and people understand it, but to get the funds to do it, you have to be savvy. And there's been times where, I've pulled on money from people within my, close and tight circle, and then you make the money the next year and you're still paying people back from we went through it. I went through it, so there was that. But I think, over time, people get it. And I think the more people started to benefit from Tech in Ghana. So when people started coming and saying, do you know what? I actually got, some investment, or I actually now have contracts with the European Union, or I've actually now opened an office in Ghana, and that started happening again and again and again. That word got around, and then it started coming back. I think as long as you continue to provide value and show that you're providing value, slowly but surely, that it will come back to you. Maybe not directly from the people that you help, but indirectly, there's always people watching, right? So it just took time, and I think consistency has probably been my my biggest superpower. It, no matter, even through COVID, same year I had COVID was the same year I had my daughter, and I still managed to pull up a digital version of Tech in Ghana. Like we went online.
No, I think that deserves a round of applause.
Do you know what I mean? So, and so you asked also about like how, because now we've got an incredible team, and what I learned is that it wasn't me going out and saying to people, will you come and help me? We can help you. When you are on your path, trust me, spiritually, I don't know what it is, the universe will send people your way. So individuals just start coming and saying, I really love what you're doing. I'm really good at, event management, or I'm really good at branding, or I'm really good at raising money. Some will fall by the wayside, others are really, really good. But over time, I've built a team who have been attracted to the work that I've been doing. Because before that, our legacy team, we would do everything. We would be putting stickers on lanyards and all sorts. So it took time. And as I said, consistency has been the superpower, and the universe and the Lord above has brought what we've needed to keep it going.
So let me stay with you a little while longer before I come back to Eric. Now, there are a lot of people, some may be in this room, who struggle with the concept of just moving, first of all, from a different industry, from what you've been used to, from what has been putting food on your table, let alone to a whole different country to do something, business-wise, work on a project. And you mentioned that at the beginning it was difficult. You're leaving your friends, people who would have been your support system, who you probably would have said, hey, can I cry on your shoulder for a second? I'm going through it. Those people are not there. How do you deal with that? And I know you're going to be very honest with us, but I need you to be, because there are people who are still struggling to make a big move, to answer a big calling that Ghana, Africa, the diaspora needs, because they're afraid of experiencing that.
Yeah. Look, I've always loved the work that Denta does. I love, all of the sort of diaspora conversations that's gone on over the years that weren't happening before when I started. And to be honest, if it wasn't Denta's event, I probably wouldn't actually be here now, because I think the danger in a very generic diaspora conversation is that it takes away the actual individualism that it takes to make it work. Because my story is rooted in my mum's death. That's deep. There's no light off or policeman or any small issue that's going to stop me personally from doing what I'm doing, because it's rooted in something that means a lot to me. There's no U-turn for me. I have to find a way. I didn't always live in prime areas of Accra. There was times when a friend of mine borrowed me her house for a while in Sutuam. You know what Sutuam means? I don't know if it's a hotspot area, but it means hold your gun. Yeah. And those were in the days where, Uber wasn't even around. I used to have to walk all the way to the top of the road, hail a taxi. Where are you going? I'm going to the ministries to try and convince ministries to support me. And they say, Madam, it's too far. Like, I don't have enough fuel. They're the kind of things that I went through. That's not going to stop me. I didn't even think to myself at that time, oh, like, I'm going back. This is so difficult. No, it was like, okay, how else can I get there? Get a trotro, like whatever, because I was so on my mission. This is what I would say to people is like, what's your mission? This is great generic information. But the truth of the matter is like the way you're going to get through is based on knowing why you're here and what you're doing and how you're doing it. Because you may have more challenges than the next man. You might need to know more about government than somebody. It took a while before I even needed to care about what, truly it meant to have a government stakeholder on your side. It took a while. But that wasn't my problem. My problem was, where am I going to live? Where am I going to eat? How am I going to get there? How can I convince her to? Do you understand? So it's like knowing what you're here for, like just zone into that. And that might take time because that's now personal development, praying, meditation, whatever you do to like get yourself together, because that's life. So all of these are the things that really sustain you. That's why I'm here almost a decade later, because it's rooted in that. So that's what I would say, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Akosia. Thank you. Eric, let me come to you. When Eugene was speaking earlier, he spoke about the fact that as Second Stacks and his company is expanding across the continent, they're learning what we know in statistics, that Africa is extremely diverse. And so you're encountering different cultures, different people, different ways of doing things, different regulatory framework. Now, I'm curious, Eric, because you, like you said, for over 30 years, you've been doing both Ghana, California, and now you have a few other cities. You're truly a global citizen in the sense of the word and a global businessman. But how are you adapting to the culture of work within these different spaces? Because many people would go to compare, and I think Honorable Ribera-Addo spoke about this earlier, the fact that, it's done here or it's done here, but things are different in different places. How have you made that work to your favor and not in a negative sense again?
Yeah, thanks. That's a very important question. And I think it's a little bit from my upbringing. So when I was young, so I have an older sister. I was second born. Both parents remarried. My mom's side I have a brother, and then my dad's side I have 3 sisters. And so I lived in 2 separate homes. In my mom's home, we had tenants. So I got exposed to, I speak 5 Ghanaian languages as a young kid. And on my dad's side, my dad also has other family members. So fast forward, later on in life, I realized that early exposure to different languages and different cultures of Ghana made me become more sort of oriented to other cultures, to curiosity. So I wasn't, most Ghanaians, so I'm Ewe by tribe. So most people will be like, I'm just Ewe. We marry Ewes and we live Ewes and that's it. Right. But at an early age, I got that. I didn't realize it, by the way. Later on, I asked myself the same question, and I realized that I think that's where it came from. And so when I got an opportunity to go to Kenya, it was the same day. In an email in the morning, I got an email. There was a problem to be solved. I could solve it. And they said, everybody your ticket, would you come? And I said, yes. And I got on a plane. I got there. And I solved the problem in 6 hours, which was supposed to be 1 week. And they said, you want to go back? And I said, yeah, I can go back. And I said, no, we paid for the hotel for 1 week. Do you want to stay? And then that same problem had surfaced in Kampala. So I got on a bus and went to Kampala. And then solved the problem. And came back and I went to Tanzania. So in 1 week, I went to East Africa and I went to 3 countries. And I really didn't realize it on a bus, But to Akosia's point, part of it was also that I was very focused on solving problems. And this is the key to the entrepreneurial pursuit. It's a pursuit of solving problems. It's not a pursuit of ideas. Ideas are many. Everybody has ideas. In this room right now, if I tell you, somebody thought about Mark Zuckerberg in this room before he did it. The difference is the pursuit of solving the problem. So if you focus on that pursuit, eventually all the obstructions don't exist. What Akusha was talking about was she was pursuing solving that problem. And so even hailing a taxi and walking up the road was as easy as it came. Now you think, oh, wait a minute, you mean I walk 5 kilometers to go up, right? But in the moment, it's because of that pursuit. And so, and for me, that is critical. So across Africa, it was later on, I've worked in 32 African countries. In my career, I've built about 14 plus companies. It never occurred to me until later on. And people said, you mean you've done this? And I go to countries, but also to be honest, I have always had the best reception and the best business partners as I've gone across Africa. I'm still friends with my Kenyan business partner. My South African business partner is still my partner today. He came here to run iBurst. The other part of my sort of superpower is I've always partnered with people who complement my skill. So the other thing is that you got to know what you're good at and what you're not good at. I know what I'm very good at. I know what I'm not so good at and what I don't like to do. And I find partners who know how to do that, and I partner with them. And so that has helped me all through my journey. But the concluding part is that it's always important when you have that mission and that alignment to also find people in that same mission and alignment. And that is crucial for finding partners, for finding co-founders, and for building teams. Because if you find people who don't see that mission and don't align with you, it's just a matter of time and some break off. And it's part of the game. Sometimes you start with some people. Not all my partners are still my friends. Some of them were, enemies. Some of them were in court. So to be fair, it's not all rosy. But generally, I think about 80, to 90% of mine has been successful. Even Nigeria, Ghanaians and Nigerians fight all the time. I've had some of the best business partners in Nigeria. I've never had any bad record in Nigeria. I've done business there many years. My business partner in Nigeria, he moved back to the US. I'm still in touch with Pius. We built a whole ISP from scratch in my time when Abuja was being built. We built an ISP there and sold connectivity to some of the most wealthy people in Nigeria. And we're still friends. That business, we closed it down, but we moved on. So I think those are the three key things for me.
Wonderful. Round of applause for our panelists. They've been open, honest. They've given, I hope you've taken some notes. Yeah, good. But now we're opening the floor for questions as we get ready to wrap this up. So if there's anyone who wants to take to the mic, it's available. Okay, yeah. Anyone else? So you can follow him. Okay, so you can go next.
My biggest fans on stage, Eric and Akosi, thank you guys for the support you've given to me all these years in my entrepreneur journey. And I'm super excited about that. And great job. I just really wanted to find out, in my thoughts, venture capital has actually been the main source of capital for most businesses. But culturally speaking, Africans have always built local businesses, using their networks, from what I see, all the way to the guys who started building businesses in Ghana. Do you think that retail investments, crowdfunding, and those things has a place in redefining how we raise capital locally? And of course, this is what I do, but I really want to understand, do you think it has a capacity of filling that gap? Because there's a huge gap in investment for businesses. And I'm asking because you've seen the tech space from the very beginning to where it is now. So I wanted to really get your opinion on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take another one. Yes. Is there anyone else? Okay, so you can come up.
So thank you. I'm so happy to listen to you, panelists. Mine is not a question per se. It's a contribution, and also wants to take the chance to introduce to you my sort of business. I'm trying to partner with someone out there. So just like our brother said, pursuit is key. How would you would want to put it to action is always key. Let's say just within a couple months, I was in need of a job. I met this man who attended one of the international conferences from the Netherlands. And then I sort of spoke with him, and he happened to have much of a business idea I was interested in. So I went ahead to establish relations with this person. We've been in touch and it's going well. What's the nature of this business? It's all about trying to change the traditional printing methods. We all know in Ghana, we use A4 papers and all of that to print. And in the government places, sometimes I've had to work in some government areas, institutions, and I know what happens to the A4 papers and all of that. Sometimes they run out of it completely and they have to be running from one department to the other. And so when I met this man, he said they were into some business that would sort of do away with the traditional methods of printing. So more or less, they have actually embedded more security measures into this form of printing that deals with printing works like just like the currency. It embeds certain features into the papers that we use in the various
I don't want to cut
offices.
you, but we need to just speed it along
Speed
a
up.
little.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
so basically, what this business does is to try to embed some security features into the usual or the ordinary A4 papers we have, and then we tend to use it in our offices, such that people are no more going to take these personal, but they're gonna strictly adhere to what the government, the offices have, and at least it would also help reduce the pressure on existing government amenities. Thank you very much.
That's interesting. Thank you. Round of applause for her. And I don't know, is there anyone here who wants to talk to her some more when we're done? Yeah, she's available. Your name, please.
My name is Natalia.
Natalia.
Kwejo.
Okay, Natalia Kwejo. So please, if you're interested in this, you can speak to us some more. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Dara Sanderson. I'm from the United States. I said hi earlier. So I've been in the tech industry, similar to yourself, for, oh my God, for over 25
Don't give
years.
up your age.
Yeah. So I actually came to Ghana in 95 in an exchange program with college. And so coming back 30 years later and seeing how different it is amazing. But Acosta, you were talking about feeling a calling. And now that I'm here again, I'm with my daughter, she's 12, and I feel a calling. I've been in the tech space for 25 years, and I've worked for some of the biggest corporations in the world. I've worked for startups. I've been an engineer. I've been a CEO. I've done all the things. And now I'm here in this space and time, and I'm trying to figure out how I can use what I know and my experience to be of use. And I'm struggling a little bit, right? Coming here was part of that. Like, okay, maybe I can talk to somebody who can point me in the right direction of how can I take everything that I've amassed in this time and make it of use to an entrepreneur. I don't want to be an entrepreneur. And I'm laughing because my mother was a serial entrepreneur, which is part of the reason why I didn't want to be an entrepreneur. And I find myself now starting things with the advent of AI, it makes everything easier. But that being said, I'm just looking for connection, and I'm looking for a way to offer what I have, both in the technology space and in the business space of how to run a business in the technology space. And so I'm just coming forward to say I am here, and I am looking for how you navigated to find your calling and to find your way of being of use to others.
Okay, thank you. Round of applause. Okay. So we'll take just this one more and then we'll come back to the panel to answer them. Please wait just a few seconds. Yeah, that's how you know Ghana is hot. People are flying in and out.
So my name is Carissa. I work in the TV industry in the UK. So I think my question is, you guys mentioned that coming back home is all about solving problems. I kind of wanted to find out, because I know you come from like a journalism and communications background. What do you think is missing in like the media in Ghana, but also how do you guys raise funds? Because it's like for the projects that you guys have all done, what were kind of the ways that you funded your projects and your businesses? Because I think that's also like a fear of coming back. Sometimes it's like, I'm probably going to have to come back with like lots of savings to kind of like fund things, but what other avenues can I be looking at as well? I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. Round of applause for her as well. Okay, so let's start with crowdfunding. There's a question about crowdfunding and,
Yeah, from Nana, thanks. So businesses have been funded in Ghana, family style, right? And I think that is not alien to venture capital, which is sort of the Silicon Valley notion of how to fund businesses. I just think that this needs to be formalized in a way that allows people to have visibility and be able to sort of extend that mode of, backing entrepreneurs. So for example, in the investing world, the first people that will always give you money in any business venture is angels, and they come as family, friends, and fools. Why do they give them that? In family means they have a relationship with you. Nobody will give you money if they don't know you. They don't have any relationship with you. It's as simple as that. So to the last question, the way you start finding people who will fund you is your family. Your family will always believe in you. So that uncle that has some money, or cousin, or friends that you went to school, college with, you went to school with. Finally, I have this idea. They will most likely give you the first capital that you need to start. And then there are fools like me that don't know you don't have any relationship and maybe will take a risk. That's why we are called fools. That's the last category, right? And so, excuse me, the classic Silicon Valley venture capital model doesn't work anywhere in the world. Everywhere that it's worked is an adaptation. So what I'm trying to do, my experiment currently is to figure out what elements of that model can we bring to Africa so that it can work for African founders. And so, in a way, I'm not trying to replicate a Silicon Valley VC model, but trying to find elements of that which is good and then adapt it to the African environment. And therefore, it's almost like, top down and the bottom up. So a lot of businesses have been funded by families, but most of the time, it's done in a way that is very informal. So how do you formalize that? By formalizing that, how do you take elements of how Silicon VC model works and adapt it? Right. And I think that is going to take time. We as a firm, we're in our 13th year, 2016. We're doing it for 13 years. As an angel, I started in 2010. I still don't have what I would call a model, but I know certain things that work and certain things that don't work. And so over time, Silicon Valley was built about 50 years. So I think it's going to take time to come up with that model. So the way to conclude my answer to you is, so you say, as a founder, how do I start? Like I said, start with people that you know. The people that would always back what you're doing are people that have some relationship. They are not investing in the business, they're investing in you. At an early stage, the people that would always back you would invest in you because they know you. And they are investing in you because you have an idea. So you need to have an idea. So don't just go and ask for money. But the reality of an investment is that it's in you because they know you, they have a relation with you. And when you succeed, then the next person will invest in you because you've succeeded. So now they invest in your track record. Right, and so that's how it starts. So hopefully I've answered the first and last
That's
question.
first and last. Thank you. Round of applause for Eric.
May I suggest going to Eugene because he's raised some money. So ask Eugene.
Eugene has raised some big money.
He knows how to get the
big
cash.
money. Knows how. No, Eugene, we know your story.
Please, you are not lying. I think for me, and everything Eric said is spot on. Whilst the conversation was going on, and I was thinking about sort of what people should leave here with, right? We, fortunately or unfortunately, and I get in trouble for saying this, we are rewarding capital and taxing labor. So if you want to get out of the rat race, you need to figure out how to move from being an employee to being an investor. You don't have to go all the way from quitting your job and plowing your savings into businesses. That may not necessarily work for a lot of people. I had the opportunity for a long time being in global markets, putting away money. So when I came to start this, I knew it would take some time. So I had something to keep me going whilst I literally went door to door, trying to find backers for this. I think there are probably, let's do this experiment, keep it interactive. How many of you in this room are investors? Hands up. Okay. That is a very small proportion. How many of you came to Ghana over the holiday period and spent 1,000 cedis? A few more. every business that operated over this December in Ghana took in income from people spending, whether you went to buy a drink, whether you went to buy food, whether you took an Uber. You were going through your day spending money, and somebody on the other side is collecting it. Whether it's a small business, it's a big corporation, you are funding another person's income. So however you acquire that income to be able to spend, you are transferring that value to somebody else. And if that person has done the math and said, I'll buy this thing for 1 cedi and sell it to you for 2, they've made profit off of you being the input into that process. So I think some of what we should be thinking about is, how do we participate in that value transformation? You don't always have to be the one running the business, but if you find a business that makes sense for you, do that inquiry, understand what they are doing, put in what in your mind are the safeguards to whatever capital you're putting in. And at the end of the day, you are making a bet, right? When I started my journey, MTN was doing their IPO, and fast forward to last year, they made $400 million of profit. Like, this is not revenue. This is profit that is being generated because I'm sitting here on my phone doing queries to Perplexity, you're calling people, you're doing Momo transactions, right? The value is still coming from all of us, but it's being pulled into these institutions that are providing a service that you value. So you almost behoove it to yourself to find a way to participate in that. Some of the work we are doing is to make that easy. So we meet you wherever you are and help you walk that journey. But I think part of how the economies grow and you get the benefit of participating in it is being interested in doing exactly that. I think there is also a portion of the conversation that doesn't really get told. A lot of us, unfortunately, learn about financial literacy much, much later. I mean, I still remember I was in Washington, D.C. over the summer for a wedding, and there's a kid, has to be about 7 years old, and he was telling me about his investments in NVIDIA. And for me, I'm just like, my 7-year-old cousins are, I mean, they are on TikTok blowing money. And this kid is probably making enough money because of where the NVIDIA story is. And so how do we connect those two things? How do we start to appreciate the fact that we also can be doing that? And how do we, whether it's attaching it to curriculum, the conversation we were having, where as primary school, we start introducing the fact that if I give you pocket money of 20 cedis, maybe take 2 cedis and do something else with it and not spend it. And that will then be that timeline that also allows you to accrue a lot. And then we are not always the consumers, we gradually shift the pool in it. And I think that for me is sort of the frame that you come at all of this with, ultimately.
So if I can just make a small addition to that. So a practical example of what he just said is, when he came, MTN did an IPO. So the 1,000 cedis that you spent, if you said I will spend 100 cedis and take 900 cedis and bought 900 cedis worth of MTN shares, you would have gotten some of that, David. I bought some. That's how I got MTN shares, right? So don't think about consumption only. When you have 1,000 Ghana cedis that you came to spend, the point he's making is that if you said I'll spend half of it and take 500, for example, invest in First Atlantic Bank. Do you know one of the oldest bank in Ghana just did an IPO before Christmas? How many of you know about it? Yeah, very few people. Yeah, there's a 30-year-old bank that went public just before Christmas, and you could have bought some of those shares. You could have even bought with 1 Ghana cedi. I don't know the price, but it's as cheap as, it was what? 7 cedis. So the money that you spent consuming, you could have bought some shares of First Atlantic Bank, and if they had dividends at the end of next year, you'll be paid. So that's a practice. I just gave it to you, free.
No, but usually when companies are going public, they will publish it with most of the business media across the country, also digital. But yeah, that's a conversation for another day too. But we need to wrap this up. But Akosi, I'm going to come to you because Dara wants to know, how do you know where to begin? That calling, how to become useful, you said, with the skills that you've acquired over several years of work in high profile, high impact spaces.
Yeah, I think I'll answer it in a holistic way. If you're not recognized, I like to do that. But I mean, what I heard a lot of is I've got all of this stuff and that I have done, which is great, and I want to know where to put it, rather than what is in front of me. Let me see where a gap may be that I could maybe transfer these skills that I have to fill it in. Because when I came, nobody cared. I was like an award-winning journalist. Like I said, done it all. Nobody cared. It did not mean anything when I came into this terrain. But what was good was that I had the skills, the communication skills, the event management skills, etc., that I was able to then put into another context. So I think maybe perhaps try just letting go of what you have already done and what you already know, and just spend more time doing stuff like this. And do you know what I mean? And or just speaking to more people and just like authentically getting to know people and understand what's going on, because that's when I think a light bulb might go off, or you might find yourself in a situation where, okay, maybe this isn't the ultimate. Remember, you're not going to find the ultimate thing straight away. I didn't come in with Tech in Ghana. I came in with a newsletter. I came in with business missions. I came in with doing a bit of consultancy, and then Tech in Ghana came along. So it's like there may be a bit of a wiggle in the road before you kind of find it, right? The journey, and then it constantly changes. So I would just suggest, like, maybe think less about what you've already done, and just spend more time listening, watching, observing, building relationships, and see what happens from there.
I think there was one question about television. Yeah, maybe
funding.
You want to
how you're funding?
No, apart from funding, you wanted to know what needs to change, if there's anything.
So yeah, I mean, I would still rephrase that. It's not all about solving problems. It's about your journey and your story, right? And there might be a gap in there that helps you stay here, by the way. In terms of media, I mean, I came in that was my very first number one. I want to come to a radio station and create a show just like I did on Choice FM. That's what I'm going to do. No, it's completely different landscape, and it's evolving constantly. And if you're in the world of media, you want to be looking online, you want to be looking at, short form content, and create something new. I would say that, and then maybe you'll get the attention of, a mainstream that you can plug into. But I would say in the world of media, it's a whole new ball game. So play that game internationally and and it might be taking content from here to do that. In terms of raising funds, Eric is spot on, because you just reminded me that when I very, very first started, I didn't do the jump. I was working full time. My mum passed. I had to, I had my own company at the time, PR company at the time. I wasn't able to sustain that mentally. Went back and did some sort of freelance work. In the process of doing that, I was, telling the people in my circle what I was planning to do in Ghana. And one of my mentors said to me, you're going to need time to build this. And all he did was, instead of giving me a bunch of money, he said, I'm going to replace your salary for 1 year. So what was, I think I was on like something like £2,000 before tax or whatever. He gave me that instead for a year, that allowed me the freedom to do what I want. Now they call it an angel investor, but he's an angel investor, right? So it's true. It's either friends, family, fools. I mean, he wasn't a fool, but now he thinks I've done pretty. I didn't give them. I still haven't given him the money back, by the way. He didn't ever ask for it, but that's my reality. But when that year ended, I was still like, okay, where am I going to get this money from? So I still had to do the work, but don't start with trying to find the money. create value. He knew that I was creating value. He himself said, "You're my pension. I want to end up in Africa." And so said, so done. He lives in Ghana now. And, back then he was living a whole different lifestyle in London, but he lives in Ghana now. I'm one of his, best contacts here, also in Nairobi and Joburg. But, these are real, this is a real thing. You have to find the thing, but then somebody around you, and this is now where you have to check your circle and all of that, to then say, do you know what, I'm going to support what you're doing. Because when you really check it, you may just need, in the first instance, a replacement of what might look like a salary, and not necessarily a bunch of money to go into a project that you don't know what's going to happen with it. Right. So that's what I would say.
Can I add one quick thing?
Very quickly.
So, in addition to having someone back you, to Eric's point, at the early stage, it's what you know, what you're capable of. If you are trained in technology, media, and entertainment, don't go start a hospital. Like, the person needs to know that you can at least solve 80% of the problems based on your knowledge and experience. So the stuff that you have to figure out on the fly, at least you're not creating churn in that process. So make sure that the experiences you have then go into whatever that next activity is, because it just makes it easier and de-risks a lot of the challenges that you will face by just knowing what it is that you're getting into. So I just wanted to sort of add that. Yeah.
It can be tempting. I remember initially I was planning to either do two things. I was like, chocolate and gold. I'm going to now make the best chocolate for the UK, find all my links and create a chocolate factory. Or the second thing was to create a Dinka symbol. I mean, it didn't last 2 months, that thing. Like, I didn't even pursue it. So, yes, I would agree. Stick with what you know in the first instance.
Wonderful. And on media, we can talk a little later. I think you came late. I am the head of programs for City FM and Channel 1 TV. And I actually work at the policy level as well. There's a lot happening in this space. So we can talk about that later. A round of applause for my panelists. We have, I want to send you off with a befitting outro, please. I know. So Eugene Teya is here. Round of applause for him. Akosia Anobil as well. And Eric Osiakwan is here too. Thank you. And we want to take a picture with you before you jet off. One more round of applause. Yes, up on the stage. Photographers, are you ready? Okay, there you are. So while we take this picture, we're preparing to hear from someone from the National Investment Bank PLC. National Investment Bank PLC. Now, this human being comes in huge capacity. He is a Chief Business Sustainability and Digital Transformation Officer at the head office, which is at City House in Accra. And so if Zakaria Mohammed Ewusi is here, we'd like to welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Zakaria Mohammed Ewusi, and I bring you greetings from the board and the managing director of the National Investment Bank, Chief Dr. Dolura Zakaria, who would have loved to be here with you. And can I suggest that maybe in future we will rename National Investment Bank as National Diaspora Bank if you come to acquire shares in our bank? So thank you for the opportunity. National Investment Bank was established on the 22nd of March 1963 by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And the focus is on industrialization of Ghana. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah believed that Ghana's progress, Ghana's growth cannot be complete without a vehicle, a financial vehicle that will accelerate industrial development. And for about 62 years now, we are into 2025, we are going into 63 years, we have not relented in this agenda of industrialization. And it is on this note that we look forward in seeing you bringing more of businesses from across the globe. Come, National Investment Bank, we are available, we are ready to support you, we are ready to partner you to grow your industries, employ Africans, employ our people. Those of you who want to come back home and settle, you will not come and settle if you don't have money. And so we are ready to partner you. Our earlier speakers, they spoke about how you will need to process your documentation and then you arrive in Ghana. The police people spoke about how to give you security. The next level and the very important security is your financial security. I hope I'm right. If you come to Ghana and you are not selective, you are not careful, and you rush into quasi-investment and you run your capital down, you run your money down, the coming back home will not be an agenda you would have loved to have come. And so that's why we want you to come to National Investment Bank. This is a government bank. 99.9% is government ownership. For the past year, we have been recapitalized. We have been given enough boost from the government to be able to accelerate industrial agenda. Those of you who want to go into real estate, we are available for you. Those of you who have great ideas, please put them together. Give us great proposals. Come as partners. I mean, you will have a situation where they say, oh, in Ghana, when you are coming, they are asking for a lot of collaterals. Yes, we have for collaterals because it is people's money we are collecting. And we cannot just put the money out there if the money is not protected. But there's another level of collaterals. We have startups. They have great creativity, great ideas. Would they all be able to provide the startups, the collaterals that we need? No. If they can, what we do is you partner with people. If you're coming from abroad, you partner with people in Ghana. They may be having some properties in Ghana here. They can guarantee you can use it. We will give you the necessary financial support to establish. In fact, banking is not a debt collector, or we are not real estate experts. So we are taking the property as collateral just because we want to back up what you are taking from us. So our original idea is the idea you are bringing, the idea of profitability you are bringing to us. That's our focus. The other aspect of the collateral that I'm talking about is just for the protection. So please come and partner with us. At NIB, we have the retail banking aspect where you can do your individual banking. International banking, that will give you the comfort of somebody who is trying to integrate in Ghana. We have the SME banking. We have a women banking desk regulated by Bank of Ghana. And the purpose of the women banking desk is to understand the needs of our women bankers and provide solutions that will meet the needs. I am standing here, probably we have wonderful sisters here who have great ideas. They come to the bank and I may not understand your needs. The Woman Banking Desk is available for you. The National Investment Bank, your national bank, we are also careful of our sustainability. And what are we talking about here? We don't intend to take your money and finance them in an area that will destroy people, that will destroy our climate, and that will destroy our environment. So our commitment is that we will not finance in areas you want to go in that will destroy the environment. So it's a commitment we are making. But as a national bank, we welcome you, and we are happy you are back home and you are integrating. I hope most of you will get, the ladies, most of you will get, who are not married, will get husbands. Some of you will get adopted brothers. I'm available. I can be an adopted brother. And your coach in banking, just walk to any NIB Bank. We have a branch just across the street, or two branches across the street. Walk in there, ask a little about NIB Bank, what you can do, where you can invest. I mean, I hear the panelists talking about investment. There are so many areas you can invest through the banking. Government bills are available, government bonds are available, stocks are available, shares in other institutions, they are all available that you can invest through the banking system. But be careful the bank you are investing with. NIB is an old bank, 63 years old, will not make mistake with your resources. Well, we thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. Thank you. Well, if you want to ask a question, I can answer you before I take my seat again.
So if you need to engage, it's around.
The National Investment Bank table is just outside. You can engage us outside. We will talk more, and we are available for you. In fact, to open an account instantly for you. Thank you so much.
Can we do one more round of applause, please? For Zakaria Mohammed Awusi, he is the Chief Business Sustainability and Digital Transformation Officer, National Investment Bank. And you can find him at City House, right? We can come and visit you. We'll come. No, don't do, you are invited. We are actually coming. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I told you earlier that we're expecting the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. Now, that role comes with a lot of pressure. He's running far behind time and he doesn't want to drag the program. And so he sent a representative in his stead. So at this point, I'm going to invite Ambassador Harold Ajiman. He is the coordinating director for political and economic affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ghana. Round of applause for him as he takes the stage.
Good afternoon to everyone. I would first of all like to convey to you the regrets of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa for his inability to be here. He had indicated his strong desires to be personally here to engage with you, but as you can understand, sometimes the schedules of a Minister of State and particularly of a foreign minister is not fully within his control. And so this morning, he's had to adjust his schedule. But he asked me to be here, first of all, to convey to you the strong commitment of the government of Ghana towards the diaspora issues. Some of you may have participated in the recent Diaspora 2025 summit that took place at the Accra International Conference Center in December. That conversation brought out, once again, the commitment that the government has to improve the diaspora engagement, to ensure that it's smooth, and to enable you to be able to contribute fully to national development and national life. During that conversation, there were significant issues that came up in terms of challenges. And today we've heard also from the discussions that have taken place some of the challenges that exist in this space. I can assure you, as the coordinating director for political and economic affairs, that all the issues that were discussed there have been carefully noted. And the report that generated out of that process is being looked at to see how we can restructure the engagement that we have with the diaspora to be able to make it even more meaningful. We are aware that the diaspora is an important constituency of our nation, and that is why the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, decided that you should be recognized, even as the African Union has recognized you as the 6th region, as the 17th region, to enable you to have a full and unhindered participation in national life. In many countries, including even in our own country, Ghana, we've seen the contributions that you make, not only in the contribution towards the remittances, which last year or last 2 years, since we are in 2026, was in the region of about $6 billion United States dollars, but also in the knowledge that you bring in resolving many issues that face our country. And so my responsibility here, as mandated by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, is to assure you that we take this engagement seriously. We understand the challenges that exist, and we'll work with you to ensure that we are able to resolve it in a meaningful way. In terms of outlook and listening to the conversations, I'm happy that this conversation is not only being driven by government, but also people to people, experience sharing from people who have succeeded in relocating, if that is the desire, or in investing and establishing something here. Certainly, if you look at the future of the world, the African continent is the future. In a couple of years, if you take 1 out of 3 young people, they'll be Africans. And based on what is happening in different parts of the world, this is the continent that has the most attractive returns on investment for any market. And so I want to encourage you that despite the challenges, and I think we had some of the experiences of our panelists, Akosia, Eugene, and also Eric in the last panel, there would always be challenges in any place. Even in the United States, where I lived for quite a number of years also, there are challenges there, and you know it for those who live there. But the capacity to be able to surmount that challenge is what is important. And the commitment that the government of Ghana has given to be able to hold your hands and to walk in the difficult journey of relocating is one that I think is important to underscore at this time. I also heard quite clearly some of the challenges that were raised in terms of having access to the African market. I had over the season, before the close of the season, asked one of our directors who's responsible for economic issues that we need to grow Ghanaian businesses and to hold your hands to be able to go into the continent. Ghana has done a lot in terms of establishing the framework in terms of the Continental African Free Trade Area. There's also the Pan-African Payment System, which has been put out to support that process. But we need to identify local indigenous businesses that your hands can be held to access the African market. And the Foreign Ministry is very committed to doing that. And so over the course of this year, for those who are going to be based in Ghana, I'd encourage you to reach out to the Foreign Ministry, specifically the Economic Trade and Investment Desk of the Foreign Ministry, which interfaces with the constituents abroad on behalf of all the economic related entities in the country, to be able to have those discussions with you and how we can help you to be able to access the African market. We've put in a lot of investment. We host the Secretariat here at great cost. And this is the time that we should meaningfully derive the benefits that the African market provides. The experience of MTN was mentioned here. And I'm sure that for those who have followed this experience, you'll be aware when the space phone was transitioning into MTN, how much it was worth. And today, how much it's worth. And that is the same thing that the South African government did for its businesses. Ghana government is very much committed to doing that for also the businesses that locate here in this country. And I want to encourage you not to be deterred by the challenges that may have been occasioned in the past. This is a new day, a new time, and you can be sure that the government's commitment will be something that we've seen through in this year and in the years ahead. I want to end by indicating that I wish this conversation the best of success. I wish that it would also be a conversation that will be sustained into the years that we see ahead of us. The issue of media was mentioned, and I want to conclude on that note. You know, the media is a very powerful instrument, and sometimes we underrate it in its effect. Ghana, when we had external service GBC3, Radio 3, had a great impact across the continent of Africa because of the narratives that we were able to share with people and which helped the country to be able to support its policy position for decolonization on the African continent. The diaspora has a deficiency in this. We don't own any major international media house. And so our stories are told by other people. I think it's time that amongst ourselves also, we look at how we can take ownership of our own narrative to establish an international African media house that comes to the homes of people, not only on the continent of Africa, but also in your homes, whether in the United Kingdom, whether you are in Canada, or whether you are in the United States, or you are in the Caribbean. And this is something that I want to leave with you to ponder over and to understand that in taking our own narrative, we have to control those means. But let me conclude by wishing this program the very best in the name of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and to express his strong support for this initiative. I thank you very much.
All right, another round of applause for Ambassador. Now, we're open for 2 questions. If you have any questions for Ambassador Ajman, we're open for them. Okay. One, yes, yes, yeah. Okay, any other? Okay, maybe people are still thinking. Oh, Ambassador, you can come back here.
And all of that. So how can they acquire citizenship through investment? Is that possible?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the Citizenship Act of the country and the Constitution provides different pathways to acquire citizenship. Investment is not necessarily highlighted, but there should be some ties, strong ties to the country for citizenship to be given. And so it's not treated as a transactional arrangement like it's done in some other jurisdictions. But if they are very much committed to staying in the country, they have made some contributions, citizenship, national citizenship can be applied for after a period of time through the Minister of the Interior, who would consider the application and grant it on its own merit, but not on the merit of investment per se. So that will be the response. However, if these are people who are coming from the Caribbean, I think that there is a different way the government is engaging on these matters because of the historical ties that we have with our kith and kin from the Caribbean and the other parts of the diaspora who have some affiliation to the country. And so that can be looked at on the basis of the unique circumstances that you have. Yeah.
With that, like if they do investment or whatever, like how long would they have to be here? And I know it's like they would have to, is it through the residency permit and all of that? And is it the same as the pathway through residency for the 7 or however many years? Is it the same thing for investing? Is it the same amount of time?
Yeah. I can't recall the number of years, and I will not want to misinform you, but I think that there is a process. You have to be a permanent resident here. You have to go through a period of time to be able to establish that you are indeed interested in being a Ghanaian, and that process has to be followed. But the process is very clear by law, and so this is information that is available publicly. It should be on the Ministry of the Interior website. Yes, it is. It's on the Ministry of the Interior website and the Foreign Ministry, because the Minister of Interior who has responsibility for citizenship.
Okay, so my other question is, sorry, some of the things that like we have to deal with here is all the different ministries, which is not an issue. However, it's like when you're trying to get some things done, some things start in one ministry and then you got to go to a second ministry for something else. Like, is there a way or that the ministries can be interconnected so you're not going from Lands Commission to Janitors Register or whatever ministry you're in? Like, is there a way that it can all be interconnected instead of like going here, here, and here, and that makes it more something that's going to make it more efficient?
Thank you for the question and understand the concern. Indeed, that is a feedback that has been taken on following a couple of consultative engagements to try to create a one-stop shop. There is a diaspora desk or diaspora affairs bureau at the Foreign Ministry. And so for those who are coming in for the very first time, that is a recommended place for you to stop at. Under the diaspora engagement policy that the government has adopted, there is a technical working group which enables the relevant ministries to be able to work together to resolve issues. And so I would encourage that if you have some specific challenges, the Diaspora Affairs Bureau of the Foreign Ministry is a place that you may want to call on, and for them to hold your hands to be able to guide you to some of the processes. But in many of these institutions of state also, diaspora desks have been established. For instance, the GIPC, which is the Investment Promotion Center for Ghana, caters for the diaspora, and they will hold your hand to be able to resolve all the issues that you need to do if you're registering a business, for instance, or investing in the country. And so all these are available opportunities to be able to reduce the amount of time it takes to do some of these processes. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. My name is Nana Mensah. I wanted to ask the question as in, whilst the whole conversation about the diaspora seemed to have been skewed towards our brothers and sisters who were born in the diaspora, encouraging them to come home, what I am actually asking is, what are we doing as a nation for our brothers and sisters who are born Ghanaians, who have actually left and actually thinking that there is nothing in Ghana, there is nothing that will encourage them for wanting to come back home to the likes of Ghana? And if our brothers and sisters who weren't born here are seeing the gold and the resources available to them in the motherland, what are we doing to encourage those who were actually born, where we will say traditionally their navel was actually cut in the motherland, in these spaces, to be able to come back? And whilst we are talking about people coming back, I will definitely want to bet my last coin that there is a queue of our brothers and sisters actually journeying for wanting to leave the country. So what are we doing to be able to encourage those who are actually outside the country and possibly realized that there wasn't anything better for them out there anyway. But all that they felt is there is nothing for them when they come back to Ghana. That is my question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And I see that it's a very popular one by the applause. I think that the issue that you raise is critical on a number of levels. But I want to respond to you in a certain way. We acknowledge the challenge that you've raised. Many a time, people who leave the country and go out do not want to immediately come back. And that's fair. If that is their desire, you cannot force people to come back home. But you can attract them by the performance that your country has in the economic space, in peace and stability, and all other aspects of life. And so, whilst the government will continue to do those things which are important to be done in improving the macroeconomic fundamentals, ensuring that infrastructure is getting well and all that, there's also the need to change the narrative that they have in their minds. And the Foreign Ministry has established, aware of this particular concern, has established what we call Diaspora Desk in all the diplomatic missions around the world. Officers have been appointed to lead the engagement with the diaspora community. And sometimes, I must admit, it's very difficult even to attract them when you want to meet with them. And so that is also one of the issues that is being addressed, how to do the engagement. But more importantly, in the recent appointment of ambassadors and high commissioners, the diaspora engagement issue was made a key performance indicator for them. And so they are going to be evaluated on how best they're able to address some of these concerns. There are different generations of diaspora that we have to deal with. The first generation diaspora, which you spoke about, there are also second and third generation, and even sometimes, if you go a bit deeper, fourth generation diaspora. And so under the engagement that is being rolled out now, there will be different levels of engagement with these categories of the diaspora to understand, first of all, what is the inhibiting factor drawing them back home, and to address it in ways that will be meaningful to them. And so to cut it short, the concern is one that is acknowledged. It's certainly sometimes also one that if you don't address, because these are people who would carry negative stories about the country from perhaps their experience, which was not very pleasant. And so we've acknowledged that challenge, and we are addressing it in a way that I'm sure within the medium term, we would see some changes in that respect. Thank you.
Just another contribution. I just wanted to let the media also take this up. A number of times we tend to project negativity, and that's often the narrative. I don't think it is really okay for the media to continue to project negative things all along and leaving the positive side of what our concerns are. So I would also entreat the media to try as much as possible to at least collaborate with some of these media houses in the diaspora, overseas, to be able to change the narratives, just as the ambassador projected or talked to us about, so we can have better narratives.
So what I also say to that is, when we project the positive narratives, people should engage with the positives. People like the sensationalism. Before the Trump administration shut down the Voice of America VOA outfit, I've been working as their partner here for over 7 years for television. We've done a whole series on something called Startup Africa. So traveling around the continent and telling tech stories. Where's Nana? Nana has been on there, a number of tech gurus. People don't watch it. But let us say that, some tech person stole $500,000. Everybody will be sharing it. So let's also be deliberate as consumers of media to engage with the positive stories because they are there. Our media houses locally, continentally, they are telling stories. We do partnerships with the BBC, with Inside Africa of CNN. I am personally a product of the BBC Academy, CNN Academy. We tell loads of stories, but people want the sensationalism. So when we're projecting, let's also be deliberate about what we engage with on digital especially. Let's share the positive stories, and then literally do a blackout for the negative ones, particularly when it has a negative bearing on how people perceive us as Africans and as the diaspora. And I just also wanted to add as well, Ambassador, thank you very much, that when you look at the diaspora engagement policy, one of the things there has been very deliberate about fashioning out how Ghana engages the Ghanaian diaspora. And again, I can say that I'm a product of that. I've been back in Ghana for 15 years because of the beginnings of that policy and having engaged with it and with our missions abroad and what they're doing. So the work is being done, it's being projected, but we also have to be deliberate about engaging the positives of what we have to offer. All right, so one round of applause for Ambassador Harold Agyemang. He's the coordinating director for the Political and Economic Affairs section of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ghana. He's here representing the Honorable Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, Minister for Foreign Affairs. Now, of course, he would have been here. He could not be, but he sent a representative, and a very huge one at that. Ambassador Agyemang is no small person who's joined us here, so please, another round of applause for him. I know you're equally busy. I hope you stay with us for a little while, or you have to after this. Okay, thank you very much for being with us. Now, earlier, we did have some conversations with the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Immigration Service. We also have the Ghana Tourism Authority here. Now it's time to hear from some other key institutions that, as someone living in Ghana, and particularly if you're a member of the diaspora and you're finding your feet here, you should make it a point to engage. And so I'm going to invite some reps from these organizations up here. This one is going to be more of a straight Q&A. So when they come, they'll let us know what their mandates are, why they are here as the institutions that they are, why they exist for our benefit, and then we can ask them our questions. Does that make sense? Wonderful. So help me, first of all, welcome from the National Identification Authority, otherwise known as the NIA, Mrs. Dora Badu-Achampong. She's the head of media relations and corporate relations as well. Round of applause for her. Thank you for joining us. We have from the Birth and Deaths Registry, Emmanuel Norte Butchie, who's the head of projects from the Birth and Deaths Registry, of course. Round of applause. And he's always here with us, always here with us. Thank you for joining us once again. From the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, we have Cynthia Nam, Mrs., who's the head of public education. Round of applause for her. And she particularly works with the SNIT Public Affairs Department. Let's keep the applause coming until she takes her seat and beyond. All right. Then we also have from a very important institution that I know all of us are interested in hearing from, the Office of the Registrar of Companies, ORC, because many people want to do business and are already doing business. So we have Mrs. Matilda Osei, Esquire, who's the Assistant State Attorney at the ORC. Please keep the applause coming. Keep the applause coming. The applause is dying. It's dying. It's dying. We're back. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with the NIA, the far end. Please just tell us, when we talk about the National Identification Authority, everybody thinks of Ghana card, but there's much more to your mandate and what you do and how you serve the Ghanaian public and of course the diaspora who find themselves here. So can you kindly just let us know who the NIA is and then we take it from there.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. The National Identification Authority, popularly known as Ghana Card Office, we are also a creature of statute. And what this means is that we work for the government, we work for the people of Ghana, and we work for foreigners as well. And this is so because of our mandate. And our mandate is simple. First, to register every Ghanaian, those home and abroad, and all permanent resident foreigners here. So if you're a foreigner here, investor or a diasporan who is going to spend more than 90 days here in Ghana, then we have business to do with you. And our business, again, is to issue you with the Ghana card, a very robust ID system, first of its kind in Africa and in the world, apart from Estonia, which has something that we do, a very robust system. And this is so because our law says that wherever identity is to be established, the Ghana card shall be required. So if you want to identify yourself or verify your identity, the Ghana card is a must. And with the Ghana card, we have 3 types. One for Ghanaians. So if you're a Ghanaian, you are living in Ghana, we give you a Ghana card. If you're a Ghanaian living abroad, we give you a Ghana card. And for Ghanaians living abroad, we've been working closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is also by law. So we have NIA offices in about 11 missions, in US, in UK recently, and then in 6 European countries as well. And for Ghanaians here, we started this sometime back in 2018. And for foreigners, but the exemptions. So if you're a diplomat, you do not require a Ghana card. If you are a dependent of a diplomat, if you work for UN and companies, organizations within the UN, you do not need a Ghana card. But if you are here to invest, having listened to all these powerful submissions, then it's a must to get the Ghana card. Because you need the Ghana card, and it's easy. Here, citizenship is when you can trace your root through a parent or a grandparent. So let me use our beautiful moderator. She is Ghanaian. She's married to a Nigerian. They have a child. That child, by virtue of the mother, is Ghanaian and can get the Ghana card for free as a Ghanaian. And this child was raised in America. The child marries an Asian. That is the 2nd generation or 3rd generation. They have a child. By virtue of that one grandparent, that child can also get the Ghana card. This child who has never been in Ghana, doesn't know anything, marries a Caribbean or marries an Indian, because they can trace their root to one person who can also tell us, prove that he or she is a Ghanaian, that child can get the Ghana card. And all you need to be able to get your Ghana card as a Ghanaian is a valid Ghana passport or the birth certificate issued by Boche and Boche's office, or an oath form, because it's possible that you may be a Ghanaian living in Ghana, or you may have visited home and you do not have a Ghanaian passport, you do not have a Ghanaian birth certificate. But the law allows for a relative who has acquired the Ghana card to vouch for you, serve as a guarantor, that this person is my relative. And relative can be your husband, your sister-in-law. In our laws, you qualify to vouch for someone in the category as a relative. In the event that you do not have a birth certificate, you do not have a passport, you do not have a relative who has the Ghana card, the law again has made it possible that for 2 people to vouch for you, 2 people in your community who can say that, yes, we know Dora to be a Ghanaian, and you can get the Ghana card. Now, if you're a foreigner and you're going to stay here for more than 90 days, you want to start a business, you want to do anything here in Ghana, immigration mentioned that within 60 days, they can help you get some documentation. But for NIA and here in Ghana, if you're going to spend more than 90 days, you need to get the non-citizen Ghana card. The card for Ghanaians is called ECOWAS identity card as well. But the card for foreigners is written boldly on it. The inscription is non-citizen Ghana card. And you will need your passport if you have a birth certificate, or if you have a family who has already acquired the non-citizen Ghana card to vouch for you to get your Ghana card, the non-citizen Ghana card. Now, there are differences in the registration process and the fees or the requirement the fees you have to pay. If you're a Ghanaian here and you visited, you are Ghanaian, you can go to any of our district offices, and we are in every district in Ghana. you go to the district office with the required document and you get the Ghana card for free. But if you want an expedited service, you can go to a premium service or a premium center, and then you get that's done at a cost of 310 Ghana cedis. And fortunately, thanks to Guba Diaspora Network, we have an office, or we have set up our registration point outside where you can get your Ghana card now. So if you have your birth certificate, or if you came here with a relative who has a Ghana card or your passport, you can just go out. We have our team here to register you. For those who are foreigners, if you want to transact any business, and again, this is by law, for about 17 plus mandatory, we have uses for the Ghana card. So if you want to open a bank account with NIB, you need a Ghana card. If you want to register or apply for and be issued with a passport, you need a Ghana card. If you want to open an individual bank account, you need a Ghana card. The uses are enormous, and it's a must that you get the Ghana card. Now, the top or the final layer to the Ghana card business is that it helps you to verify the identity of the person you are transacting business with in real time. We have a system called the Identity Verification Systems Platform, which we have onboarded all the universal banks you know of in Ghana. There are over 125 rural banks, about 16 fintechs, telcos, and all. That is why when we register, you're going to register for your SIM, they ask that you present your Ghana card. And again, with a Ghana card or non-citizen Ghana card, you can open a bank account and register for a SIM here in Ghana to be able to transact business. The Ghana card is very important because the levels of identification, we have just 3, and I'll be rounding up with my introductory remarks. You have 3 levels. One is that you just identify the person. When I see Mr. Botre, I can say that that's the same because we've met on Diaspora Conversations 2 years ago. Now, the next step is authentication. So when he picks his Ghana card, I can say that, oh, that looks like him. His records are, or his data is clearly shown on his Ghana card. But the final and most important bit is the verification of his identity. And we do that real time with his biometrics. So just by administering a fingerprint at the bank, you walk into the bank, they are not asking for your Ghana card. You can administer your fingerprint and they get to know that indeed this is you. This is helping to do away with football age, as we call it here in Ghana. Again, identity theft. People go to banks and request for loans, and these are issues that we deal with. Go for loans, they forge, get ID card, crop, print their pictures on it, and then send it to the bank. The bank will say, oh, without biometric verification, you are risking a very huge issue of cost to your bank because you are not doing live or real-time biometric verification. So it's important. And for you, if you are in the hospitality industry, hotels and resorts and all that, you can tell the person visiting your office, even those you are employing. Somebody, you've just arrived, you just came to Ghana, you are new here. I come to you that employ me, let me work with you. You don't do any verification. I may be holding a false identity, which is not mine. That is why it is important that here you get the Ghana card if you are Ghanaian, and if you are not Ghanaian, you're a foreigner, you have to get the non-citizen Ghana card. So that is a summary of all that we do at the National Identification Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving swiftly to Mr. Butchie, birth and deaths.
Hello.
So, I mean, NIA referenced you, and I know you do work very closely together. But usually, we're looking for a birth certificate when we have some identification problem that we need to solve. But please tell us, what are we supposed to be looking at when it comes to the birth and death registry? How do you serve us?
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you all. Let me give my narration by giving a simple scenario. If we close these doors now, and we say for the next 1 month, no one is going out of the room, a number of vital events would occur. Relationship will be built. That may result in marriages, children, will be produced. And these are vital events that is critical to every national identification system. They form the basis of every national identification system. And for a country to develop, the continuous, permanent, compulsory recording and certification of these events are critical. Therefore, the Birth and Death Registry was established to do a continuous, permanent, compulsory recordings of two of these events, which is a birth and a death. So for you to have your identity, the first point of call is the Birth and Death Registry. You are welcome into this world. Your first legal identity that is issued to you is your birth certificate. And if you exit, your last document that will be issued to you as you exit the world is also going to be your death certificate. In between this, your birth and your death is where you have your change of statuses. You get married, you get divorced, you get separated, going for your national ID card. There should be a primary identity about you, which is your birth certificate. So we are established to do this, and we are located in all 261 districts of the country. We are in the 16 regions. We have one national office, which is located in Accra. We have come a long way. We started this process as far back 1888 in this country. In 1965, we were properly established. So somewhere last year, we were 60 years old since we established as a birth and death registry in the country. Currently, we have deployed automated systems across the country. So wherever you go in this country, we have an automated system that is taking data on all births, all deaths in the country. Our mission is to record every birth. And what I mean by every birth is whether the birth occurred to 2 Ghanaians or to 2 foreigners, our mission, that child that have been born, our mission is to give that child that first legal identity by issuing a birth certificate to that child. So we are for everybody, whether 2 diasporans give birth in the country, or 2 foreigners give birth in the country, or 1 foreigner, 1 Ghanaian give birth in the country. The identity of the child is dear to us. We have to record the birth of that child and issue a birth certificate to that child. So that is all we do. Apart from that, we work with the foreign missions as well. We do a number of verifications for the foreign missions as well. And there are a number of challenges that the diaspora are facing when it comes to the identity management. And this is one service that we render to the diaspora community. It's a verification process that comes with a number of challenges. We have diasporans, after exiting the country, they take on different identities. And somewhere in the processes, their first identity pops up. We are the institution that needed to be consulted to see how we can bridge that gap for them. So there are a number of activity. The aspirants come and they want to adopt. We are the final point of call when the adoption order is issued. Currently, we are facing a huge challenge, and this is a challenge when it comes to surrogate arrangements. And Ghana is facing a lot of challenges when it comes to surrogate arrangements, where we have foreigners coming in, having a surrogate mother to have a baby. When it comes to registration, there are a lot of challenges that comes along with it. Currently, we have foreigners coming into the country with already fertilized embryo. And that comes with a lot of challenges. As a birth and death registry, we are not just there to issue the certificate. Sometimes the circumstances around also determine who the legal parent or who the biological parent that has to be captured on the document. So we need to engage more to really explain to the diaspora. If anyone wants to go into such arrangement, please make sure you go according to what the law have spelled out, so that at the end of the day, that innocent child that will come out of such arrangement can be properly identified and the needed legal documentations are done. On this note, I would like to pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. Round of applause. Breath and death. Now let's move on to SNIT. Now, SNIT, of course, is a short form. I'm sure when Madam Cynthia speaks, she'll let us know the full name once again. And we want to understand pensions because it's a concern for a lot of people. I'm moving back to Ghana, or I'm moving my whole life to Ghana for the very first time. I'm 50 years old. What does that mean for me? I mean, if you're going strictly by the law and by the way things go, by 60, I'll be retiring if I do have employment. What does that mean for my future, for the future of my children, all of that? And so I'm sure you have a lot to share with us.
Thank you very much. So SNIT simply means Social Security and National Insurance Trust. And there are laws that governs the Social Security scheme. That is the Act 766 law, which states clearly that every worker in Ghana must contribute under the 3-tier pension scheme. First tier being managed by SNIT, and SNIT is taxed with the responsibility to pay you just your monthly pension. And so it states that whether you are a Ghanaian worker, an expatriate, a contract worker, or a casual worker, once there is a clear distinction of employer and employee relationship, your employer is supposed to secure your future by contributing under the Social Security scheme for you. And the scheme allows people within the ages of 15 years through to 45 years to contribute under the first tier scheme. I guess the lawyers among us may ask, why 15 years? Is it not child labor? But the pension law allows it. And 45 years because before you retire, you should be able to make at least a minimum of 180 months that will qualify you for a full pension. So for the non-Ghanaians, when they join the scheme and they are done with whatever business they came to do here in Ghana and they are leaving the country for good, we give them a lump sum. So all the contributions that they've made plus the accrued interest, everything is paid to them as one-time lump sum, irrespective of their ages, irrespective of the number of months that they have contributed. But for our Ghanaians, when you get to age, within the ages of 55 through to 59 or 60 years, and you've made a minimum of 180 months, you enjoy what we call a full pension. Every month, SNIT will pay, every year SNIT will increase, and we pay you for life. We also have other benefits like the survivor's benefit, whereby a member passed on, even though you've not been able to make at least a minimum of 180 months and you passed on, SNIT will assume you've contributed for 15 years. And that is what we're going to use to pay your nominated beneficiaries. And again, we have another benefit called the invalidity benefit. If you're a member of the scheme and you've been contributing and you've been declared invalid by your doctor due to mental or physical disability, you only have to inform us. We will also form a medical board at our own cost, who will also examine you to ascertain the report written by your doctor. If they also declare you to be invalid, irrespective of your age, we'll go by your statement to find out if we can get at least 12 months contribution prior to the time that the incident occurred. If we get the 12 months contribution, we'll put you on pension. Every month we pay you, every year we increase, and we pay you till thy kingdom come. So basically, SNIT is all about securing your future in terms of invalidity, in terms of old age, and in terms when you passed on, so that your direct dependents can also benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll have questions for you as we go along. Now, Mrs. Matilda Say Esquire will take the microphone. And of course, she, as a reminder, is from the Office of the Registrar of Companies, the ORC. So where are the business people? The people who want to register? We are plenty. So she's here for you. And we'll start by talking about the ORC. and what that means and why it's an important entity for anybody who wants to do business here.
All protocol still observed. So the Office of the Registrar of Companies was hived from the Registrar General. It still confuses people, and they do refer to us as Registrar General. Registrar General's department still exists. They are there to register intellectual property, i.e., trademark, industrial design, geographical locations, patents, and all that. And then also the registration of marriages, especially ordinance marriages, special license, the one that you cannot wait for 21 days. Registrar General still exists to do all that. Now, on 22nd July 2022, the Office of the Registrar of Companies was birthed. And in short, they call us ORC. Sometimes people say ORS, so ORC. Yes, so we are there to make sure, as Mr. Butcher said, the birth of company till a death, we make sure that that happens. So as a regulatory body under Section 353, under the Act 992, our mandate is to register, regulate, and educate. When I say register, it means any form of entity, any registration, you need to gain recognition and identity so that as human being, the life of a company, I always say, is like a human being. A company need a name. A company need to go through processes, changes, compliance, everything that happens to a human being. That is the same thing that happens to companies. So if you have a company, it is mandatory that you register, and the office is there to make sure that that registration happens. When you are registering, we are always interested in accurate data because our data is used for everybody in the country, from embassies to individuals, company. Everybody wants our data. So we entreat you that you provide us with accurate data so that our database will be filled with good data that can be used. And for registration, we normally will ask of the name of the company, those who will be registering in the location, and if it's a company, the stated capital, and all that. So that is for the limited liability bit. We also do register churches, non-governmental organization. Those who don't have intention to make profit, we do register that as well. And besides that, we also register the sole proprietorship. Me, and my business are one. That one too, we do register. And then we do register the partnership incorporated. 2 to 20 people can register partnership, and it's under the Act 152. And then the business name is under the Act 151. We also do register external companies, companies that are in other jurisdiction, but want to have a liaison office in Ghana. Most of the airlines are external companies. So if you meet somebody who want to have a company elsewhere but want to have the same modus operandi, you can register that company in Ghana. We also make sure that from the birth of the company to its death, so we have a certain law in place called the CIRA, Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act, where when companies can't survive or they think they are insolvent and they cannot handle things themselves, they have to go through this CIRA where administrators can come in. Maybe if a company wants to die, you don't just kill the company. You have to make sure if there will be a relief. So you can pause and restructure. You bring in administrators to help you manage the company. If that doesn't work, you can bring in people to help you restructure the company. Maybe you go for loan, compromise, measures, acquisition to make sure that still the company survive. If that doesn't work, then the final alternative is to wind up the company. That is scaling the company. So we need to take note of some of these things. And then in Ghana, when you are 18 years, under the Section 12 of the Companies Act, you can register a company once you have sound mind. You have never been involved in any criminal activity for the last 5 years, or you have not been involved in collapsing of a company going for insolvency. It's not your fault. Then it means you can register a company. So once you know that
you are capable, then the law allow you. But if it's sole proprietorship and partnership, the law says you should be 21 years before you can register. But with a company, it's 18. Why must we register our companies? We register company because company, we know that it's a body corporate. When I say body corporate, it means they don't die. That is why people prefer to register companies. So it's have perpetual succession. And then it's also separate. The company is separate from you. So if anything, before we can get you, have to lift the veil before we can touch your finger. So with company, you can have continuity. That's perpetual succession. The company can run for years and then the company will still survive. You also need a registration document to open bank accounts. You also need registration document when you want to acquire visa, go to the embassy. Once it's a company, you need those registration documents. You need registration document to tender for jobs. Without company registration, nobody knows you. It's like traveling without a passport. Without company registration, you cannot do anything. That is the first step. Anybody who wants to trade, if you want to do it the legal way, then it means you need to register. It's cogent that you register the business as well. So the office is there to assist. It doesn't end there. After you have registered, the second phase resonates. That is the compliance bit. People register, they do changes, and then they still sit there. They tell you, I've changed my name. You can't change the name of the company without involving the registrar in it. So any changes that you want to do, the law says within 28 days, you should make sure that you notify the registrar, whether the change of the name, whether you are changing the objects, whether you are adding on the objects, whether a director is resigning, another director is being on board, whether you are increasing the stated capital, whether you are reducing. Reduction of the stated capital has to be done through the courts. You cannot just reduce your stated capital, but you can increase it. Whether somebody is transferring his shares to another person, you have to notify us. So any changes that you do, you don't sit at your home and think you've done the changes. And even if a company hired you to do, be a director, a director, or play any role, once you are resigning, make sure that the company filed the document with us. Otherwise, administrative penalties will apply. Now, there is another leg of registration called beneficial ownership. Beneficial ownership is where a company is registered, but want to see those who are interested, those who are enjoying, those who have substantial control, influence, economic influence in the company. So if you're a politically exposed person and you are registering, the form states that you need to declare that you're a politically exposed person. If you are affiliated to somebody who is a politically exposed person too, you need to state it. Nobody will kill you. It's for the records. And once you are done with that position, you need to come and then amend it. As I said, you can amend anything. So when you are registering a company, you need to complete the beneficial ownership form. During amendment, you can also change. And then when you are filing your returns, you can do that. The other leg of compliance is filing of our returns. People always write to us that they want to see if a company A is in good standing. I want to do business with a company. It is important and imperative that we do due diligence before we do business with any company. We don't have to make sure we are naive. We should find time and then come and inquire if the company is in good standing. Indeed, if the company exists, sometimes they change the name, they spelled it wrongly, and then they give it to you. So you have to follow it up and make sure that this company that I'm going to do business with is indeed a company that I can do business with. It's important. And when you register company for the first time, the first 18 months, you are allowed, you have a free way to file your annual returns. It means you have to have your AGM. It is mandatory that you have the AGM, or the registrar Somutu will compel you to have your AGM. Why do we have the AGM? So that shareholders will meet the auditors and ask questions. We have invested. What is going on? Can we pay dividend? All these things can be done when you have the AGM. That is why normally after the AGM, then they declare dividends if you buy shares in public company. I want to also add up that when you are dealing with companies, look at the ending of the company names. Under section 21 of the companies Act, we call it the suffixes. So one of the guys talked about First Atlantic Bank floating shares. You even need to find out if the company is actually a public company. The onus lie on you to do that, so that you know that this company that I'm dealing with is a public listed company. If a company is not a public listed company, they can never buy shares or make invitation to the general public. That is why when NAM1 issue came, people were like, how come? So we need to take note of that, because it was not a public company and they were trading with the public. So if you are dealing with anything that concerns shares buying from a company, you have to make sure that the company name end with public limited company. So every company have the ending. If it's NGO, limited by guarantee, we have the short form. So every company have the ending. So the ending will let you know that this company is into charitable organization. This company is into the public space. This company is a private company. This company is unlimited company. So we need to also take note of that. And then one thing that we also need to know is when people go for loan, the banks always create the charges. It means you owe them. So a certificate will be given. But I noticed that people don't make sure that they are discharged. Once you finish paying your loan, chase them to make sure that they clear you and you don't owe. Because a certificate is on you. It's like a lien is on you. So you need to make sure that you've been discharged from that. And then also, sometimes we come for inspection. We do random inspection, and then we do inspection that we write to you. It's part of the compliance. So when we come for inspection, if it's a company, we look at your register of members. Register of members means those who are shareholders. We want to see that those you've given shares, you've entered them into your register. Directors, you've entered them in the register. Beneficial ownership, you've registered them into your register. These registers are being sold at Assembly Press. They are the government publishers. So if you want it, you can design your own, or you can go to Assembly Press and then get the register of members. It's very, very important. Sometimes the company document get missing, but these registers, we can use that. And then also we have companies that have been registered old, but they have not migrated into our electronic database. Since 2011, we've been having press releases. People should update their companies and all that. If you still have those old company, you can still upgrade it if we've not strike it from our database. Going forward, the system will change. If you're a serious company and you don't file your returns, we give you notice 1, 2, 3. You'll find your name in a bad way, and I know companies will not be happy to see that. So as companies, you need to do the right thing. You need to make sure that you file your returns. You need to make sure that any changes, change of location, change of address, telephone numbers. Telephone number is important because sometimes we send notifications and the notification goes to other people. They will tell you that this person was a director and the person has left and the person number is still in our database. When somebody goes, the person is gone for good. Make sure that these changes are done. And then beneficial ownership, as I've spoken about, you need to declare. Besides that, there are also sanctions. If you don't comply, it can amount to prison, imprisonment, or you'll be charged, you'll be surcharged, and you pay a lot of money. So we have to make sure that company, as a human being, we keep the company in good standing. We maintain our company because it's our life. If our companies are not there, we don't exist. If there are any changes that you do, you have to make sure that you inform the registrar. And the public education, that is the tail leg of our mandate, is what I've spoken. I'm telling you, the public. So as I'm bringing the good news to you, you have to take it in good faith. And the last bit that I want to talk about is board. So sometimes people put board in place. The board come with their expertise to come and help company. So if you are forming a board, don't just pick any Tom, Dick, and Harry that the person should come. Make sure that the person have a requisite knowledge That is why you are bringing the person as a board member. Otherwise, the person will come and the person will not help. And then the board too have to make sure that they work in good faith. They have to make sure that if there is something, there have to be disclosure in contracts, in all these things. These are the small things that if we don't look at, it escalates and the companies die and people lose job. So we have to make sure that if we are board members, we do the right thing, we act in good faith, we are not there for our interest. We have to make sure that we do disclosure if it's contract, anything, and then things that we are not supposed to do, we don't exceed. So normally when we give the regulation, when people register, we give the regulations, the limitations are on them, but sometimes we don't read them. When we give you the company document, you have to go through and see to it that everything is accurate. Now we have changed our certificate. It used to be the one with the red borders with the coat of arms. I don't know, I think most of you have seen it. Our certificate now comes with the Office of the Registrar of Companies and it's blue. So you see our logo, it's like a round something, and then you see the coat of arms. So we are not using the red certificate now. People are changing, it's still valid, but people are changing to the blue one, the one with the Office of the Registrar of Companies. And if it's sole proprietorship and partnership, we have to make sure that we renew annually. If it's external company, a company registered outside, you have to file the group accounts so that everything will be accurate. So these are the few things that I want us to know. And then our mission is to create a good environment, attractive environment for entity to thrive. And then our vision is to be a first-class business registry, innovative registry for socio-economic development. So going forward, you'll be seeing more changes. We have a new registrar now called Mrs. Mame Sama Pepra. She would have loved to be here, but because of time. So these are the few changes that have happened within a short time, and we should also take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Mrs. Matilda Say Esquire, Assistant State Attorney of the ORC. Now we'll take just 2 questions because we have to go on a break. And I know people need a break. Okay, your hand went up first, lady in pink. It was literally the fastest hands with you. Okay, lady in white.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your talks. My name's Abna, and I work in finance and procurement. I work for an arm's length body in the UK in finance and procurement. Just off the back of what you were discussing, so I know you mentioned a lot about...
Sorry, I just need to interrupt you briefly. Ambassador Ajama is taking his leave of us. A round of applause for him. He was representing the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs in Ghana. Thank you, Ambassador.
So I know you went through a lot about businesses. So working in procurement, if I'm ever putting a supplier on our system, we look at all those checks, if the company is registered, if they have different directors. Do you have something similar? So in the UK, this is not a comparison, it's just for knowledge. In the UK, we have something called Companies House. So everything you explain, if I'm doing my checks, I would naturally just go onto the internet, do my checks. You'll have, if a company's been strucken off, if they're dormant, they're different directors. Is that something you have under the ORC at all? Or is everything you have to go to this person, ask for the documents, and then you can make your decisions based off of that?
Okay, thank you. Oh, let's take the second one and then we can. Thank you. Round of applause for her.
Hi, everyone. My name is Blessing. I'm a business coach. I live between Ghana and Denmark, and I help entrepreneurs, especially in the diaspora, to launch and scale sustainable businesses here. So if anyone is interested, you know where to find me. Anyway, my question is for Madam, is it Millicent? Matilda, yes. So I have a friend who is a Nigerian. She has been here as a legal resident for quite a while, but she still hasn't been able to register her business in her own name because apparently there are certain industries that non-citizens can't register businesses in. So if you can give a few examples and why there are restrictions, because we see a lot of foreigners still doing businesses. Like the Chinese have so many businesses here, but I don't know why she in particular cannot just register a retail company. She has had a lot of challenges with that. So I think that will be really helpful for the non-citizens to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. I think both questions are mainly for you.
When it comes to trading, it's reserved for indigenous people. And section 27, 28, 29 of the GIPC Act forbids foreigners to come. You come from your country just to come and do trading with us. But they want to change the law. So let's wait and see. Anything that you are not adding value to it, you need to pay $1 million as a foreigner. Because this small tabletop is for the Ghanaians. But if you've come from your country and you want to invest, you don't come and do this small retailing and compete with us. Some are doing it, but it's illegal because you need to meet the minimum capital. Even if they will change it with trading, I think they will not change it immediately because you are not adding value. If it's manufacturing, farming, those ones, I think the minimum equity, even as at now, if you're into manufacturing, you can use any amount because it takes a lot to do that. But with trading, just bringing and selling, it's not left for anybody to just register. It's reserved for Ghanaian. The retailing bit is reserved for Ghanaian. You have to come with strong muscle and strong capital to that. GIPC is thinking of modifying the law. So until that, for now, that is it. And then, and the minimum equity is $1 million. If you are doing services, it's $500,000. Joint venture, that is services, $200,000. That is the quota that you can get for one person. 1 million, you can get like 5. That is through the GIPC. And most of you need to register with the GIPC because they are there for the foreigners' interest. With Madam question, we are about to deploy our new system. So with that one, you can view some portions of it. The rest you have to pay. So for now, you need to write to us because it's important that we respond to you so that we give you the accurate information. So if you are doing supply, whatever you are doing, find time and then write to us, and then we'll communicate back to you because we'll give you the accurate data that we have. People can change directors within a year. People can change like 8 times. How do you verify if this is the accurate person? This person is a director. And then also the onus lie on us that when people want to do business with us, we should take their document so that you have it and then you interrogate it through questioning to us. So you know the people they've given, then you ask, who are the directors? Where is the company office? So that we will tell you, and then you'll be able to compare and contrast and know if the company is lying or not. And then normally when we give the data, the search come with a date. So sometimes just after the search, you see that they'll do changes. So that one too, you can just verify on that because you'll be telling the person that this is the search result that I got. So if the person say that I've changed it, sometimes that's okay. When some people do search and they see that the companies that they are doing business, then they quickly come and do the right thing. I mean, it's good because they've done the right thing. So it is important that you do that. And then we have the zonal office. We don't have the regions. We have the zonal. So we have the northern zonal office in Tamale. We have the Bono office in Sunyane. And then we have the central western in Sekendi Takrade. And then we have the Kumasi zonal office. And then we have the Greater Accra. So wherever you find yourself, you can go to any of these places.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. All right. So are you going to be around for a little while? All of you. Yeah. Until you don't look, it's like you're not sure. We have to go on a break. And so I'm encouraging people, if you will be around, and if that's okay with you, ladies and gentlemen, people to interact with you, ask you their questions directly. If they need any contact information, whatever needs provided, then you do that as well. Okay. So round of applause. We have Mrs. Dora Badua Champong, who is from the National Identification Authority, Head Media Relations and Corporate. We have Mr. Emmanuel Note Boche from the Birth and Deaths Registry, Head of Projects at the Birth and Deaths Registry, to be precise. The Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, we have Mrs. Cynthia Na, Head of Public Education, and particularly with the SNIT Public Affairs Unit or Outfit or Department. And then Mrs. Matilda Osei Esquire, who is the Assistant State Attorney at the ORC, Office of the Registrar of Companies. Round of applause for them. And like I said, you can engage them for if they're still around. I know it's a Friday and it's the second, and they're also working. So they may not be here for too much longer, but they are open to speaking to you. Now it's time to go on a snack break. Okay. How do you want everybody to come to that room? All right. So for those of you who had breakfast with us this morning, you're going to the same space behind the curtain that's behind all of us. And if you're not familiar with it, of course, there are people around who can guide you as to what to do and how to get your refreshment.
further. The Guba Conversations, in partnership with Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, is giving you that platform for a national conversation. A place where government, investors, inventors, returnees, and what have you get together in a convivial atmosphere to plan what's next for them. Whether you're moving home, planning to start a business, or thinking Ghana, this is a great opportunity for us to get together to make that move. So join us for the Guba Diaspora Conversations taking place on the 2nd of January 2026. Secure your seat now. I'll see you there.
At Cape Properties, we understand that real estate investing is about more than just acquiring property. It's about maximizing value, minimizing risk, and achieving consistent return. Don't get nervous when investing in a property with Cape Properties. If you're a diaspora and you're concerned with how you manage your property while living outside of Ghana, we at Cape Properties understand how you feel. And so our full management options allow you to invest in a property and leave the rest to us to enjoy a peace of mind. Our investor services include sales, full-service property management, including tenant screening and leasing, rent collection and financial reporting, maintenance coordination, compliance with landlord-tenant laws. With Cape Properties, you now have a single partner to help you purchase, manage, and grow your real estate portfolio seamlessly. So if you're ready to take a hands-off approach without sacrificing control or performance, our experienced team is here to help. Let's talk about how we can manage your investment properties and help you scale with confidence. For our hands-free property management, call us today. At Cape Properties, we understand that real estate investing is about more than just acquiring property. It's about maximizing value, minimizing risk, and achieving consistent return. Don't get nervous when investing in a property with Cape Properties. If you're a diaspora and you're concerned with how you manage your property while living outside of Ghana, we at Cape Properties understand how you feel. And so our full management options allow you to invest in a property and leave the rest to us to enjoy a peace of mind. Our investor services include sales, full-service property management, including tenant screening and leasing, rent collection and financial reporting, maintenance coordination, compliance with landlord-tenant laws. With Cape Properties, you now have a single partner to help you purchase, manage, and grow your real estate portfolio seamlessly. So if you're ready to take a hands-off approach without sacrificing control or performance, our experienced team is here to help. Let's talk about how we can manage your investment properties and help you scale with confidence. For our hands-free property management, call us today.
Hello, my name is Christiana Dankwa, CEO of Crest Food Bank Catering Services. At Food Bank, we believe that food is more than nourishment. It's a community, culture, and connection. That's why we're excited to partner with the Guba Diaspora Conversations. This platform brings diasporans together to learn, connect, and transition into Ghana with confidence. For us, it is an honor to be part of this journey by offering meals that reflect the rich and warm Ghanaian heritage. We look forward to serving you and making your experience at the Diaspora Conversation a memorable and meaningful one. Get your ticket and see you there.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ishmael Ning Hanododu. I'm the Director of Partnerships at the 24 Economy Secretariat. 24 Economy Initiative is about unlocking the vast potential inherent in Ghana economy, creating jobs, creating a very highly productive economy, an economy that catalyzes export promotion and job creation. But for this ambitious program to succeed and truly scale, the diaspora has to be an integral part of the conversation. At the Guba Diaspora Conversations, we will explore what the 24 economy means in real terms, in terms of business opportunities, investment opportunities, the various components of the program, the different productive sectors that it encompasses. The opportunities in technology space, opportunities for some jobs creation, and opportunities to really harvest the capacity, the full range of abilities that the diaspora has to make it a success. It's about clarity, expanding conversations that come to your doorsteps, and make sure that we all engage to build an economy that works for everyone, every hour. So please get your ticket to get today, be part of the Guba conversation, and let us build the 24 economy.
For over a decade, Guba has championed African excellence, connecting our people and making sure that we exhibit the very best of Africa to the rest of the world. And guess what? This year, we take it a step further. The Guba Conversations, in partnership with Diaspora Affairs Office of President, is giving you that platform for a national conversation. A place where government, investors, inventors, returnees, and what have you get together in a convivial atmosphere to plan what's next for them. Whether you're moving home, planning to start a business, or thinking Ghana, this is a great opportunity for us to get together to make that move. So join us for the Guba Diaspora Conversations taking place on the 2nd of January 2026. Secure your seat now. I'll see you there.
As Cape Properties, we understand that real estate investing is about more than just acquiring property. It's about maximizing value, minimizing risk, and achieving consistent return. Don't get nervous when investing in a property with Cape Properties. If you're a diaspora and you're concerned with how you manage your property while living outside of Ghana, we at Cape Properties understand how you feel. And so our full management options allow you to invest in a property and leave the rest to us to enjoy a peace of mind. Our investor services include sales, full-service property management, including tenant screening and leasing, rent collection and financial reporting, maintenance coordination, compliance with landlord-tenant laws. With Cape Properties, you now have a single partner to help you purchase, manage, and grow your real estate portfolio seamlessly. So if you're ready to take a hands-off approach without sacrificing control or performance, our experienced team is here to help. Let's talk about how we can manage your investment properties and help you scale with confidence. For a hands-free property management, call us today. As Cape Properties, we understand that real estate investing is about more than just acquiring property. It's about maximizing value, minimizing risk, and achieving consistent return. Don't get nervous when investing in a property with Cape Properties. If you're a diaspora and you're concerned with how you manage your property while living outside of Ghana, we at Cape Properties understand how you feel. And so our full management options allow you to invest in a property and leave the rest to us to enjoy a peace of mind. Our investor services include sales, full-service property management, including tenant screening and leasing, rent collection and financial reporting, maintenance coordination, compliance with landlord-tenant laws. With Cape Properties, you now have a single partner to help you purchase, manage, and grow your real estate portfolio seamlessly. So if you're ready to take a hands-off approach without sacrificing control or performance, our experienced team is here to help. Let's talk about how we can manage your investment properties and help you scale with confidence. For a hands-free property management, call us today.
Hello, my name is Christiana Dankwa, CEO of Crest Food Bank Catering Services. At Food Bank, we believe that food is more than nourishment. It's a community, culture, and connection. That's why we're excited to partner with the Guba Diaspora Conversations. This platform brings diasporans together to learn, connect, and transition into Ghana with confidence. For us, it is an honor to be part of this journey by offering meals that reflect the rich and warm Ghanaian heritage. We look forward to serving you and making your experience at the Diaspora Conversation a memorable and meaningful one. Get your ticket and see you there.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ishmael Neem Amadodu. I'm the Director of Partnerships at the 24 Economy Secretariat. 24 Economy Initiative is about unlocking the vast potential inherent in Ghana economy, creating jobs, creating a very highly productive economy, an economy that catalyzes export promotion and job creation. But for this ambitious program to succeed and truly scale, the diaspora has to be an integral part of the conversation. At the Guba Diaspora Conversations, we will explore what the 24 economy means in real terms, in terms of business opportunities, investment opportunities, the various components of the program, the different productive sectors that it encompasses, the opportunities in the technology space, opportunities for jobs creation, and opportunities to really harvest the capacity, the full range of abilities that the diaspora has to make it a success. It's about clarity, expanding conversations that come to your doorsteps, and make sure that we all engage to build an economy that works for everyone, every hour. So please get your ticket today, be part of the global conversation, and let us build the 24 economy.
For over a decade, Guba has championed African excellence, connecting our people and making sure that we exhibit the very best of Africa to the rest of the world. And guess what? This year, we take it a step further.
Can we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2? Hello, 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2.
2, 1, 2.
1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
Diaspora conversations. We will explore what the 24 economy means in real terms of business opportunities, investment opportunities, the various components of the program, the different productive sectors that it encompasses, the opportunities in the technology space, opportunities for jobs creation, and opportunities to really harvest the capacity, the full range of abilities that the diaspora has to make it a success. It's about clarity, expanding conversations that come to your doorsteps, and make sure that we all engage to build an economy that works for everyone, every hour.
Working is good, but we need everybody back in the room. All right, we're going to start in exactly 2 minutes. Thank you.
2.
Right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next panel. Before then, you know, people have been in and out, so we have some gaps in our seating. So can you just fill in the seats in front of you? Please, if you'd be so kind as to do so. Thank you. Just fill in the gaps in front of you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Can we settle in, please? We're behind time, so we really want to speed it up, and we don't want to condense the magic of what we're discussing in these panels. So we need to get into the next one. We still have some potholes, or people are still out. So yeah, some potholes, you know. All right. The block to my far left, is it that people are still out, or they are playing Oware there? Dummy. Please move forward so we can fill in the gaps nicely. Unless, of course, you know there's someone who is still just wrapping up their bites and they're coming to fill in the space. Right, so our next panel is titled Impactpreneur, driving social and economic change through agriculture.
impactpreneur, driving social and economic change through agriculture. Now, our moderator for this session, very nicely styled as Farmer George, is George Eduhini, and he's with the City Fresh Farms, and he's come ready. He's making me feel bad because he's brought drinks for his panel and all of that. But I'm not a farmer, in my defense. Round of applause for George.
Hello. After item 13, it can get a little slow and boring. So we're going to try and make sure everybody's up and engaging. Afin Shiapa. Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks for coming. I happen to have the privilege to moderate this section. And if you know, a hungry person is what? An angry person, right? We've come to the fun part. Food. You're not excited. Try starving yourself a few days, and you know how that goes. I know Greg made me that sexy, but this panel here is going to tell you how sexy Greg is, and they're going to influence your choices that you're going to make as far as your next venture. I am Farmer George. I am a lawyer by profession and a farmer by passion. I grew Aluguin or soursop all the way in my village. In my village, because most things happen in Accra, but I'm all the way in the Bruno region. And so I have the honor of today, one of the finest nutritionists to prepare us few samples. So when the panelists come, they will tell us what we think and the product, and then we'll go from there. So if I may bring to the stage, in no particular order, we have Sapa Kwade, if you're here, please. Can we welcome them with a round of applause, please? Thank you, my brother. Any of the seat, make sure your seat has a drink. And we have Dr. Ishmael Ni Amonu Dodu, please. Please, welcome with a round of applause. Nana Opoku Ajiman Prempe. Nana, if you're here, please join us. And I have Richard Doubler. Richard, please welcome Richard with a round of applause. Thank you, welcome. And I chose not to say any more than their names because I think they would be better to introduce themselves. So if we may start with my dear brother Saipai. You tell us briefly yourself, who you are, what you do, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Hi. Afishiapa. I need some energy in the room. Afishiapa. Okay. So my name is Sape.
Sape, okay.
Not Sapai. Yeah. So Sape. My full name is Sape Kwade. It's a Ghana name. And I'm from Gamashi. So I founded a company called Banji Chrome Limited. And what Banji Chrome does is that we're a cassava ecosystem player. When we talk about cassava, people think about just gari and then agbalimo, kokunte, and other food derivatives, but the conversation is bigger. There's a conversation on ethanol, there's a conversation on high quality cassava flour, which is naturally gluten-free. There's a conversation on industrial starch, which serves as primary products for further processing into other modified starches. So it's a big conversation, and West Africa as a trading bloc falls within the cassava belt globally. So the conversation is not just a Ghanaian conversation, it's a West African conversation. So essentially what we do is we're an end-to-end player. We grow cassava, we process cassava, we sell to the end market, and we provide connectivity along the value chain. We are currently in the Volta region, we are in the Eastern region, and then we are in the Central region. We process Gari by ourselves, we export to Europe, we export to North America, and we process high quality cassava flour as well. A lot of the guys in Italy buy our high quality cassava flour for a lot of the pasta that we eat. So the conversation is really huge, and I'm very excited to be here, and I look forward to sharing a lot of the stuff that have happened along my journey with you all. Thank you.
Growing up, you have Gary to take to the boarding house, and that's about it. Who thought somebody could make Gary that sexy? So we look to hear more from him about Banchi Crumbs. Next panel. Doc, could you please briefly introduce yourself and what you do?
Hello. Okay. Happy New Year to all of you. You guys look very, very, very intimidating. Give me a smile at least. Right, so my name is Dr. Ishmael Nee. I'm an Ododu. I'm from Ododo-Diodio constituency. How many of you know Ododo-Diodio? From the Gamashi side, as him. It's a place where we have the famous boxers, the famous footballers, and so on. And my late father actually played the Black Stars. He was the founding member of Black Stars and won African Cup twice for Ghana. So his name is Ofe Dodu. I'm the director of partnerships, markets, and innovative financing for the 24 Economy program. So I work very, very, very intimately with a number of partners from government through private sector, individuals that want to invest within the 24 Economy, development partners, financial institutions, people like you, to co-create the opportunities that you can see within the 24 Economy and help you, shepherd you to be able to invest. So my role is really to make you very comfortable and to ensure that we can de-risk the environment for you to take part of the 24 Economy. That's what I do on a day-to-day basis. And what keeps me headache is to wake up to see how to answer the question, how can Ghanaians actually own the $80 billion GDP, which is currently owned by 3 countries external to Ghana. They own about 60 to 70% of it. At the same time, we believe that the food import bill is about $3.5 billion per year. And that's what we import to this country. And somebody is responsible for that. And recently, in the last 10 years, we have imported $350 million per year of yemwadia. How many of us know yemwadia? The offals and intestines and gallbladders of animals, which find themselves in our chore bags. And so somebody somewhere has been making $3.5 billion of that. And so it is important that we really look at our economy and see how do we overturn that, and also make nutrition very much of a top quality for all of us. So we are here to talk about agriculture. There are some of the things that I'd like to share, not from academic perspective, but from my heart. As I journey through my career, I've worked in over 36 African countries, globally 51 countries in the world. I used to be, until recently I joined the government, I was a senior diplomat of the United Nations. So I work very much across many countries in the world. And so I bring in a lot of experience to share with you, and I'd like to be able to share that without you being very intimidating and giving me a smile. So I'm happy to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. We'll smile back at you. Next, Nana Prempe. Please tell about yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nana Jiman Prempe, Nana for short. I'm the guy who makes it possible for you to invest in agriculture directly, right from your phone. So sitting here, I'll be happy to transform all of you into investors before I leave. My company, hello, nice to meet you again. My company has 3,000 individuals who've invested in Ghana's agricultural space. And because of those 3,000 individuals, we've been able to impact 30,000 smallholder farmers. They've been able to help us acquire 5 brand new tractors that provides the needed mechanization for farmers. And they've helped us to buy more than $4 million worth of the farmers' harvest, hence contributing in reducing post-harvest losses. For this year, the reason why I'm here is because I want to grow that number from 3,000 to 30,000 people. So you're all part of why I'm here. And I hope that by the time I'm done speaking about what we do and going into the details about how you can contribute into transforming agriculture in Ghana, you will leave here being a real investor. Thank you, and I look forward to the conversation.
I think we are up to the challenge. How many numbers you said? How many?
3,000.
I think we are up to the
30,000.
challenge. Well, at some point, we'll pick their phones, send some text messages, spread the news. So we are up to the challenge.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Dabla. I'm an entrepreneur and Good afternoon. My name is Richard Dabla. I'm an entrepreneur and also the managing partner of Bolabed, which is an app that sustain the way we actually proceed with waste. I'm sure you'll be surprised why waste management sits in a panel of entrepreneurs. And I bet during the journey, I should be able to tell you exactly where agri plays into the food production or the food chain. But mind you that agri is a downstream of urban sanitation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause for my panel. So from my Banchi crew, doing amazing things with Banchi or cassava, and Dr. Dodu with all the experience that is acquired, and then through to our fintech person that are here, and then we get to the waste. I'm excited to hear the end product of what we eat. But again, I should remind you, agri hasn't been sexy, but at the end of this discussion, I'm sure it will be the sexiest industry you will want to invest in. So, Mr. Banchi Krum, I think it's fair to identify the company by that, right? Can you please share with us what motivated you to get into Banchi or cassava?
Okay, it's going to be a long one, I hope.
We try to make it brief for us.
I'll try, but it's... So, somewhere in 2013, I decided to be an organic vegetable farmer. Mainly because I had an aunt who worked with the Standard Board at the time, and she had given me all this info about how farmers were incessantly using agrochemicals for vegetable production. So that meant that we didn't have wholesome vegetables on the market. So I decided to grow organic. And at a point in time, I was selling my products door to door. So I'll put my stuff in a van and then I go to door. And then I market it as vegetable that is healthy and that is wholesome. And it was great for about a year and a half, 2 years. And a friend of mine casually introduced me to cassava. And I did about 4 acres because I had about 10 acres of land at the time. And that 4 acres of land, I had totally forgotten about it. It was of no interest to me. But somewhere down the line, some Indians had requested that I grow organic cucumber for them. And I did about 3 acres of that. And the price was really great. But because when you're growing organic, you are prone to a lot of environmental challenges when it comes to infestation of fungi, to your crop. And I had a fungi infestation on the farm. And within 16 hours, my entire field had wilted. And that was probably the first inflection of my journey as an entrepreneur, where I felt, because at the time, it wasn't like external investments, it was just me and then my small coins and dumping everything in there. So a friend of mine coincidentally called me and said, the cassava that I gave you sticks for, is it ready for harvest? Because there are some women looking for cassava. And I said, I don't even know. So we did the math and then we realized that, oh, it's like 1 month overdue for harvest. So I said, yeah, the cassava is ready because I tried to uproot one and the tubers look sizable. Guess what? These women were guys that were processing cassava for Agbalimo. So they came to the farm, they brought processing equipment that were off grade, so they were using fuel for grinding. And they harvested and processed on the field, bagged, put it in the truck, all that 4 acres. It took them about 2.5 weeks to do that. And when they were leaving, they paid me cash. Like hard currency, you know. They had this cloth, they opened the cloth, you know, very dramatic stuff. You know, they're like, this is your money, thank you very much. It was good doing business, and they left. I'm like, hey, my banchipani, you know? And I got very excited, I must say. And so that got me very curious because I didn't pay too much attention to even the crop, but I had very impressive yields. And at the time I was looking for, because you see, anything horticulture needs a lot of attention. So if you are doing anything vegetables, pineapple, what have you, you need to be on the field all the time. You need to be, like the Japanese say, the best thing that a farmer can give, fertilizer that the farmer can give their farm is their footprint. Your footprint has to be there constantly because anything can happen. But with the cassava, I barely even went to that field to see what was happening. So it gave me ideas and I delved more. There was this Dalbeck report I read that made projections of what cassava could be to West Africa. The report had Mozambique, Ghana, Nigeria, and then I think Tanzania as focal points. So when I read this, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. So that was like when I told myself that I'm definitely doing cassava and focusing on cassava. And I looked out, I realized that there was a company called Ayensu Starch. And I went over there. My model for agriculture has always been market to production, not growing and then going to look for a market. So anytime I put anything in the ground, before I put it in the ground, I already have an available market. You know, I don't grow hoping that I'm going to get a market. So I signed an offtake agreement with Ayensu Starch, and then the offtake was for 200 acres. And then I started growing cassava, and I started the production all the way till I got to my 200 acres. So that's how the journey started.
200 acres. Come on. Impressive.
So yeah, that's basically the baseline of the journey. I'm sure I'll continue to, you know, expatiate on where we are now. But the 200 acres was all the way back in 2016. So
if I may follow up, 200, how many workers do you employ in 200 acres?
So at the time, for 200 acres, we had just the permanent staff was just 5.
Okay.
Everyone else was casual. So in a year, for that 200 acres, we could do probably 70 casual labor.
Okay.
And most of them were women at the time because they were the ones in the rural communities. The women are the ones that feed their families, not the men. You know, so it's something that's really real. So they come to the field, they support you, and they allow you to thrive within those communities.
So jobs. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Doug, I'm sure you followed and he enumerated a couple of challenges that he faced in his startup. If somebody's here, maybe somebody's thinking of doing cocoyam or any other tuber, what advice or what some of the policy initiatives that you put in place to help a startup or somebody starting or somebody already doing it as his to help them overcome or scale up some of these challenges?
All right, thank you very much. I would preface the question around, if you like, why is it critical to invest in agriculture?
Sure.
You know, what would it take to do that, and what are some of the opportunities and the challenges, and how government through the 24-hour economy program is positioning to help. If you look at what he described, and you follow his conversations very carefully, he had an opportunistic, I would say it's an opportunism, you know, to be able to say, well, let me try cassava. And the afterthought or something that he has actually not taken good care of is the one that is one that was able to help him to save him at the time. And that is it for most of us and overall with the country. We have a country in which we import about $300 million per year of fish. And we have 227 different fish varieties between the ocean and inland waters that we can domesticate and make a lot of money out of. And if you think that our food import bill is close to $3.5 billion per year, in 10 years, we have imported about $35 billion of food. Now, when you look at the food security situation, if where we are importing the food from, if they decide that they're actually going to put something in the food that is coming to Ghana, they will succeed in creating genocide. Remember that we have a country in which we have serious weaknesses in how we manage the quality of our food that come in and so on. So we're really living in a time bomb. And therefore, it is important for us as Ghanaians in diaspora to really consider this particular market. If the market for Ghana alone is 3.5 billion, not to talk about Sierra Leone and Liberian market, which already pull to us because of relationship with them. If we were to concentrate on feeding ourselves, and to some extent, Liberian, Sierra Leone, and maybe expand it to Benin and so on, then we are really looking at $50 billion, $4 billion type of market that's available for anyone who wants to go into agriculture. And why this is very important is that food security is marketable. And it doesn't really take much to learn the art and the skills. It requires dedication and passion to be able to go into it. And the challenges that you face, therefore, are land. How do you acquire the land? How do you acquire irrigation facilities or networks to make sure that you can produce around the year? How do you acquire connectivity in the land? Electricity is one of the things that you also need to be able to power your irrigation facility. Now, what we have done with the trend and then capital, cheap capital, very patient capital that will enable you to be able to acquire the seeds, till the land, invest in some of these things, infrastructure, and move on. So what we have done with the 24-hour economy program, and you will see that accelerated very aggressively from January, from now, is to make sure we get the land for you and the land are aligned to various corridors of production. So we have the cassava corridor, in which he is the anchor. We have the yam and tubers corridors. We have the vegetable corridors. We also have the poultry corridor. And then we have the sweet potato, and then the oil corridor that deals with legumes. There's soya and so on. And today, I'm happy to inform you that we have close to 500,000 hectares of land that we have acquired. This land would then, along the Volta Economic Corridor, which starts from Tema all the way to the north, following the tributaries of the Volta Lake. And that will be serviced with irrigation facility. It will be serviced with some level of connectivity. It will be serviced with captive energy that is cheaper, about one-tenth cheaper than you get from ECG, to make economic sense for you. And so these things have been done with farmer service centers to be able to provide extension services and so on, so that you can actually invest in these corridors. Now, the corridors will have two types of investors. So for some of us who are here want to be very large-scale farmers or commercial farmers, you can go as far as 10,000 hectares or 20,000 hectares. But then we mobilize the young ones, mainly women and youth, into cooperatives, so that they then becomes the smallholder farmers that would anchor to the anchor farmers. So somebody like him has about 2,000 different farmers who are aggregators of what he buys, so that he can bulk them and do the processing.
If I may follow up on it. So we have land, acquired land, which with irrigation and other amenities to be provided, electricity and whatnot. If I'm here today and let's say I want to do sweet potato, what measures do I need to do? What steps? Where do I go? So let's say I want to start with 100 acres, 500 acres. What do I need to do today?
The immediate thing you need to do is simply put your business plan together. And then you send it to us through enterprise@24hplus.gov.gh. With your business plan, this is what you want to do. And we would be able to work with you to allocate a land for you where you can actually start processing. And the other thing is acquisition of capital. We're creating small, medium enterprise facility. The vision is to get about $1.2 billion into that. Thus far, we have signed up for $500 million. About $280 million is arrived into the facility today. And this is what it's going to do. It's going to be able to afford you a capital for your investment at less than 10% interest rate to the dollar. It's going to afford you patient capital. So you have between 3 to 5 years tenure to be able to pay back. You don't need to give collateral.
That's encouraging.
You don't need to give collateral. All right. And it comes with enterprise support, which is, you may not be financially literate. So somebody will work with you to have that capacity. But we encourage that we do, we put ourselves together into associations or cooperatives, because that's what is very, very important. That's what will transform, the agricultural sector.
Sure. Thank you. Nana, if you may, I know you've been already doing it and mobilizing. And I'll tell you, farmers getting financing is one of the biggest drawbacks. It's not easy. If you get it, look, by the time your produce and whatnot come, like he shared, infestation, you have nothing, you have zero. So capital is always a big, big drawback. So then it looks like you've been helping with that area. So could you share with us how you've been doing it and how you intend to acquire the 3,000 today, which we are excited to do with you?
Thank you for the question. Before I proceed, I think we should give Doc a round of applause for bringing in $250 million. It's not a light feat. I'm sure it just passed over the heads of some people, but that's lots of money to get into a very, in quotes, what people call a risky environment. And I think the infrastructure they are putting in place is critical to what I'm about to say. So 5 years ago, I was running the largest payment platform for churches. Churches were using it to process payments. And my colleague called me that, look, you're a trained agricultural engineer with a master's in machine system. What are you doing? Come and let's solve problems. So then we brought this experience to build a platform that could raise capital for agriculture. And the people I deal with two categories of people. First of all, I'm 99% of you here will never go and farm. I can guarantee you that. But you have a passion and you wish you could be involved one way or the other. Is that true? Is that true? Let me see my hands. Yeah. So with that reality, we basically build a platform to connect your money with farmers who are farming like Sapiem or any other smallholder farmer or large scale farmer. So there are two types of farmers. Small farmer who is doing 5 acres and a big farmer who is doing like 100 acres and above. Our financing goes to both of them. Right. So for the small one, we don't give them cash. We'll give them a tractor service, which they'll pay just like $25 for per acre. We'll give them seed, we'll give them fertilizer, and then at harvest, we go in with the tractor and the thresh and take back the bags, sell and pay you back with a margin. But when you're investing, you are saying that, look, I know this is risky. I know I may lose some of my money or all of my money. I know you have insurance in place and all that, but I want to be part of this. I want to take that risk on my country. So that's the only difference when you invest through investment crowdfunding. It's different when you take a treasury bill. The government promises to pay you back, so you have peace of mind. So I'm by regulations, I'm mandated to tell you this. I have to. But the reason why it's important is because the numbers I quoted to you, 3,000 retail investors impacting 30,000 farmers. Think about that. It means for every investor, is supporting close to 1,000 people, right? So for me, 10 people, forgive me for that. So for me, I believe that the real change we want sits in our hands. It sits in our mobile money wallets. It sits in our bank accounts. My job is to do the due diligence and say, Sapiam is a good farmer. He has what it takes to return back on the investment. So we'll deploy him capital. So if it's a large-scale farmer like him, we don't do tractors and fertilizer. We give them actual hardcore cash. So let's be very practical. In 2024, getting to the end, we financed another cassava farmer. We gave him $7,500, okay, for input financing. He paid us back just last week $9,500 from the harvest they sold. As a matter of fact, it delayed a bit because he was still looking for new lands and new markets in Togo to do larger. And the beautiful thing is that that money came from individuals. So scale this from $9,500 to $900,000 or $9 million or $90 million or $900 million. It's the variable is a number of people betting on their own country and their own destiny. So for me, I think the problem is very simple. With the 24-hour economy putting in the infrastructure, with very determined entrepreneurs like Sapien, myself, and my colleague, the real question is, are you willing to take a bet on your country and make a difference? Because growing up, and I'm a very young man, when I listen to the radio, it's a lot of complaints. We don't have this, we don't have that. Okay, stop complaining. There's opportunity. Let's be the change. And then the conversation changes. This year, we are opening up our platform to move from investing in just production and commodities and agricultural machinery to about 10 asset classes. So now we'll be listing campaigns so you can actually invest in agricultural lands. So we are having conversations with the 24-hour economies where if you want to actually be part of those who will finance the preparation and acquisition of land, you can take land rental income every season when people farm. If you rather want to invest in energy, so that the money that will be used to put in the solar panels or the diesel required for these tractors, you make a margin anytime you sold. Or you want to actually put in your money in agricultural finance and the working capital, the hardcore cash that agricultural business will need, you can invest in that with a range of returns. The nature of the regulations prevents me from telling you we'll give you 2% or 5% or 10%. We always look at the business case, the lowest case scenario, the high case scenario, and tell you that looking at historical figures, we think you can make between maybe 6% to 15%. And it's that wide because we look at the worst case scenarios and then you make a choice and a decision. And very often when we explain it this way, people are like, nah, I want a peace of mind. I want treasury bill. I can go and sleep. When you sleep, then you will struggle in another place. So the real conversation is how willing are we to bet on ourselves and make a difference? And when we started this 5 years ago, and I'm just about ending, the largest investors we had were the diasporans. 85% of our investors were from the diaspora. But I was so heartbroken on a call when we had to pay this old US Army veteran who had invested. And I was heartbroken because the farm was profitable, but when we were paying him, the city had become so weak that he lost money on the repatriation of the funds, not on the production or the farming activity. So we held back on driving diaspora investment and we focused on local investments because CD is CD. So we partner with MTN and now 20 million MTN wallet holders can invest in agriculture simply from their mobile money wallet. It's there. If you take your phone now and you go to option 5, option 4, option 3 on *170#, you see growth from here and you can invest. And since we started, we've seen a significant growth. But now we are ready to open up to diaspora again because we've seen a stability in what? The currency. And of course, we educate the diaspora that if you're investing in Ghana, think more about keeping your money here than repatriating it, because if the FX begins to dance, that is not in our control. So as much as we want to get more investments, we also have to educate our colleagues and our friends and our relatives that these are the realities of doing business. And like I mentioned, we are opening up beyond just agriculture to allowing businesses very soon to list on our platform so that they can raise capital to grow. And I believe that in the next 5 years, we would see some of the largest business who have been supported by local people.
Thank you. Thank you, Nana. If I may engage Richard, please. So Richard, after all is done, we get to our waste product, bola, which most times we don't value. Please briefly help us see how best we can channel and make best use of our bola.
If I must say, even before engaging the platform here, I was wondering what will waste management entrepreneur, be discussing at Greek. What pushed me into the waste management bit of what we are about to discuss today was just to see how the government was having so much challenges, for instance, in handling our waste, knowing that almost about 100 million US dollars were used to actually solve the problem, and it was still a secular things happening. And I also thought about food security, because back in the days when I was actually pushing for the waste management aspect of things, I was actually thinking more of a gasification process to generate electricity until I viewed the video of what happened in Tel Aviv in Syria, where they were virtually having the same challenges we are having with us, and where waste was virtually converted into fertilizer or pellet. And I thought that is fantastic. So let's go through that and limit first the usage of chemicals. So together with my team, we decided first to compete the reality. But how do you compete where, for instance, there's an unfair monopoly? So we decided to put up an app called Bolabed to be able to audit what we are having, because what was also lacking is a lack of data on existing data on, for instance, plastics and the rest. And mind you, we are not only talking about fertilizer, because plastic, for instance, is also a key part of agriculture, where you may have to recycle your plastics into irrigation system, your food and your spent farms product into organic fertilizer, and reuse the water, for instance, at irrigation system. So we decided to close the loop, and we're so excited. And fortunately, to the 24-hour economy member is here. Then I decided to speak to Honorable Gozitano about what I thought should be the way. So he asked me to send him a concept about what I envisage doing, meaning closing the loop from food waste to power generation to fertilizer and an irrigation system to be able to support the system. And we are hoping that we'll be able to save the challenges we are having. The diaspora people do not normally come to the country because they miss Africa or the rest. They come because they believe that Africa is a next El Dorado. They also believe that it is where they can invest more if there's a structure. So by developing the concept that we are pushing now, we believe that that structure will enable them put up a system, because there's already workers which we call, for instance, scavengers in the past, that are ready to actually go to places, pick up most of the recyclable, send it to the industries and so on. So there's a very thriving industry already existing. All they need is just to have the necessary input, the necessary strategy to actually buy back what is actually left behind.
Thank you, Brother Richard. Thank you for the looping in. And look, that was a really, really, really evaluating conversation. Please give a hand of applause to my dear brother Sape here. What he's doing is wonderful. And you know, we could keep talking and talking, because I understand. I realize, as with a lot of things that we haven't covered, but for time, we're going to step off the stage for the next panel so we can engage my brother here, Sape, Dr. Dodo is here, Nana, and then Richard, so we can continue. Now, as the president announced at the 80th UN session, the future is African. And if the future is going to be African, we, as natives and sons of Africa, want to be a part of shaping that future. Where do we start from? Putting food in our stomach, being able to have food sufficiency and food security. So from this panel here, engage, and at any given point, you could be able to pitch in. You don't have to be on the land tilling the ground, but you can be part of the value chain, especially things that have been put in place with the 24-hour economy. So again, please, let's appreciate my panel. Thank you so much.
Just 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Two, please.
The 24-hour economy is not just about agriculture. There are about 8 different sectors that we looked at. All right. Pharmaceuticals, for example, that's about $27.7 billion in West Africa of pharmaceutical drugs of import, and Ghana covers around 5.7 billion. Manufacturing all those drugs here is one. Number two is about the creative sector. Yesterday, I got statistics that about $6.7 billion was injected into Ghana through tourism, believe it or not. And these are high net worth individuals who come to Ghana, presumably for tourism. All of them would engage the creative sector. So if you're sitting here and this is what was spent last year, and you were here for Christmas, 30 December, you missed out. So somebody made that money. It is also about garments and textiles. And it is also about machine technology, digital technology. Is an economy. So everything that you can imagine can be possibly produced from this country, and making Ghana the hub of production through the African Continental Free Trade Area and exporting our products here. We are looking at expanding our economy to over $200 billion within the next 3 years. So this is really a big deal. And our hope is that you will bring your capacity, your ideas, your markets, your relationships to own this economy, and for most of you to create wealth. And it's our vision that by the time we are done, we've made 100 billionaires in this country. Then you buy me a ticket. You buy me a ticket to enjoy myself in Barbados. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do we have time for questions? We have time. I'm sorry, we don't have time for questions. So as my panel just leave the stage, we can engage them and with your questions, please. I'm sorry. All right. Again, we are out of time. So they're going to hang around myself, and then I'll come to you actually and get all the contact you need from them to you. Thank you so much. Be part of the future of Africa and Ghana being the hub producing to feed the rest of us. Thank you. God bless you all. Oh, please, if I may have you.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Farmer George and his panel. And I hope it's been impactful. Has it? The impactpreneurs. It has been, hasn't it? All right, so now we're going into a conversation about real estate. Ghana's skyline is changing. The way people live, the way people build is also taking a different direction. And there are captains of industry who are very much involved in shaping what we're experiencing on the real estate front is looking like. Now, when you come in here, of course, you're looking for a place to live. Do I buy a house? Do I do a condo? Do I do an apartment? Can I do short leases? Or I'm here for 6 months. Can I rent while I'm away? All those conversations. We also have the Lands Commission here. And like I said earlier, land is a big conversation, and they're here to answer some of your questions. So let me welcome to the stage. I'll start in no particular order with Michael Che Ayensu, who's the CEO of Jacob West Limited. Round of applause for him. We also have Kweku Ampedu Boating, who is a senior property consultant with Kapime Properties. Round of applause. Hey, the applause is not applauding. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Emmanuel Matekole is the founder and managing partner of M&O Law Consult. And we also have Isaac Owusu-Ejie, who is the CEO of Illes Realty. And last but definitely not the least, we have Dr. Benjamin Quay, who is the head of special projects at the Lands Commission of Ghana. Gentlemen, you're welcome. How are we doing? Does everybody have a microphone? Dr. Quay, you don't have one? Okay. Thank you. Can we just do a 1, 2, 1, 2?
Test.
Working?
Yeah.
We're good to go. Wonderful. Welcome to the stage once again. Now, real estate, there's a reason why when people of the diaspora convene, real estate always becomes a conversation, huge conversation. And I've had conversations with all of you at different points in time throughout today, also just trying to figure out how things are going and whatnot. So maybe just introduce yourselves and your entities. Let's start from there. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Michael Che, and so you can hear the accent from London. It all started with a dream. I was in the UK all my life, born and raised. And in 2012, I took a leap of faith and came to Ghana, believing that would change this terrain in terms of real estate. But the reality on the ground is the culture of it was a big shock. And it took me years to adjust and realize that don't learn the business, learn the culture. So I've been here since. We've established ourselves as developers. We're developing mid to upper range homes in Accra, and we're looking to take over the rest of West Africa. And I believe it would happen. And we believe the new Africa already exists. And that's our slogan. So I'm sure there'll be more questions, but that's a brief introduction about who I am and where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Kweku, over to you.
My name is Kweku Ampedu, and I'm the senior property consultant for Cape May Properties. Most people may not know the difference or who Cape May Property is, but if you know the signature apartment, that is us. We developed the signature apartment, and then we own the sky of Accra. We are looking at doing major developments and changing the sky of Accra. So our new development, which is the what's it called, Sultan Sky, will tower about 30 floors. We will be the tallest residential building in Accra, and we look forward to seeing you pay us a visit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We own the sky of Accra.
Hello and Happy New Year.
My
name is Emmanuel Matekole. I'm the head of the real estate and infrastructure team at MNO Law Consults. We've assisted clients, especially diasporans, to acquire land by conducting due diligence. We've assisted them by preparing the documents in accordance with Ghana law. And we've also done some post completion things like registration, stamping, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
The applause. Thank you.
All right, so my name is Isaac Osueje, and just to correct you before my CEO comes to my neck, I am not the CEO of Islas Realty. I'm a consultant with them.
Okay.
And
Thank you for the correction.
You're welcome. And one of the developments that we have come up with is Lux Maison, which is going to be developed at the airport residential area. This will be 19 floors high. It will feature studios, 1 to 3 beds. All right. As a company, we have been in existence for well over 14 years under our mother company, and we've just branched into the luxury real estate market because we're looking to do it differently. All right. Personally, I did real estate in Qatar for a little over 7 years, and we can all agree that Arabs understand luxury and then real estate. You understand? So coming back home, I realized that everything was tagged with luxury this, luxuries that, especially real estate. And I wasn't necessarily seeing that, but I can agree that within the short period that I went to do that U-turn in the Middle East, coming back home, I saw a different skyline than the one I left behind. And it intrigued me, I am particularly, happy that my company, Islas Realty, is developing Lux Maison because it is completely going to change the skyline of Accra. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. And the landlord is here. I
believe you all know about Lands Commission. It's a public agency established by the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and it's responsible for a number of activities, facilitating real estate acquisitions. Basically, the lawyer mentioned due diligence. That's the Lands Commission. You come to the Lands Commission to verify ownership of every land or property you want to buy. We assist in surveying and demarcating lands. We assist in land registration. As you are aware, we have 2 systems of registration in the country. title registration and deed registration. Maybe we will go into it further on. And then we also undertake valuation. The law also mentions about stamping. It's a statutory payment. It's a stamp, the tax that you have to pay on acquisition of a parcel of land, and it's the responsibility of Lands Commission to do that. We also assist in what do you call it? Which one is that? Yeah, public state land management. So if you want to acquire public land or state land, you come to the Lands Commission for that purpose. So basically, we are there to ensure the security of title to your real estate investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Michael, let me come all the way back to you. Now, when people are buying property, it's never just about the property. There's always an emotional connection. And I think that's especially true for members of the diaspora who are looking to find a home here. So I'm curious to know, in your line of work, this dream that, I mean, boy didn't grow up in Ghana and ends up on the continent. You know, you're doing real estate. The people whom you encounter when they're looking to purchase or looking to make a buy, you know, what are some of the emotional elements that come up in your conversation with them?
Thank you. Initially, I don't think I introduced my company, actually. I think it's more important to know who I am anyway. But my company is Jacob West. In terms of real estates, you need to decide your first entry point. Do I need to buy a home for investment? Am I moving the family back to Ghana? Am I looking for returns? I might just want to own a piece of the land. So you need to separate the emotional side to the practical side. Once you resolve that issue, then you will deal with the right process. Dealing with the right process isn't just coming on holiday, finding some land and buying land and not knowing what the exit is. Is the exit that I'm building a house for my family? If it is, what's the area like? What's the terrain? What's the value? What am I going to get back in a few years? Once you answer all those questions, I believe you need to spend more time in design and conceptual phase before you go into construction. Because a lot of us go in emotionally, jump in, and it becomes a nightmare. I mean, I actually don't agree with buying land and building. I don't believe you need to come to Ghana and buy land and build. Why? Because most of us in the diaspora don't build houses. So if you're coming to Ghana, I believe you need to come to Ghana and engage a developer. Do your research on a developer, make sure they have the history and the backbone to give you what you want. Once you find the right developer, spend time educating yourself about the process, because we don't have a housing issue in Ghana. We have a process issue. And if we can spend time understanding the process, then you'll get the results that you're looking for. Many of our parents left Ghana in the 50s and 60s and spent years in the UK before they settled. So I don't understand why we spend months and want to settle in Ghana. So take your time. If you're going to come home, spend some time at home before you invest. Remove the emotional side of it. Yes, the emotion is there because you want to be part of Africa, part of home where you come from. But then spend some time and understand that it's an investment. Would you go to any bank in any country and put money into the bank? You will research the bank and know what it will do for you in returns. So spend that same time, not just on the 2-3 weeks in dirty December, but spend some time. If it takes you a few months of the year, do the research, learn the terrain, because like I said before, it's not the business, it's the culture. The culture is the challenge. And that's the challenge I had when I moved to Ghana. I believe that everything that works in the UK should work in Ghana, but it's not the case. And it doesn't have to be the case because it's a different terrain, a different culture. So if you take your time and learn the culture and understand exactly what you're looking to achieve, then you will achieve it. I have many friends that bought lands in locations that it's a waterway, bad roads, no schools. It's going to turn out to be a factory area. And now they're stuck with this land with no idea of what the exit was in the first place. So try your best, spend your time enjoying your holidays, then cut off the emotions and let's be practical if you want to get a return in the new Africa.
Wonderful. And Michael, you sound like my father. He drummed it into our heads when we were growing up. Work with a developer. Don't just go and buy land. Work with a developer. He told all of us that. And I don't regret listening to him. And I think that anyone who's listening to Michael won't regret if they listen to him as well. Kweku, let me come to you. The man who owns a skyline. But we were talking a little earlier, and we were talking about the fact that a lot of the time, unfortunately, when people think of skylines, they think they have to look like the luxury Middle Eastern skylines or the Western skylines. But Cape May, you've been working at creating a skyline that's authentically Ghanaian and African. What's that journey been like? What's it looked like? And I'm also curious to know, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier, the conservation of culture and tradition in creating that skyline. What's that journey been like?
So I'll start from where you just ended. Cape May is enrooted in tradition. So from our founding fathers, Kasapreko. So you know where we are coming from. We are an indigenous company living the life of Ghanaians. And this is a fully owned Ghanaian company. It means that whatever we are doing here, we entrust that we are living it ourselves. So we are not just building properties or skylines. We are part of the tradition. We are part of the landscape. We are part of the livelihood that we live here. That's what makes us different. Now, what we are developing at Sultan Sky is not just building a skyline. Yes, we want to own the skyline. We are doing 30 floors residential building. I think the only thing that comes close is Bank of Ghana with their building. But what we are doing is give a lifestyle, own something that belongs to you, that is transgenerational. It is going to be with you to the next generation and own it over and over and over again, because the developers are part of the whole thing that we are doing. It's part of the development we are doing. And like the signature apartment, if you've been there, you should realize that we have amazing amenities. We are maintaining the cleanliness, the culture, and it's then the fact that owners always are on ground. So to make sure the quality is constantly done and the cleaning is always done. And then so we maintain the same structure from where we are to Sultan Sky. And this time around, we are increasing the amenities, making it more comfortable. I mean, you can have a 1 bedroom for a 92 square meter. It means that you have enough space to have your own living area, be comfortable in their space. So that's what we are providing.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let me go to Isaac. Emmanuel, I'm skipping just for a minute. It's not that I've forgotten about you. It's deliberate. But Isaac, let's talk about some of the challenges that one may encounter in this industry. And I mean, you can look at it from the perspective of the business runner or owner or the person who is doing the developments, but then also the perspective of one who would be buying. What are some of the challenges?
So
okay, hang on. Let's give it a couple of seconds, or 3 or 4. Okay, I think we're fine.
So thank you for the question. I think one of the challenges that developers and investors deal with is litigation. Okay, and we know it's the elephant in the room. All right. However, when you partner with as an investor, when you come to us, all right, or you're looking to invest in Ghana, I would advise that you.
You can't hear him. It's a bit low.
Am I audible?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying, as an investor, if you're looking to come to Ghana, all right, a lot of people invest in properties because they're looking to stay in them. Some also come to invest because they want to get returns on them, right? Whatever the reason is, you want to make sure that you are dealing with a developer that has experience in the industry. Okay, you're dealing with a developer that has already done the groundwork as far as jumping the hurdles when it comes to litigation. Understand? And working with a developer like Islas Realty, right? You would have already secured yourself in the sense that you're not going to have to deal with litigation and all of that. We've done that groundwork for you, right? Another thing that we're going to ensure is that we give you a clean title. You understand? So another challenge that I have seen developers face is sourcing materials. right? And then the delivery time. I know that it can go against the construction period that is projected, right? It is why we're working with Desimone, all right? So these guys have well over 50 years in the industry, all right? And some of the notable developments that they have within Ghana, the American Embassy here in Accra. They built the SU Towers at Ridge. They built the Stambik Heights, all right, amongst many notable establishments. All right. Now, these people are trying to incorporate locally sourced materials, okay, that reflects sustainability. All right, we have sustainability integrated in the project right from the design itself. All right, it is why I definitely would recommend that if you're going to invest in Ghana, just like Michael was saying, to jump the hurdles, right, it is better to go with a developer, all right, or a licensed professional in that space who is able to assist you, do the due diligence, all right, to help you escape any losses. Thank you.
All right. Now, Isaac, let me stay with you just for a little while longer on sustainability. What are some of the things, I mean, now you've been working within the Ghanaian African terrain for some time. What are some of the things in terms of sustainability that you feel we should be paying attention to, or some of the trends that are popping up that as homeowners, home buyers, people who are interested in real estate, we should be looking out for, even when we're dealing with a developer?
Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed that we could, channel our attention to would be incorporating greenery. Okay, so I had a client of mine who was, from the US, and one of her major concerns was incorporating greenery, okay, in our project.
We
All
like
right.
concrete everywhere.
All right, so you get to have one very interesting aspect of our project is that every unit will have a balcony, all right, and on the balcony you will have a planter, all right, so it gives you a sense of connection, all right, to your immediate environment, all right, and also another thing that we're looking at is incorporating a solar system, okay, in our project, all right, because we want to encourage going green, all right, and this is one of the ways that we're looking at doing that. We don't just want to rely on grid or what have you, all right, thank you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Round of applause. I'm going back to Emmanuel, and let me just say that my home runs entirely on solar. Yes, in Ghana, in Accra, runs entirely on solar. And it's Ghanaian solar experts who have worked on that. So when the lights go off, I don't even know unless I hear my neighbor's generator. So just to let you know that some of these things are being done and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Emmanuel, I'm coming back to you because I knew I was going to hear some challenges about litigation and all that kind of thing from Isaac. So, you, on the legal side of things, what are some of the things that we need to pay attention to, legally speaking, even before we engage the developer, licensed or not?
Okay, thanks for the question. So I always admonish my clients that you can't acquire land in Ghana without the service of a lawyer. It's impossible to get it right, and I'll give you the reason why. So even before you purchase the land, you ought to do certain checks. The first one, in my opinion, should be a zoning search. That goes to what Jacob was saying about people building on waterways and stuff. So even before you do the lands commission search, you ought to do a zoning search to find out whether the land has been zoned and for what purpose. So there are areas that are being zoned for industrial purposes, but people do not do these checks and then they go and build dwelling houses on them. There are places zoned for agricultural purposes. Some are even reserved for roads, but people go ahead and build. And then I have lots of cases in court where people have built too close to their walls and have asked the court to demolish their buildings. It's very uncommon in Ghana. But, if a society has to develop, some people have to, ensure that we follow the rules that we have passed. So even building too close to your wall, you could get a court order for the court to demolish such a building. So the rules do work. So after the zoning search has been done, then you do a lands commission check to find out whether the land has been registered and who the land has been registered to. And it's important for you to note that currently, if you are buying land from a stool, a clan, a family, yes, these categories, and the land is not registered, it's a criminal offense. So what it means is that the transaction is illegal. So if the transaction is emanating from a chief, a clan, a family, and it's unregistered, it's an illegal transaction. And in fact, the person who transacted with you could go to jail for up to 10 years. So, given this background, it's impossible for you to get it right if you don't know the law. And then people end up in court and they say the system doesn't work, the system doesn't work. But if you were in the US or the UK, you would consult a professional. So why is it different when you come to Ghana? Why would you expect to use the wrong method and expect the result to be correct? So yes, litigation is unavoidable because the mistakes started before I was born. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to assist to correct them. And in fact, every transaction that we do now, we always have to go back to see whether the antecedent documents were done properly. Some cases, people come and then their documents have been expired and they don't even know that the documents have expired. Yet they are asking you to review and to endorse a transaction when the previous document has expired. So that's where we are.
All right, thank you. Round of applause for Emmanuel.
Thank you.
Dr. Quay, yes, I'm coming to you. Lands Commission. So we've spoken a lot about the fact that you should deal with people who understand the business of real estate in the first place. Licensed developers, licensed architects, all these different people. However, even the developers have issues in dealing with land, as we've discovered in this conversation, even from time to time. How should we be engaging the Lands Commission to ensure that we're not encountering some of these things? We know how our land tenure systems work and how the histories of those, but where does the Lands Commission come in really? People claim that there are instances when they have the deeds and then someone else has a deed as well. They come, you can't discover who owns it. You're in the lands courts forever and ever. What causes some of these things? How should we really be dealing with the commission?
Yeah, I think my colleagues have said a lot about the challenges we're facing in the land sector. I think one of the key issues is, as Michael said, the land tenure system. On the same parcel of land, you can have several interests. You can have the allodial held by the chief or the clan. You can have a lease held by either family or an individual, sub-lease, and it's on the same parcel of land. So the question then is, who are you dealing with in that instance? And that's why Michael was making mention of the fact that if you deal with the right professionals, you deal with a lawyer, he will be able to decipher the situations. As he said, you need to trace, the law says that you have to trace history of a parcel of land for 30 years before you can really ascertain ownership of land, especially the deed system, even the title system. Before a certificate is issued to a client, you have to go examine the transactions going that long. And the fact that over the years, we've not been able to have all our lands registered. It is estimated that only about 20% of the land area in Ghana is formally registered. So that tells you that about 80% out there, in quotes, we don't know who owns it. So you need proper due diligence. And I've always advised people going for land, to build. That land is not like buying a car or a computer. You buy a car, a computer, you drive it home or you take it home. But with the land, you leave it out there in the forest or out there in the bush somewhere. So you need to make sure you have it registered properly before you leave. And I would like to, I think I like the advice given by the colleagues that it's advisable as diasporans to be careful in buying land and try to develop because of the challenges that has been outlined. So if you have somebody who had gone through the challenges and bought the land and developed it and have good title and just going to transfer to you, that would be the best option. That if it meets your expectation in terms of the use, the design and things like that, I will attest to that. And also, am I answering your question? Maybe I'm diverting.
Oh no, you are.
Okay.
100%.
The one thing I want to put out is that as diasporans, if you are a non-citizen of Ghana, you can own land in Ghana, but the interest that you can hold is limited, up to 50 years at any point in time. But if you are a Ghanaian, you can hold up to, by convention, 99 years or more for residential purposes. So you need to take note of that. The law would correct me. I think it is voidable or void. If you're a foreigner and you get more than 50 years, is it voidable or void? Void. So ab initio, you have lost your land. So you need to be careful in dealing with that. So the basic point is that you need to deal with professionals in your dealing land. Even if you are going to deal with developers, are they registered appropriately? Are they in good standing? They have various associations that they deal with. We have Grader, for example. Are they registered? You have to make those inquiries, do due diligence before you commit yourself in those things. That's, I think, the advice that I can give to you.
Okay, thank you. Now, this next one goes to between Dr. Kwe and Emmanuel, between the two of you. We have a lot of instances where, so you have a member of the diaspora has a partner or marries someone who has Ghanaian roots. And so you come back and you're trying to claim land or property that the person's grandfather or grandmother owned, or you yourself, as a member of the Ghanaian diaspora, you're the first in a couple of generations who has come back and you know they have some family land somewhere. How do you manage such situations? And particularly in our older neighborhoods, if you're talking in Accra, the Jorolus, the Achimotas, the Blinkpis, Adabraka, these ones, you have issues like that. So how do you maneuver that?
Okay, thank you. So he asked a question, sometimes law, the facts can make a small difference. So if you take an allodial title as a foreigner, the transaction is void. Allodial title means that you have been given a freehold interest. If you have given a freehold interest, a foreigner cannot have that. But if you have been given 70 years and you go to Lands Commission will only register the 50. The 20 years will be given to the state. So I just wanted to make that distinction so that it's clear. Now,
everybody understand that, or should we break it down a little more? Should we break it? Let's break it down because not everybody understands.
It's because of the time, so I don't want to go into detail.
Let's just spend a couple of minutes.
Okay, yeah, and lawyers, we like talking. So if it gets too exciting, I might, exceed the time limit. Okay, so there are different interests in land. We have the allodial title. We have common law freehold, we have customary law freehold, we have leasehold, in fact, we have usufructory interest, we have leasehold, and then we have customary tenancy. Now, all of these interests exist on this particular piece of land, all of them. So if you go to court and you win, somebody would say, oh, I've won the case because the court has determined that I'm the owner of the property, but you don't know what title the person has. If the person has a leasehold interest, then it means that the allodial owner can challenge that leasehold interest because they have a better title. The allodial owner is the original owner of the property. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good. So I can choose to give you my allodial title. But the point I'm making is that allodial title or common law freehold or customary law freehold title cannot be held by a non-citizen in Ghana. Because if a non-citizen purports to hold an allodial title, that allodial interest is void. Yes, and I like to give practical examples because it sticks. So a foreigner contacted me, said they had bought land in the Volta region, and then they asked me to review their documents. And they asked me to give them my fee first before I review the document. I said, no, send me the documents, let me have a look. I look at the document, I see that this foreigner has been given a freehold interest. And I asked the foreigner, I'm like, are you a citizen? Foreigner says no, but I'm working on my citizenship. I said, but are you? She says no. Okay, then your transaction is void. What? I'm like, yeah, your transaction is void. It means it never happened. And she has spent so much money and she couldn't register the documents and she didn't know why. It's because it's void. So if you don't use the requisite professionals, you end up spending so much money and you not get value for your money.
Thank you. Is that a little bit clearer? Now, I want you to clarify something. The developers in the room can also take this if you like. Now, when you are transacting as an individual with a developer, usually your documents come and you're told that you have lease on the land for, say, 50 years. A lot of people don't understand what that means. So now your children come and they're saying that government is taking their land back. Can we please explain that as well?
Yeah, that's a very good one. So this one too is a bit more layered. So since you guys want to understand, I'll take my time and explain. So the law was changed in 2020 and it created categories of persons. So if you are a citizen, a non-citizen, and an indigene, you are entitled to certain things and it discriminated. So with an indigene, for instance, if you have a lease for a period, it could be 50 years, it could be more, and it expires, you get an automatic renewal for the same term, for the same term as the original lease for an indigene. But if you are a citizen, you get it a renewal, but the number of years is not stated. And then if you are a non-citizen, there is no renewal. It's not automatic. So my recommendation is always that you ought to have the renewal clause expressly stated in the agreement. And not only that, but you should even add the amount for the renewal. That as well should be also stated expressly in the agreement. Otherwise, you might end up purchasing the land again.
This is why it's important to engage a lawyer because some of the things you go and sign, and by the time you should be benefiting, you've lost everything. So I'm sure you can speak to Emmanuel some more, but I want us to, just wrap this up soon. And so I'll move on. Michael, I'm coming back to you. Now, for people who are in a situation where they don't want to live in the property, or they don't necessarily live full-time in Ghana. So they're doing 6 months in, 6 months out. And that could be they're based in the UK. They're based in another part of the continent. They're based in the Caribbean. How are you and how do you see the market facilitating purchases for people like that? Because mind you, you're not on the ground to come and see the property. You can't go and talk to Dr. Quay physically. There are all of these things happening. Your experiences, how have you facilitated purchases or engagements like that?
Thank you. I think this also goes back to what I said originally when you're looking at whether you're investing to move, to get a return, etc., etc. Okay, so what tends to happen usually is that a lot of investors purchase at prime locations, your cantonments, Laboni Ridge, Airport, etc. And it's in town, it makes sense, it seems like it's going to give you a fantastic return. But let's look at the reality on the ground, and just bear with me here. These areas have maxed out in terms of capital appreciation. Right? Your rental yield is short term. It's usually during festive seasons like Christmas and Easter and summer holidays. So if you're buying a property in a prime location at 200,000 plus, it could be an apartment, and you're thinking, well, when I'm out, I'm going to rent it and get return, you may end up causing a liability to yourself. Because now your expenditure of maintenance is all your capital going back into the property. And you may have a short 2-3 weeks in a year where you get a great tenant to rent it out. Because if you bear in mind that some of these developments coming up, there may be 40, 50 apartments in the block. Now, if I'm a tenant, I have a choice. One's renting at 1,000, one's 900, one's 800. I have options available. Ghana's not quite there yet in terms of rental income. Let's be honest. We're getting there. So my angle in with my company, Jacob West, is that we're building communities. We're building in areas where there's capital appreciation and long-term rental. Now, I explain what that means. We're currently developing an area called North Legon, and it's like 25 minutes to the airport. It's houses, it's not apartments. In our mind, in the rental scheme of things, you can target families that will rent for long term. And it's an investment that you're looking returns on the capital appreciation, as well as getting a sound rental income. They're usually gated. You have 24 hours security. Maintenance is minimal because we're not doing the gym and all the fancy stuff that sounds great. But if you're looking at the capital appreciation, if you pay 180 in a few years, it's worth 250. You've gained, and you get a long-term rental income. That money you're making, you can spend 2 weeks renting somewhere when you're in Ghana. That's for investment purposes. If you're looking at doing it on a high-end scheme of things, it costs a lot to acquire those properties, one, and to maintain it is a burden. So I believe that if we're coming in now, we should be looking at the middle market to the upper markets in terms of acquisition, rather than going with emotions and thinking, right, I want Loboni, I want Cantonment, and it's great, but the returns, are we thinking about, okay, when I'm not here, what's the demand like? Do we have corporate companies coming in renting throughout the year? Do we have holiday makers coming out throughout the year? What's my returns like? So just be careful when you're investing in an area and do your research. I believe the corridors of Ghana are changing, central region, northern region. Roads are going in. Roads are going in. If you acquire a property in these areas, then the capital appreciation would increase, which means you're gaining on buying in early and making a profit later. Families are moving into Accra from surrounding countries, Togo, Burkina, Nigeria. They're saying their students are coming in. They're looking for houses to live long term, and they cannot afford to be in the prime location. So just don't be too emotional with it. In terms of maintenance, it's available in most developments in Accra, but you have to look at how much does it cost you to maintain and keep that property while you're not here. So go easy with the emotions, guys. Go easy.
All right, go easy with the emotions. Now, we need to know how we can find all of you, particularly the developers. We're saying we should deal with you, but sometimes it's not enough to Google your name, So, Michael, let's start with you.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We need to find you. How can we find you?
I mean,
because I imagine you don't want everybody calling you personally, Michael, and trying to book a sale. So how do we find you? And this issue of trust and the culture, we spoke about it, of I need to know the person I'm speaking to.
Yeah.
So how do we get in touch?
Well, I mean, some years back, let's say 10 years ago, it was a nightmare. If you're living in the UK, your idea is you walk on the street, you go into an estate agent. If you're in the US, it's the same, or various places in the world, and you get your information on the ground. In Ghana is like, where do I start? But now we have social media. We have, marketing done online. We have LinkedIn. We have Instagram, etc. And yes, you can make yourself look good online, but then you can take that information and do your research on the ground. So finding us is not that difficult now. You can find Michael Che and Sue Jacob West. We're in Loboni, just down the road. You can find us, but then you can ask around. You can speak to people on the ground. Have you seen any Jacob West projects? What's it look like? Did they finish? Did they build it well? Is there leakages? Is the foundation done correctly? Because these are the things that you need to know before you commit into any building. At the same time, for us, we do a lot of social media on YouTube before and after builds. You can see the whole process in terms of the grounds, in terms of procurement, in terms of the quality of the material. And like I said before, spend more time researching and designing before building. Because if you dig the ground and you get it wrong, there's no way to correct it.
Thank you. Thank you. Kweku, how can we find Cape May? And particularly because you do a lot of off-plan. And yes, lots of things happening in the skyline on your front. But many people say, oh, by the time I wanted to buy, they were all sold. You know, where are the people buying these things that are now being constructed? So again, how can people reach out? Is there some kind of subscription list that people can get onto so that when the properties are being developed, they can hear about it? How do we really get all the information we need?
So just like what Michael said, we are all over the space. You can find our billboards everywhere in town. But just go onto the website, go to Cape May Properties, search Cape May Properties everywhere. You would find us. You'll get somebody to talk to you anytime. Like, I need to add on to a little bit what he said. Getting you a property in Accra, yes, location is very important. You also need to locate or put yourself where your investment is always right. You know, you need to get returns for what you are putting in. So, for instance, we have taken it upon ourselves to develop within a business enclave. So, just where we are developing Sultan Sky, it's not Cholu. It's in between where all corporations are. There's a tallow oil company office close by. There are other office complexes just by. So when you are investing, you know that my investment is going into a great return. I have already markets around us, which you can always capitalize on. So yes, go on to the website, go to capemayproperties.com. Somebody will assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kweku. Isaac, I'm coming to you again. As for Ilas, you're always sending us messages. Like yesterday, I got one. Happy New Year. Invest back home with a Luxe Maison by Ilas Realty. Luxury apartments in Accra for $92,000 with flexible payment plans and lasting value. So, I mean, I see your people all over the place. Like they're popping up at conferences. The smallest conference, Ilas Realty, is there. And I'm guessing that's one of the ways that you're making yourselves visible and accessible. But again, if I don't encounter someone, how do I find you?
Okay, thank you. So before I come to your question, I'd like to comment on something Michael said. He mentioned that, he made some really valid points, but I just wanted to comment on it because we as a company have put in some, structures that are going to help you achieve your ROIs. Okay, so we have partnerships with local and international agencies that are going to drive sales through. Okay, another thing that I wanted to mention is that we have quickly moved from basic shelter to a lifestyle. All right, that is why we see all of these new developments, especially in the prime areas that you rightfully mentioned. And I think that it is not the end of. Basically, I'm trying to say that there's no end, all right, when it comes to returns, all right, on investment. And I say this because it is real estate and it always appreciates. So yes, I get the point that you made, but as far as investing in these areas, yes, it is good for you to do your due diligence and all, but you can never go wrong investing in these areas, especially working with developers such as ourselves who have these, partnerships that I mentioned. Okay, so how you're going to find us? We're all over social media. Like you rightly said, we're popping up in your face wherever, so we have a strong online presence. We have our website, www.ilasrealty.com. You can get on there, explore all of our offerings, and then You could also speak with myself and any of my colleagues here, in case you want to get personal as far as getting information. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Emmanuel, how do we get in touch with you to make sure that we don't make any legal mistakes?
Yeah, this is a difficult one. So we don't advertise, and but I guess we have my card. Yeah, so that's it.
And when you have his card, please spread the word. Let people know that you encountered this greatness and they need to have a taste of it. So thank you. And Dr. Quay, Lands Commission, if we do need to get in touch.
So Lands Commission is in all the 60 regional capitals of the country, and we are gradually moving to the districts. So by the end of the year, a number of districts will come on board. We are also active on social media, YouTube, is it X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and on our website, lc.gov.gh. We also have an online portal where the public can transact business with us. That's onlineservices.gov.lc.gh. I believe on our table there, they will give you more details when you do that. And we are also trying to digitalize our processes. Currently, we are digital, but we are gradually doing digital. So anywhere you sit in the world, you will be transact business with us. So that's where we are going now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We're not going to do any questions because, again, we need to move swiftly along. However, after the next panel, we'll have questions for both those who are on the stage now and then those who will take the stage after them. So round of applause once more from Michael Che Ayensu. He's the CEO of Jacob West Limited, Kweku Ampedu Boateng, Senior Property Consultant for Cape May Properties, Emmanuel Matekole, Founder and Managing Partner of M&O Law Consult, Isaac Owusu-Ejay, who is a consultant for ILS Realty, and Dr. Benjamin Quay, Head of Special Projects, Lands Commission of Ghana. Round of applause for the gentleman. We'll take a picture, please, before you descend. All right, now we're getting ready for our next panel. I won't be moderating this one, but my sister is going to be doing that. Is Kukwa here? Where's Kukwa? Oh, there she is. Yeah, please go. Round of applause for Kukwa Eshan. She's a filmmaker, a director, she's a poet, she's a writer. She's just an all-round superstar. And she's going to be taking this next panel titled Creative Rebellion, Identity and the Global African Aesthetic.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah, I'm tall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Super long day, but I hope everyone is excited for this. This conversation is about creativity, identity. It's about what it means to be African on the global stage. That's exciting, right? So we're going to try to make it fun. We're going to try to make it fun. Thank you so much, sister. My name is Kukweshan. As my sister already said, I am a filmmaker, film director, and I'm so excited about this conversation because it's the core of it is identity, which is super important, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and just invite our speakers on stage. If I can have Paul Needson on stage, please. Kwame Michael Bracco, and the lady of the hour, Sarah Bradu.
All right, so while you get settled in, we just want to tell you about something very special, the Guba Foundation. Have you heard of it yet? Yeah, you have. All right, let's take a look at this video very quickly. Wow, we have Pearl Donkomate, who is the Guba Foundation Charity Manager, come up on stage and we zoom into our panel.
Create opportunities and stand where others felt silent.
Like
Because
1 minute
we
50.
learned, we loved, and we knew there was more to be done. We've walked alongside families navigating the unseen challenges of neurodiversity. There is a need for us to accept people living with autism. Because it's not their fault that they were born with this problem. And the narrative of fighting against the stigma, whether it still exists, is about celebrating small wins, celebrating differences, celebrating neurodiversity. We've seen the stigma. We felt the silence. And so it really gladdens my heart that there are different autism centers bringing up in Ghana so that more people can take care of us. But we've also witnessed the brilliance, the creativity, and the unmatched resilience. Wow, has done very well. In fact, today is my first time here with them, and I can see that they are out there to do a good job, or they are doing a good job. By creating the awareness alone, mobilizing people to do volunteer work is excellent. Today, we no longer speak only of awareness. We speak of power, the power of difference, the power of diversity, the power of minds that see the world differently. Neurodiversity is my superpower. It's our power. It's the world's power. From our first steps to this moment, we've been building toward change. Join us as we reshape the narrative in education, in health, in climate action, and in every space where voices must be heard. Guba Foundation, where every mind matters.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, taking a little bit of your time to talk about Friends of Guba Foundation. So once upon a time, a young Ghanaian girl stood at the Kotoka airport, clutching her mother's hand. She was leaving home for the very first time, bound for a new life in the diaspora. Her heart was heavy with questions. Would she belong? Would she be remembered? Her story is not just hers, it is ours, and why we are here today. It is the story of countless Africans whose journey are filled with hope, but also with uncertainty. And it is precisely to meet those uncertainties with compassion and action that the Guba Foundation exists. We are the heartbeat of Guba Enterprise. Where the enterprise celebrates excellence, the foundation ensures that excellence is matched with empathy. We fight for health where there is sickness. We open doors of education where there are walls of poverty. We preserve culture where there is a risk of forgetting. And we do this with impact. This year alone, 15,000 plus individuals reached through community education, advocacy, and outreach programs. 20 plus schools and community institutions engaged with education, health, and social development initiatives. And 300 plus young people and women supported through skills development, mentorship, and empowerment programs. I believe that deserves a round of applause. But here is the truth. None of this happens without friends, without you. Imagine the child in Kumasi who dreams of becoming a doctor but cannot afford his fees. Imagine the mother in Accra who receives life-saving health care because somebody chose to stand with us at the foundation. Imagine the heritage preserved because we refuse to let our stories fade. This is what it means to be a friend of Guba Foundation. It's not a title, it's a promise that your signature today becomes a scholarship for someone tomorrow, that your support today becomes a hospital bed next week, that your friendship today becomes a legacy for generations yet unborn. So today, at this historic Guba Diaspora Conversations 2026, I invite you all to step into the story. Let history record that you were not just a guest, but a change maker, that you stood up, signed up, and became a friend of Guba Foundation today. I believe we were all given a flyer with a QR code to scan, but a QR code will be shown on the screen as well, so that you can scan it with your phones. But today, choose to be a change maker. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Oh, I think we can do better than that. Pearl Donkomate. Now, before we start our panel, just to let you know that we have some food outside. So when we're done, we've asked our questions and all that, you can eat and be full. All right. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so my distinguished panel, I want us to start our conversation by defining who an African is. In your words, I'll start with you, Sarah. Who's an African?
Okay, good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to you all. So Africa is a continent that's rich in culture, it's rich in histories, and it's rich in so many stories. And I think an African is someone who embodies the deep richness of our continent, who takes pride in the continent, and everything that we do, it comes from us being African. That's what I believe an African is.
It's beautiful. Thank you. I'll move over to you, Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Ninton, founder of Deacon Center. An African, I believe, is somebody who is shaped by African struggle, history, independence, and future. I think it's not go way beyond somebody who has a passport to any of the African countries. And also it goes way beyond someone who is affiliated in one way or the other. So I believe that if there's anyone whose life has been shaped by these uncertainties and complexity of its continent and the people and the land, that person is an African.
Beautiful. How about you, Kwame?
Hello, Kwame Michael Bracco, founder of Braccoverse Media. To me, what an African is pride, is the spectrum of melanation. It's heritage, culture, kind of spinning off of what everyone has said here. There is a magic to us, wherever we're from, being that we are African or diasporans. Everything from the anti-gravity of our hair to the different complexions. You know, Africans are a culture, are an art, and our heritage.
Thank you so much. I think that I love that everyone's answer had essence of identity, right? It's about who we are and what we're from and the power in which we hold. That takes me to my next question, which, you can do a 2-in-1. You can let the audience know what you do, into depth, and then answer the question, how has your African identity been shaped? And the way that you create by moving back home, because every single person sitting on this panel were all examples of what it means to believe in the African story, what it means to believe in the power that it is of being Black, African, and excellence, right? We've all moved back home. We all lived in the West, right? At some point, or I don't know, maybe some of us sitting here were even born elsewhere. So how has moving back and, that changes the narrative of not just you, even your family members and your friends and other younger people, right? Looking to you right now, how does that shape your identity, being able to move from the West to Africa, not just move, but to build something global, something incredible? Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
I'll go first. So I'm Sarah Boadu. I am the founder of the Sarah Boadu Atelier, where we create dresses that tell stories. So your wedding dress, your birthday dress, your dress that matters, we are the company for you. Okay, so moving back I didn't want to come back, I'll be honest. I'm always very careful to tell the story in its truth and its honesty. I thought coming back was going to be very difficult. I didn't know how. I'd done my company for 16 years before we moved here, and I'd been dressmaking in the UK. Now, my understanding of Ghanaian fashion was the tailors are never on time, their quality is bad, all sorts of things. And while some of those things are true, when I came, I realized that there's such a deep richness in African fashion, Ghanaian fashion. And some of the things that these designers lack is not necessarily the talent, but it's the systems. So while yes, some of them are not on time, and some of you laughed because I know you've all experienced it, I'm sure. I just realized that I could play a part in placing Ghana fashion on the map. I didn't plan to. I definitely thought that me coming here was very much, let me just come and, make kente for people for their engagements and everything else. But coming to Ghana and bringing my fashion knowledge from the UK to Ghana, I realized that something that I want to change is made in China. Sorry, Chinese people. But I want to put made in Ghana on the map. We have the talent, we have the systems, or we can create the systems whereby we can be a manufacturing hub for clothes. Ghanaians can make clothes better than I've seen in most places, and I've traveled quite a bit. So my vision in coming here is to put Made in Ghana on the map. That designers would say, I don't want to do made in China. I don't want to do made in Turkey. I want my things to be made in Ghana. And our quality would be just as good. Because coming from the West, I've seen that the West isn't all that, respectfully. We have so much here, but we just lack the systems in order to implement what we have here. Africa is so rich. Ghana is so rich in resources. But once I believe that we who have been exposed to systems outside can come here, adapt the two, and then Ghana will be flying. I really do believe that.
That's really beautiful. Yeah. Yes, please. I love that you said that we have all it takes. Ghanaians can. And you know what? You just said Ghanaians can make outfit that are excellent. I mean, take a look at everybody sitting on the stage. We're all wearing Ghana made. We're all wearing outfit from Ghanaians, head to toe. So that's the evidence right there. Thank you so much for that, Sarah. And Paul, your work everyone's work here is super important. You've positioned yourself as an enterprise, right? More or less, where your work is about archiving and also preserving culture in the way of building institutions to educate the next generation. Can you speak more to that? And how do you implement African culture in what you do?
Okay. So I teach a course in.
Oh, sorry. There's one more here.
Okay, good. So I teach a course called Sources and Influence in Pen, and I'm going to use that on myself. So September 24th, 2018, my first day in school in New York, my classmate said he's too white to shake my hand.
Wow.
I didn't understand what it meant. Again, I was born and raised in Ghana. I never saw pictures of Kwame Nkrumah in any of my books. I never knew who Malcolm X was. I heard the name. I've heard about MK. But my books were all about Queen Elizabeth and Features of a Witch and traditional religion and glorification of Western culture. So when I got the privilege to go to school in the US, having someone tell me he's too white to shake my hand was the amplification of my identity. It's like, oh, I'm black. I became aware and conscious of my skin color for the first time. And I always say this, that African Americans are some of the most strongest human beings on earth. Because to live with that identity and be conscious of your skin color, right, is difficult. So what I did was, I said myself, no African should come to the school again. So I started collecting photography books, collected 20,000 of them through my 1 year in school instead of 2 years, because I wanted to get out very quickly, and said to myself that I've seen what the West has built of a system of oppression, a system of glorification, even through Hollywood, Harvard, and all these schools. I'm coming back to Ghana to build a system of an African education system where education is centered around us, where our culture is preserved. Again, I went to New York Public Library, and that was the first time I saw archives of Kwame Nkrumah. So today, coming back, we are custodians of 70 million of military archives. We have 2.5 million of Kwame Nkrumah's archives. Wow. We have 11 million of her life. We have so many archives today that are being incorporated in our education system. So, thank you. So that is the work I do. And that's the reason why I moved back. That let's build institutions here, a world-class institution that is not centered around the founder, that when the founder goes away, is dead and gone, right? Harvard, we don't even remember who built Harvard. We don't remember these glorified MoMA, and all these institutions are being systemized to glorify whiteness or to glorify these systems. So for me, that's what I do. My organization is called DICAN. In our local dialect, means take the lead. And our work is centered deeply on making education, African education, accessible and being centered on us.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Paul. Yeah. As you were talking, I just remembered when I was born in Ghana, raised up into middle school. So I, moved to Columbus, Ohio when I was in high school. And I didn't know I was Black, right? Because it was my first time, just teenage, I go to school and then I'm being called a Black girl. And I was so confused because truly, no one has ever called me Black girl ever in my life before. I didn't know. There was no need for that to be pointed out where I come from, right, in Ghana. And I just, now I look back and I'm sitting here and I'm like, wow, the layers of identity in which we have as Black people is so powerful. And when all of that is taken away, because think about it, I'm African, right? But I'm the African, I'm also West African. I'm the West African, I'm Ghanaian. And the Ghanaian, Fante. And the Fante, I'm from the central region. Under that, I'm from Mankasim. There's literally layers of identity to who we are. So imagine all those layers just being pulled off and just Black girl or like Black boy. So yeah, thank you for showing that. I think that was really powerful. Kwame, you have done some really important work in Hollywood and beyond with filmmaking, VFX, and all that. Have you ever felt the need to perform your Africanness in a way that wasn't authentic? Because it's a lot of pressure working in Hollywood and working on big international films. How have you balanced that, your identity of being an African man?
Yes, good question. So I was born here in Ghana and then moved to the United States when I was 3. I've been very blessed to live a creative life and career. To parents that are both doctors, so you can only imagine what that was like. But I started off as a video producer for a manufacturing company in Minnesota, where where in the town 1% of the people were Black. So talk about culture shock in that area, and them letting us know that we're not like them. But fast forward, I found my way into Hollywood, working on films like The Avengers, Godzilla, Iron Man, SpongeBob, and quite a bit of films. And being able to get that experience and seeing the type of quality and work that went behind it, I had this feeling that I had a calling. And I remember walking into the studio in Los Angeles, and we had about 4 floors of artists that worked on these films. It's maybe about 200 artists that were working there, but only 4 of us were of color. And I couldn't believe it. I would just look around and think, no, I know we're creative. Why are we, not out here? I started going to some of the local schools like in Compton and other areas in LA. And when I was talking to the teenagers, I realized they didn't even know jobs like this existed in media for them. They just thought football, basketball, music. And as I was working on the films, I started to feel that some of these movies were taken from our stories. Like Thor, you can relate to Shango, and I started doing a deep dive and finding there were quite a bit of films that took from our stories. And so I made it a drive and a passion that when I was done with the film industry there, my next move was to come to Ghana and build that studio here so that we could tell our stories, bring in action, animations, and just like you're doing building the school, I think that one of the strongest things we can do is bring our knowledge. So part of what I'm doing in the studio is building a training center so I can teach creatives how to do Hollywood style visual effects, filming, and animations.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I've heard one thing as you guys have been speaking, and it is you recognize that your creativity and your talent is a solution because you saw a problem. And I think that that's for me, like if you're here, that's what I want you to take away. Every single person on this panel, they saw that their creativity is a solution. And this brings me back to my next question, which I'm very interested in. Why did you guys move back to the continent? Why? What was the point? Because I know for a fact that when I was moving back, everyone said I was crazy. My mom said, listen, do you know how much money it took me to get you over to America? What do you mean you're moving back? I was in my early 20s. I was full of ambition. And I was just like, I wasn't even moving back. I wanted to visit Ghana, honestly. And I came to visit for the first time since I left. And I got stuck because I said, this is my calling. My creativity is a solution, and I'm going to use it to make a change. So why did you guys move back to the continent?
I hate the cold. Gosh, I hate winter. Please don't. I just want to be honest. Like one of the reasons why I moved back, I hate the winter. I hate New York subway. Like the rats eating pizza. On the personal level, on the other side too. Here, I'm comfortable, right? It's like you make how much money you make in US, and the things you get back from it, right? It's like it doesn't match. Here, I can get somebody to do my laundry at affordable price. I can get a chef at affordable price, right?
That's true. That's true.
Let's be honest. On the next layer, pettiness. Because to be successful and be creative and be smart, like US exams is easy, to be honest with you. Read a book and pass. Here, you have to write 9 subjects. And then you go to US and you pass and you top the class, and it's still not enough. And it's like, what should I do again? Why man? For you to recognize the effort and the things I do, right? And another person does something small and it's being amplified. But the main reason why I moved back is African's transformation. Can we build an African center? Because, again, I'm a scholar at Penn Museum. If you script all the African objects and artifacts over there, there's nothing left. Met, MoMA, and all these places. Script the African from that place. There's nothing left. That's why they can't give it back. British Museum, if they give it back, there's nothing left. So for me, coming back was strongly on African's transformation. They took things from us, but the things they took, we are so strong to build them again. Right? They didn't take our intellect away. They didn't take how strong and resilient we are away. Right? Our culture, you go to Kumasi, you go to Ghana, you go to Benin City, Benin State in Nigeria, Lagos, Ethiopia, and all these things still exist. So for me, it's much more of building an institution, building systems that is about us and not accepting what they give to us. Even sometimes I challenge that word blackness, right? It's easy for somebody to plaster a one singular name around us and be lazy to know the Asante Kingdom, the voter Benin, right? And all these things. So for me, I really want to come back to transform Africa, to show people, even me leading the way as deacon, taking the leadership role to say it's possible that we can build ourselves and revitalize what was lost for us to be who we are.
Thank you so much.
For me, I would say, and on the note of you, everything you said is spot on. The snow, the cold, and then in US, I feel that you just work to survive. That's all you do. You work 40, 50, 60 hours a week, and it's still never enough. As people of color, you have to work 2 to 3 times as hard to prove that you are somebody. And I even felt that for myself. I lost a lot of time in my life. Granted that I was successful in it, I couldn't quite feel that success because I kept thinking, well, this isn't enough. I'm not seeing the fruits of my labor. It's just work, work, work. And even on the artistic side of it, like you're saying in the museums, if you guys notice, you know, they only love our art when it's stolen. You know, it's sad, but that's what it is. And so what made me come back here was the pride in what we have in our creativity. Even though I grew up watching a lot of the cartoons in US, seeing a lot of the movies there, I wanted to see representation of us. I don't know if you all have noticed the decline in media, black media in the US, where you used to see a different world, the Cosby Show. You saw us in a high life. Now you don't see much of us in that. When I came here, my goal was to, like I said, bring that skill level. But then I want to be careful how I phrase this because I always hear it's not about coming to Ghana to help Ghana. It's about coming to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Part of that is me looking at the Ghanaian TV programming and saying, wow, you know, there could be some very educational children's cartoons here that where they children can see people like themselves. As far as the diaspora, why not some sort of educational form that helps teaches the language in a fun way? Everything from entertainment to education. And really, I think like everyone is feeling on stage, there was a particular calling because I remember when I came here about 5 years ago to visit my mom and dad. And when I stepped off the plane and just got that fresh burst of tropical air before the exhausts of the cars came in, something just said, wow, you belong here. It's like a something spiritual. I think people that are here that have been walking around Ghana, there's something that's pulling you here. Maybe you might not know, but you're feeling that you have something that you're supposed to do here. And some of you are still looking for it, and some of you have found it, and some of you are just on your journey. So for me, this is part of my journey, and I knew it was a calling for me.
So like I said, I didn't want to come. It was my husband's idea. We had 3 kids at the time and he was like, let's go. We now have 4. But he was so passionate about Ghana. Now, I would say that he's not here, so I can say this. I would say that I'm more Ghanaian than he is in that I can speak Tree very fluently and everything else. I understand the culture a bit more because I had older siblings that were born and raised here and then they came to UK, but nothing in me wanted to move here. And then when we came, now I love it more than he does. Because you know when they say there's no place like home, I didn't realize just how much Ghana was home. I really thought London was home. Now I go to London and I can't wait to come back. I actually prefer the cold. So in contrast to the both of you, I actually prefer the cold. I don't know what to do with the heat sometimes. You know, and the AC is not ACing, I struggle with that. But there is something about being home where it expands your horizons. You don't see glass ceilings. You just feel so comfortable. I never had the Made in Ghana project. Like that never would have come. Made in the UK was never something I cared about. It was never something that needed to happen. But being in Ghana, I just feel like it goes beyond, and don't get me wrong, if you're getting married, still come to me for your wedding dress. But now it goes beyond making the wedding dresses or the individual dresses. I actually want people in, I don't know, people in Dubai to look at their dresses and look at the label and it says Made in Ghana. You know, that's what Ghana did for me. I feel like Ghana allowed me to see what it is I need to do, not just in Ghana, but actually on this earth. So yeah, I didn't want to come, but I'm glad I did, because now I see my position on this earth as so much more. It just kind of makes you think big. I think everyone can kind of attest to that. Yes, you get the help. Yes, things are a little bit easier in terms of the help that you receive, etc. But Ghana makes you think big, because there are so many opportunities. Even the psychology of walking past land one day and then 2 months later the foundation is built. 3 months later, seeing that in process. You don't see that in the UK. You see things, but it's not. I feel like here, that it's not a big company behind that. That's an individual that's building that complex, and that makes you see that actually you can do anything in Ghana. I know they say America's the land of dreams, but Ghana is the land of dreams, I believe.
Thank you so much. That's really powerful. And I totally agree. I tell people all the time that Ghana has there's a spiritual pool in Ghana that allows you to be rooted in your purpose and your calling. And I feel like Africa actually, because I've heard other people say, Nigerians say that, other people say that. But of course we're Ghanaians, so we're talking about Ghana right now. So I love the answers of coming back. And also, Kwame, you said something about you're not coming here to say, oh, I'm the one that's going to help Ghana, right? They don't have this, but I have this, or I'm bringing my knowledge and my wisdom from America, from the UK. Well, you guys are saying we're here because there's a gap, and then we have a responsibility to fill that gap as African creatives. That's really powerful. So yeah, thank you for that. Now, it brings me back to our next conversation, which is about legacy, right? And I can see all of you smiling. Legacy and responsibility. All of you on the stage have, platforms and global visibility. What is the responsibility of an African/Ghanaian creative who's back home, right? Or even just, maybe born and raised in Ghana, who's a creative here. What does responsibility look like? And I say to people all the time that when you're a creative, it's such a huge responsibility, because I take it as if God has hired you for a job, right? There is a problem and you're the solution. That means he's put in the grace and wisdom, and there's so much that I believe that God puts inside of us, right? God is a creative, right? He's a creator of the heavens and the sky and the ocean and the moons. And if we're creatives, that we're an extension of who God is. And our job is, because if we can imagine something and we can make it happen, that's power. That's a level of power that I don't know what's more powerful than that. To think about an outfit in your head, Sarah, and then you make it in real life. Oh my goodness. That's powerful to me. So what are the responsibilities of an African creative like you guys who are building a legacy right here on the continent?
First for that one. So I believe that we just have to do what it is we've called to do and shout about being African. I remember when I was growing up in school, I didn't want anyone to know that I was African. I didn't want anyone to know that I was Ghanaian. There was this stigma attached when I was younger. I mean, I'm not that old, but there was a stigma attached where you kind of wanted to be Caribbean, or you wanted to be, I remember I said to someone, they were like, oh, where are your parents from? And I said, oh, well, they're from Ghana, but I have an auntie that lives in America. And it was because there was a stigma attached to being African, whereas now it's so much pride to be from Africa. Yeah. Because Africa goes beyond, being Ghanaian goes beyond the kente fabric. It goes beyond the Adinkra symbols. It goes beyond all of these things. We can do what they can do in the West. We're no different. We can probably do it better. I'm biased, but I think we can. I think it's about us just being on the global stage and letting Ghanaians know that we can do whatever it is we want to do. There should be no stigma attached to us being Ghanaian. There should be no stigma attached to us being African. For me, I really want to instill, even in my staff, I make it a point to say to them when they're telling me, oh, UK, they thought there were no homeless people in the UK. I show them pictures. I let them know that, do you know what, we are just as good, if not, I mean, I think we're better, but we can do what they can do. And I believe that we have the responsibility, especially for those of us that are coming back home, to let them know that Ghana has what Ghana needs. We don't need to be on the other side. The grass isn't necessarily greener. We have to learn to water our own grass. Yeah. And I think for me, that's really, thank you. That's really what I believe is my personal responsibility. I've made that. When they're saying, oh, but in the UK, there's no suffering. I'm like, there's no what? And I go on YouTube and I show them things, and they cannot believe that the white man is homeless. They cannot believe that things they see here with their own people exists on the other side of the pond. And I think it's so important to give them the truth. And that's what it is. It's the truth of Ghana can be great. Ghana is great. Ghana is amazing. And it's not just amazing because we have pounds or dollars or anything else. I let them know I'm charging in cities now. Yeah. Yes, I came from the UK, but I kind of have no roots. I mean, my mum and dad are still there, but I'm building something in Ghana in cities. And that's what we need to do. We need to show them that we can use Ghanaian fabrics, we can use kente, we can make it beautiful. Yeah. Ghana has everything Ghana needs. We don't have to go across the pond and bring things in. We can make Ghana amazing, or more amazing than it is, by showing the truth of what is actually in this nation.
So I'm currently hiring for this next, I'm currently hiring a general manager. Why? Because I have a contract with my own organization for 15 years. I've done 3 years. Afterwards, I step down and I walk away. Why? Because I'm building an institution that will last more than me. Institution for Africa and for the country. And that is what we lack here. There are many African institutions that does not last over the founder. There's many companies in Ghana that is not even 100 years old. But there's many Lebanese and Indian companies in Ghana which is 100 years old. Why? If we talk about legacy, it's a system building. Yeah. So for me, and even many of you who want to come back, come work with me. And let's build it, right? So I've seen what Harvard has built. I've seen how these institutions are built, and it works. Yeah. So for me, it's more about system building. Whether it's animation, whether it's a fashion business, it's like, how do we build a system that is not egoistic and centered around you, and you the demigod, and you the smartest person in the room, and you the only person who went to US, and you the only person who has PhD, and back here, nobody sent you, by the way. So it's not like you coming here to change anything, right? We are all here to fill a gap and build a system. The reason why the other side is good is systems. Hollywood is engineered to do American propaganda, true or false. Right? Exactly. So for me, whether my dear brother is building an institution, whether I'm building an African education and culture institution, whether it's a fashion, is the legacy of we doing it for the continent, right? Not to get on these stages all the time and be speaking about just the work. It's like, how do we build an Africanness, which is continuity? Our palaces are more than the businesses we've built. There are more palaces here which is 100 years old, but there's no businesses which is 100 years old. Yeah.
So for me, legacy, and let me say, how many of you have been to the Cape Coast Castle here? A few of you, okay. The reason I bring that up is when I was in US, I learned about Black history, and there's so much that's left out of it. I think those of you that have been to the Cape Coast Castle hear a whole different story. And I remember I used to argue with people constantly. They would say, oh, your people just sold us and did this and that. And I would say, yeah, but there were wars and we lost millions of people fighting to get you back. And many of the colonizers came creeping in the bushes and stealing people. And, you know, you try to educate that. And so when I went through those arguments, I thought that when I get the power to do this, I want to be able to tell those stories too, of the great battles that we've done. There's this woman, I'm sorry, I forget, is it Asante
Yeah, Asante.
who fought the British and won many wars. I don't know if y'all know about that one, but it's amazing when I hear these stories to say, wow, the chiefs were that worried about fighting, and she went and got all the women and they pounded them. Okay, good. That was great. And so building this part of the legacy is just saying, you know, I think you all have heard, if we don't tell our story, they'll tell it for us.
Absolutely.
And there's so many stories. I'm particularly right now working on an African futurist animated series. I consider myself an African futurist, Afrofuturist. And the reason because of that is I am trying to intertwine futurism with culture and heritage. In Hollywood, that there was I don't remember their names, but there was a young Black woman that was writing a script, and she asked the producers why we don't see that many Black sci-fis. And you know, those directors and producers there are, they will just say anything. And one guy said, well, Black people don't see themselves in the future. That's how they were thinking. So when you get this kind of information in Hollywood and it comes to you, you say, okay, all right, maybe you don't, but we do. But we're gonna have to take a few of us that can really see this future and bring ourselves into the future. And so I like how everybody up here is doing something for that. So part of the legacy is being able to preserve culture and preserve history and maintain it, so that the youth that come after us, the children, they will understand and know the history and know that we were actually a much greater power than what the world has made us out to be.
It's powerful. Thank you so much, Kwame. I wish we could have this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm biased, but this is my favorite conversation the whole day. We're running out of time. I really wanted us to get into the conversation of collaboration. I think that is so important. So if we can just quickly, because I'm already getting signs of, I'll wrap it up. So just like something quick, maybe a sentence or two about the power of collaboration in building legacy and transforming Africa. Just really quick.
I think it's really important that we work into Africa. I currently there's one product that I have as part of my ready to wear collection where we get the adire from Nigeria and we get the fugu from northern, I was going to say northern Kente, northern Ghana. And we've combined the two to create a kimono, which is, it's not a unique item necessarily, but for me, it's the celebration of two nations, two African nations. I no longer go to the UK to get stuff for my designs, etc. Because why? They're not coming to us, so why are we going to them? You know, and there is cultural appropriation. That's when we don't have time to talk about that. So I think it's very important that we collaborate with other African nations, people within Ghana has everything. If you want social media, the social media managers, they're in Ghana. If you want media people, they're in Ghana. We should use our own. I think we've gone out enough. So as much as we can, let's stay in-house, in country, in nation, in continent, and let's grab on the things that we need. Listen, creatives, we are one of the most creative continents. And again, I'm biased, but it's the truth. We are one of the most creative continents, and we do actually have everything we need, but we just have to look for it. Sometimes we have to look a bit harder to find it, but we can find it. And if we can't find it, why can't we build it here? Why can't we train? So like my social media guy, he does very fast-paced things and I need things a bit slower. So I'm teaching him to make it a bit more luxury, make it slower. It doesn't have to always be fast. But if we take what we know and what we have and then just adapt it to the people around us, the companies around us. Let's use in-house. Let's use Ghana made. Let everything be made in Ghana. And that's how we're going to boost the economy. When someone says to me, oh, who did your reels? No, it wasn't from someone from the UK. It wasn't someone from Ghana. It was someone that goes to my church. Someone from America. Yeah. It was someone that goes to my church in Ghana. I found him here. He started up and I said to him, let's build together. Yeah. He wasn't the most polished, but now he's amazing. He's so incredible. I look at the stuff he does. I'm like, you should be giving me commission because he's so amazing. He's so incredible, but let's use in-house. When you go to Makola, everything is in Makola. Everything. Let's stop going to China. Let's stop going to all these places and let's get things from Ghana and build things here. I really believe that that's the way forward.
The only way we can succeed is collaboration. Yeah. The only way we can go far is collaboration. I do not want to build, and again, it's this subtle African American, UK American, like, yo, let's cut those things. Let's all work together, because the people against us is against our skin color. And that's the classification. So why are we classifying ourselves in groups, right? In many ways, because all of us are in the same bucket. I run Decan Center, which we have a museum. We don't believe in museums, so it's called the Palace Ahimfie. We have the biggest photo and art library in actually Africa. And then also we have a gallery, and now we just got a 3-story building dedicated to archiving. We do 25,000 archives a day because we understand the system does not exist here. So for me, from that, is 100% collaboration. We have a 3-bedroom apartment, 2 of them, which we are inviting people to come in to see the archives and learn, and even learn the things that has been kept from you. Because in the next 3 years, please, there's nothing that's going to be allowed into the classroom, right? Because of all the things that's going on in US, right? So for me, that collaboration of let's build Blackness, right? Our own education system, and learn from it and make it accessible among ourselves without a paywall. So we are building a platform that is no paywall, nothing at all. Library doesn't have a card. You don't need to be anyone to run into the library. And for me, I think that collaboration is not just partnership between an institution versus, it's between ourselves, because I don't know everything. There are many people here who knows more than me in various subject matter, right? And so for me, I think that on my level and my thought, that is truly collaboration among ourselves.
Thank you, Paul.
And for me, in collaboration, I feel it is very important. It's no need for gatekeeping within our own community. I mean, I can't imagine myself coming with a skill set, gatekeeping it just to say, oh, I want to be number one. No, if anything, I only have so much time on this earth, so I want to leave with something where if I'm on my dying bed, I can see this youth that maybe learn from me watching his animation or film and saying, yes, I did all right. Collaboration, even with all the panelists up here, with you being a filmmaker, that could be you saying, I want to do my first sci-fi action film. Well, I can collaborate with you on that. Yeah. You know, in education, providing media educational material or getting the information, when it comes to some kind of film, and hey, can we get some fashion outfits for our next, global film? So I think it's very, I know it's very important, even with seeing Diaspora in here and all the different things we can bring to the table. Just like my brother said, we don't know everything. There's many places in my thought process that I don't understand, but there might be somebody here that knows something in particular that would be helpful. So I feel that if we get to this point that we can spend more time collaborating and building legacies, that's how we can become a powerhouse of ourselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you so much. This has been such an incredible conversation. Time is far, gone. So we're just going to open the floor for a few questions. And then I know there's also questions from the previous panel as well. So we're going to open the floor now for questions. Thank you. Yes, please. There's a mic right here.
It's just a quick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. And one of the things I want to say is, can we have your contact details on social media? One of the reasons I'm here is to record so that I can send back to some of the young people that I used to work with in the UK to let them understand what is possible in Ghana. And I think it's very important that we also think about the next generation, about how we can equip them to do what they need to do so that we can actually move Ghana to where it's supposed to be. And so that we can also understand, I was so moved when I found out, I was born outside of Ghana. I'm not Ghanaian, I'm Jamaican, right? So the thing about being Black or knowing that you are Black, that kind of really moved me. So I think these conversations can get everybody thinking about what the experience is for others and how the experience is for us, and so that we can all tell our stories. So I want to thank you very much. So please share your social media handles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was really powerful. Thank you. Yes, let's share social media. Let's start with you, Sarah.
Okay, so I can be found at Sarah Boadu, which is SARAHBOADU. Yeah.
So my organization, which is DICAN, which is DIKAN Center, and I am Paul Ninson, P Ninson. The Ninson is NINSON. It's easy to find me on any of these platforms.
And I'm on all socials. You can find me at Kwame Bracco Art. That's KWAMEBRAKO Art. Kwame Bracco Art.
Yeah, and you can find me as well, Kukwa Eshan. My Instagram, I'm usually active on there. It's KUUKSSS. So yeah. Hello.
Hi. My question is, if someone wanted to start in the fashion industry, art industry, or film industry, and what is yours?
Film director.
Okay, so if anybody want to start there, do you have any advice on where they can start?
That's a good question. I really feel the community building. That's what has worked for me since I came to Ghana. Finding events, the creative houses. There's Jumbo Spaces. Now there's Akuna Pod by Idris Elba, and just finding those small communities. And I'm just speaking from the animation and film side of things, but I think you guys might have some other answers.
The personal advice also to everyone is like, don't get frustrated, right? Make sure your basic needs are being met. Be real. Transformation work does not, you can't transform someone or transform a system when you have not transformed yourself and broke. I believe that a broke artist cannot tell a story.
Yeah.
You broke, right? How can you tell a story? Because you're hungry, right? So for me, the fundamentals is make sure your home is good. Make sure you are okay before you start this journey. For the other side, community is everything. I have learned so much from the community and the people I've found here in Ghana and even in US. Some of the things I don't know, I reach out to friends who are in US who have done this before, and they're very supportive. And also it's like, be nice, be kind to people, right? And you'll be shocked that some of your employees or some of the people you meet at the airport will be the one to bring you the funding and the support.
So I laughed when you said this, because the first thing that came to my mind was patience. You're gonna need a whole lot of patience, and it's because I speak from the UK. We're used to a certain system. When you employ someone, there's certain protocols, etc. I remember when I first handed my employees contracts, and they looked at me like, "What is this?" It wasn't necessarily something that they were used to. There's something that my brother said earlier where we're not coming to fix Ghana, and it's so important to have that mindset. We're teaching them things, but we're also learning.
Yeah.
So it's very important to learn the culture if you're not familiar with it. There are certain things that just I don't know. There's so much that I could say to this, but you really do have to learn the culture. And I think for me, I've been here 4 years now. I've had the business for 3 years next month in Ghana, and learning the culture, I wish I'd done that first before I started employing, because I learned the hard way that there are certain things that I take for granted that just aren't privy to someone that's a Ghanaian local, and vice versa. There are certain things that I'm doing completely wrong because I'm coming with that UK mentality, and it just does not work in Ghana. So a whole load of patience, learn the culture, and breathe.
Thank you. And breathe. I also wanted to add to that really quickly. I think the fastest way to learn as a young creative, or someone who's coming into the system and wants to be part of the culture, is by serving other people. I think the fastest way to the top is service, because then you cut your journey short, right? And a bunch of young creatives that work with me, I say to them that I've been in the creative industry for 10 plus years. And just by working with me, under me, you're learning things in 1 year that I took 10 years to learn. So I think the fastest way to the top is through service, because it's worked for me. And I've heard so many people, also share the stories of, be a PA. A lot of people say, oh, cool, I want to come on set to shadow you when you're shooting, right? On your big global commercials. And just like that, I have people who are now film directors because they came to shadow me on set. So the fastest way to the top is through service. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Najaman. I'm co-founder of two fashion brands, Wear Ghana and Republic of Africa. And I'm just here to salute you all because I'm sat there, I'm like, these are fantastic ambassadors for the creative economy here on the continent. And the one thing that I wanted to add is people often think of the creative space like it's not the area that you invest in. If you look at the statistics on the impact of this industry when it comes to job creation, for example, this is one of the best industries to invest in when it comes to how the impact is felt. We've been in business for 12 years. And in these 12 years, I've seen people who joined our companies who had absolutely no education grow with us and now lead teams and go and be in factories across the world and come back and bring the knowledge and help us build. So I just came to salute you, but also to tell everyone here looking to invest, this is the space to invest in the creative economy.
Yeah.
The impact that we make, we are breaking cycles of poverty and we're also fixing problems around identity. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful contribution. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, I think the height is. My name is Bright, and there is one thing I want to add: ownership. In as much as we are telling our stories, Kukwa, Denta, and a whole lot of people I have hosted on
TED Talk, fun fact. That's how I met Bright. We had a TED Talk.
But there is one thing we never realized: the platform is not for us. So we now created our platform called Afro Talks, where we own the platform. We tell the story, just like the film you mentioned. You can tell the story from someone's lens, where you don't own, you don't control the narrative. And there are a whole lot of things that goes beyond, behind the event, TEDx events we produce, right?
Yeah.
So we intend to now put together Afro Talks, where we have hosted from Accra, we've done from Lagos, we'll be heading to Kigali May. Now the idea is to tell the stories by ourselves, promote it by ourselves, and own it. And this is what I want to add up. We recognize you and your work as part of the 40 people who are doing great works. You can check up on Ghana Web. So we are looking at you, people like you, and we put the stories together and we own our stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bright, and congratulations. That's really powerful. Well done. Any more questions? Okay, so if you have questions from the next panel, no questions? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nad from I'm a realtor. My question is to Lawyer Emmanuel. I think when you were sharing, you talked about when you're an indigene, let me rephrase. So maybe let me use a scenario. Now, when you're buying a property, I think you're given a sales, a PDA, a purchase and development agreement. And normally, if it's a sublease, maybe spanning 50 years, the developer would now say to you that expiry is 49 years and then 364 days. So a day short of expiration, you kind of have to get back to them for the renewal of the leasehold. Now, I think you mentioned that when you're an indigene, that's automatic, right? As in the renewal is automatic. I wanted you to kindly touch on that because I've always thought that then maybe if you bought the house, you are no longer around, and your children, perhaps for legacy's sake, have the documentation, then they would now go to the developer so that your legacy is kind of protected. So if you can just touch on that.
Okay, this is a very good one, but it's also very technical. So I'll try to break it down. If it's too complicated, let me know. But what you are describing is a sublease. So there's a lease and then there's a sublease. So a sublease is shorter than a lease. Now there's something called a head lease. So we need to establish how many years is the head lease. If the head lease is 70 years, then and the sublease is say 49 years, as you stated, then what it means is that after the 49 years, the lessor, which is the person who gave you the lease, has what? My math is not good, but has 21 years, right? He has 21 years. So it means that you cannot get a renewal beyond 21 years because that is what your lessor has. That is his limit. Now, so that's the first thing. You cannot get beyond 21 years. Now, you ought to know that if you go back to your lessor for a renewal and you want a term of more than 21 years, if, in spite of what the law says, your lessor has to go to the head lessor for a longer term. Now, the head lessor will not give your lessor a renewal because may not give it your lessor a renewal because there are certain covenants in the head lease which the lessor must observe. One of them is to pay ground rent. Some of the covenants require that they should have the lessor should have built within a certain period of time. If all of these covenants are not adhered to, the renewal can be rejected. That's why I keep saying that you always have to go to the antecedent documents. If you give me a transaction to look at, I cannot just look at your transaction. I have to see what your lessor has done. We call them predecessors in title. We need to know what they did. And if they did something wrong, we need to correct it before moving forward. Does that make sense? Good. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think it's time to wrap up the panel. Thank you so much to my incredible panelists. I'm sure they're more than happy to talk to you if you want to talk about fashion, film, or you want to talk about educational institution. Yeah, we're here. Thank you so much. Lady Denta, please put a round of applause for her. Well done. This is incredible. Congratulations to the entire Guba team. Thank you so much for having us and have a blessed year and a blessed rest of your evening. Thank you. Oh, let's take a photo.
All right, one more round of applause, please. Not just for this fabulous panel, but for yourselves, especially for those of you who have stayed the day. Thank you very much. But there's an official vote of thanks. I would like to invite a member of the Guba Diaspora Network team to come and do that. Please clap for her as she comes up. The beautiful Amtu.
Good evening, everyone. Please, I would ask that you give yourselves a big round of applause once more. Thank you very much for staying till the end. Thank you very much for the to the closing panel, the Creative Rebellion panel. I take this opportunity to extend our warmest Happy New Year regards to all of you. We know it's it's 2nd January, so you probably wanted to rest or spend some time with family, but you took time out of your busy schedules to be here. We really appreciate that. Would also entreat you all. I mean, I'm hoping that you had an amazing time here. I can see some of the panelists and moderators for the previous sessions. So if you enjoyed all of the sessions, this is what we do at Guba Diaspora Network. So you can see any of the people wearing t-shirts that look like what I'm wearing, or you can just see me outside. We have different membership packages, and we can assist you with all of these things. So you saw NIA outside, you saw Birth and Death, all of the agencies that I saw here. We are able to facilitate this on your behalf. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you to our beautiful host. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. And please, there's food outside. Please eat as much as you can. Take pictures. Follow our social media. And also, please visit our website, www.gubadiasporanetwork.com. www.gubadiasporanetwork.com. Thank you. Please hold on. My colleague wants to say something. Okay, so I'm sure you heard about the amazing work that we did last year by hosting Guba Awards in the Caribbean for the first time. So there's going to be a video that's going to play on the screen, just so you have an idea of what we do and you see that it's important and necessary for you to join us. Thank you.